We start with questions for the Minister for Women and Equalities, Elsie Blundell.
Number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while around 1.5 million women live with endometriosis, survey data shows that it can take more than 9 years to receive a diagnosis. This will clearly have a significant impact on women's careers. We're acting so that women receive medical support earlier, ensuring they're not dismissed by doctors and can access diagnostic testing. Measures in the Employment Rights Act will support women managing the condition at work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many women across the country living with endometriosis are forced to withstand immense challenges in the workplace, often culminating in them having to curtail their ambitions or leave employment entirely. This is because some workplaces are not putting in place proper protections to support working women who, frankly, deserve better. What steps are therefore being taken in concert with the Department for Business and Trade to ensure that our workplaces do not lose out on the immeasurable contribution that these brave women can make?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right about the challenges that endometriosis brings, and also that workplaces cannot afford to lose such talented women. Action matters, and that's why, as part of the Employment Rights Act, we are improving access to flexible working, making changes to statutory sick pay, and opening up conversations about women's health through employer action plans that we launched last week. I look forward to working with my honourable friend and other members to make that support a reality.
Rebecca Smith.
Mr. Speaker, 1 in 10 women have endometriosis, seriously impacting their ability to work. What plans does the Minister have to ensure that employers have really clear guidance about the reasonable adjustments that they should be offering? And it's not just for endometriosis, it's for all gynaecological issues that have an impact on women's work.
Minister.
I thank the honourable member. That's an incredibly important question. It is also the reason why, with the action plans that we launched last week, we are looking both to see action to tackle gender pay gaps, but also to have a strategy for supporting women with the menopause. What we do know, and this is from conversations we also have with employers, is that this will be important in helping facilitate other conversations about women's health and how women can have that vital support in the workplace.
Afzal Khan.
Question number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tackling child poverty is the moral mission of this Labour government. Your background should not determine what you can go on to achieve in life, and inequality and poverty are barriers to opportunity. We're investing in our children's futures through a massive expansion of Best Start family hubs and childcare, breakfast clubs, free school meals, and alongside the end to the 2-child limit. And our child poverty strategy will deliver the biggest ever reduction in child poverty in a single parliament.
Afzal Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 25% of children in families with disabled children are living in a deep material poverty. The recent uprating of universal credit will be great help to children growing up in such households. But equipment costs and more expensive specialist childcare remain significant pressure. So will the Minister set out what more she is doing to address the inequalities felt by children growing up in households where one or more child is disabled?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and he's right, and we recognise the disproportionate financial strain on families with disabled children who often face significantly higher costs for essentials. We heard that through the development of the child poverty strategy, through many of the children's rights groups and other organisations who contributed to that work. But our child poverty strategy does set out a plan to lift over 500,000 children out of poverty by the end of this Parliament. And alongside that, Mr. Speaker, we're also taking specific steps to support children with additional needs, providing £200 million of investment to ensure that every Best Start family hub has a dedicated practitioner for children with SEND.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Minister very much for her answers and her positivity and commitment to making the changes that are necessary. When it comes to inequalities in the home, ADHD, autism, behavioural issues, they are so much more of a larger number than ever they were in my days when I was a youngster, and that wasn't yesterday, by the way. But just to say this, with those pressures on today in the life that we live, can I ask the Minister what will be done to help those particular categories of children in particular? Thank you so much.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for raising this area. It's why, through our SEND consultation that will cover England, we want to make sure that support is available to children much more quickly. Of course, formal diagnosis will continue to have an important role in that, and families will seek that. But we shouldn't be waiting for diagnosis to put in place the support that children need. And that's why, through the big investment we're delivering and send an extra £4 billion, we will make sure that children get the support when they need it and where they need it.
Reid.
Question number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, our recent Every Child Achieving and Thriving White Paper sets out our ambition to raise standards for all children and to halve the disadvantage gap between poorer children and their peers at the end of their secondary school career, to make sure that where you're from does not determine where you end up. We're expanding free school meals and scrapping the 2-child limit to lift 500,000 children out of poverty. That is a difference a Labour government makes.
Reid.
Poverty and economic inequality scar the education and life chances of children. Isn't it right that by lifting the 2-child limit, delivering 30 hours of free childcare, rolling out free breakfast clubs and family hubs and opening new school-based nurseries, including at Altrincham C of E primary school in my constituency, this government is investing in equality for children, and this is an investment that will be repaid many times over when every child has the support they need to reach their full potential?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, tackling child poverty is not just a moral imperative, it is an investment in our country's future and in our own economic security as well. That is why we are determined to give every child the best start in life. The party opposite might not like it. That's because on their watch, record numbers of children were pushed into poverty. This Labour government will lift 500,000 children out of poverty.
Caroline Dinich.
Mr. Speaker, but on her watch, the number of young people not in education, employment or training in Gosport has now reached around 5%. That's the highest figure in 15 years. Is it any wonder when so many of the job opportunities that used to be there for our young people, like retail, hospitality and hair and beauty, are being battered by this government? Surely one of the best ways to tackle inequality and poverty is to give people the right education and the right job opportunities. What's her government and her department going to do?
Mr. Speaker, we do face a really serious challenge about the big numbers of young people who are not in education, employment or training. And that is something we're committed to tackling. It's why Alan Milburn is leading a review for this government as to what more we can do to support young people. It's why we've launched our Schools White Paper, why we're investing in further education, why we're expanding new routes into apprenticeships. But I would just say this didn't happen overnight. This is a problem that has developed over many, many years, and the party opposite would do well to reflect on the contribution they made to the shocking numbers of young people we see that are NEET.
Andrew Cooper.
Number 4, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Cabinet colleagues have marked International Women's Day by highlighting what we're doing to support working women, halve violence against women and girls, and build a better future for every woman and girl. Last week, I was proud to formally launch employer action plans alongside the Secretary of State, the Minister for Women and Equalities. Our ministerial colleague, the Right Honourable Baroness Smith, is currently attending the Commission on the Status of Women. We are putting women at the heart of our missions in government and our foreign policy because we recognise that progress on gender equality must know no borders.
Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This International Women's Day, I commend the work of Her Place Charitable Trust in my constituency, which supports women's well-being and creates spaces to facilitate conversations about health and other challenges. Her Place say many women, especially in deprived areas, visit their GP with poor mental health, but are given medication without any meaningful discussion about what's happening in their lives. With Health Watch England reporting that many women feel unheard and those in deprived areas facing 20 fewer healthy years, how will the government back community-based wraparound services to close those gaps?
Minister.
May I thank my honourable friend for his question and join him in commending the work of Her Place and all community-based support. We are rolling out neighbourhood health centres across the country, prioritising areas with the greatest need, and local authorities and integrated care boards will work together to design these services to reflect the needs of local women. Mental health funding has increased by £688 million this year and is backed by almost 8,000 extra staff, new mental health centres and talking therapies, which will ensure that women receive the personalised support that they need.
Alison Griffiths.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following International Women's Day and with English Tourism Week approaching, I've been meeting female entrepreneurs across Bognor Regis and Littlehampton, including Kathleen at the Navigator Hotel, who featured on the Hotel Inspector only last week, and many others through my business club. These businesses are vital to coastal economies, but many women say it remains difficult to scale and grow. So what assessment has she made of the barriers facing women entrepreneurs in sectors like tourism and hospitality?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for that brilliant question, because we have to do everything we can to be supporting women entrepreneurs. And it is vital that we look at the challenges that we see women facing in a range of sectors, which is why we have that work continuing through the Women's Business Council. It's also why we have the Invest in Women Code that's been backed by our first female Chancellor. And it is why we want to see the progress of women, both in entrepreneurship and in the workplace, a priority. And why I was also proud to attend the 30% Club's International Women's Day breakfast this morning in the House.
Just like Committee, Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's sad, but it's true that International Women's Day rings hollow for far too many women, but particularly the 3 brave women that I have just met. They are survivors of Epstein. For them, important days like that come and go. But what is the Minister doing to ensure that we don't just mark important days for women and girls, but give them the protection and justice they deserve, and to hold perpetrators like Andrew Mountbatten to account, not just for reports of sharing state secrets, but also for trafficking and sexual abuse of women and girls?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right that now the focus must absolutely be about the victims of these appalling crimes and putting in place support for women and girls who have faced horrendous violence. Multiple police forces are now assessing allegations arising from the Epstein files. And the National Police Chiefs Council has established a national coordination group and has now appointed a senior investigator to support forces in reviewing the extensive material and progressing the resulting investigations. The senior investigator will work with the UK forces, the National Crime Agency, VORG specialists and the Crown Prosecution Service and the US authorities to ensure a consistent and evidence-led approach.
Clerk Coutinho, Shadow Secretary of State.
It's been almost a year since the Supreme Court ruling, and I come here time after time to ask what progress is being made. I was going to ask today if the government could confirm that every government department is fully compliant with the ruling. But honestly, there's almost no point, because we know the answer is no. So on this International Women's Day, isn't the truth that the former chair of the Equality and Human Rights Commission had a point when she said that the Labour Party seems to have completely abandoned women's rights?
No. Well, I don't think it will surprise the Shadow Minister that I disagree with her on this. And important to say that we have been clear that all service providers must follow the law as clarified by the For Women Scotland ruling. It is also the case that, as she knows, the HRC has given the government the code of practice, which we are working through. And it is important to also say that any suggestions of delay that come are completely wrong. She knows it was a lengthy document covering all the protected characteristics. We take this seriously and we are working to get it right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On International Women's Day this year, many of us reflected on the scandal of group-based sexual exploitation of young women and girls in Britain. Will the Minister commit that by International Women's Day 2027, the Government will have implemented the key interim lessons from the independent inquiry into grooming gangs and from other reports commissioned in this matter by members of this House?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman. This is an incredibly important topic, and he will know that we have always been clear that our paramount objective is to root out the horrific crimes of grooming gangs and to punish perpetrators and to protect children from harm. It is also important to note how the Home Secretary has made, he knows will have made a statement accepting the recommendations of Baroness Casey's audit into group-based child sexual exploitation, which included a national inquiry into grooming. We are also committed to changing the criminal law for adults penetrating children under 16. We are absolutely committed to making sure that we root out this evil these evil crimes, and continue to make sure that we do that with our work across government.
Question number 5, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are delivering commitments set out in the Cross-Government Freedom from Violence and Abuse Strategy published in December 2025, which sets out actions to prevent violence, pursue perpetrators and support victims. A ministerial group bringing together 14 departments provides strategic oversight to delivery, driving progress, addressing risk and ensuring collective ownership of our commitments to Hardborg within a decade.
Mr. Speaker, I recently visited Wolverhampton Girls High School in my constituency of Wolverhampton West and was pleased to see posters promoting the Orange Wolverhampton campaign, working with community partners in the fight against gender-based violence and abuse. Whilst the criminal justice system, of course, has a part to play in tackling violence against women and girls, does the Minister agree that we need to do more to achieve community-based early intervention and prevention, and that educating and raising awareness in our young people, especially our young boys, about VOG can benefit not only the victims but the perpetrators and our justice system as well?
I thank the honourable gentleman. I was this weekend with Black Country Women's Aid celebrating their 40th anniversary, and they mentioned how the honourable gentleman had been incredibly supportive of them. The first 3 aims of our strategy is stopping violence before it starts, focusing on the prevention he talks about. We will focus on young people, supporting parents and working with schools to challenge misogyny and promote healthy relationships. We will also engage with industry and take decisive action to safeguard young people by making the UK one of the hardest places for children to access harmful content and misogynistic influence.
Mr. Speaker, will the Minister undertake to consult with the Northern Ireland Justice Minister, because violence against women and girls continues to increase? Another woman killed in the past few days in Northern Ireland, and we need to take positive action to stem this misogynistic abuse of both women and girls.
Minister. I thank the honourable gentleman, and he highlights another incredibly sad case. Of course, I work with the Justice Minister in Northern Ireland, as with all the devolved administrations. We work very, very closely to make sure that we are working together to deal with this problem collectively.
Secretary State Minister.
Incomplete responses from police forces, nothing from Police Scotland. Healthcare Today reported back in 2025 that Women's Rights Network via FOIs found 1 in 7 sexual crimes. 266, Mr. Speaker, were on hospital wards. 2 in 5 female medical students reported sexual harassment or assault in university. With just 4% charge for these offences, perpetrators are getting away with it, surely committing more attacks. So with the backdrop of Labour's shameful choices on jury trials yesterday, all appalling, when will the Minister and this government act to protect women on wards?
Minister. What I would like to say to the honourable lady, that if she were to read the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, there is a specific sections around healthcare workers and workers across the community, specifically targeting the issue of sexual harassment within the NHS. But what I would also point out to her, that the charging rate fell in sexual crimes fell to a historic low under her government, and I am very pleased to tell the House that it is now increasing.
Rick Goldman, Liberal Democrat spokesman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last month The Guardian revealed that suicides following domestic abuse may be vastly underreported, with research in Kent suggesting it could be 15 times more prevalent. There has been just 1 manslaughter conviction from such a death in the whole of UK legal history. Liberal Democrats in the other place recently tabled an amendment to the Crime and Policing Bill, supported by Women's Aid and Advocacy After Fatal Domestic Abuse, requiring requiring police to investigate suicides as potential homicides where there is a reasonable suspicion of a history of domestic abuse. Given the government's reluctance to support that measure, will the Minister commit to making the College of Policing's published guidance on this matter statutory so these cases are properly investigated across all forces?
I thank the Honourable Lady and once again point to this exact issue which is covered in the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy with the need to improve police responses. That is why the government has invested £13.1 million into a policing centre that focuses specifically on VOG, who have undertaken on this specific issue of suicide in domestic abuse some absolutely groundbreaking work that will lead, I very much hope, to change and further conviction, which we would all want to see.
We come to the topicals, Mohammed Yazid.
One, please, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, following International Women's Day, this government is taking another step towards a fairer Britain. We've published guidance for business to encourage them not just to report their gender pay gap, but to set out plans to tackle it. Because reducing the gender pay gap is good for women and it's good for growth too. We're expanding childcare, introducing new workplace protections and implementing a landmark strategy to tackle violence against women and girls.
Mohammed Yazid.
Mr. Speaker, the latest Endometriosis UK report shows the average diagnosis time in the UK has risen to 8 years and 10 months. Constituents in Bedford and Kempston, including a staff member with a rare form, still face long delays for treatment. So will the Secretary of State set improved targets and mandate GP training on recognising endometriosis in the women's health strategy to speed up diagnosis?
Secretary of State.
My honourable friend is right that women often spend years being dismissed, misdiagnosed or just not being listened to. This is completely unacceptable and we are determined to tackle it. To improve early diagnosis of the condition, we continue to roll out community diagnostic centres and through our renewed women's health strategy, which we'll publish soon, we'll be focused on speeding up diagnosis and treatment of mental health and gynaecological conditions, including endometriosis.
Sir, Secretary of State Clerk.
Within an hour of the government publishing their Islamophobia definition this week, there were calls from within the Labour Party for it to be weaponised to stifle free speech. And yet we know there have been multiple cases of our public services being too scared of being called Islamophobic to speak freely to save women and girls from serious harm. So can the Secretary of State explain why the Labour Party thought it was worth trading the safety of women and girls for their own narrow political interests?
Mr. Speaker, what absolute rubbish. This is a serious issue. We know that there are people who want to pull our country apart, but I am proud that we live in a multi-ethnic, diverse and tolerant nation where we celebrate our shared values. It is right that we take action against anti-Muslim hatred in our country, as we take action on anti-Semitism too, and we've set out further steps in that area. But it is completely unacceptable that anyone would face intimidation or harassment on the basis of their faith. But that is not in conflict, Mr. Speaker, with our fundamental belief in the right to freedom of speech.
Catherine Fuchs.
An economic abuse victim loses her life every 19 days, according to Surviving Economic Abuse. With over half of domestic homicide reviews involving this form of abuse by their partner, what steps is the Secretary of State taking with Cabinet colleagues to tackle it, both through the Violence Against Women strategy of the government and through improving understanding within relevant agencies?
Minister. I thank the Honourable Lady. The cross-government VOG strategy that she speaks of sets out an ambitious package of measures to prevent and tackle economic abuse and support victims. This includes exploring how to prevent joint mortgages being used as a tool of abuse, ensuring coerced debt is accurately reflected and addresses the very severe problem of victims' credit files, and piloting the use of economic abuse evidence form within the government to improve our response to victims of economic abuse.
Steve Blackman.
20 months ago in the King's Speech, the government announced that it would bring forward the draft Race and Disability Equality Bill. We've not seen this draft yet. Next week will be a year since the consultation was launched. When will we see the draft bill and what will the process of scrutiny be for that bill?
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the Honourable Lady's interest in this area. Good progress has been made in developing the policy. We will publish the government's response as soon as we can, as well as setting out next steps in terms of legislation we'll bring forward. This was a key manifesto commitment and we will deliver it.
Richard Quigley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The wage gap between the Isle of Wight and the rest of the UK leaves
I know you love the Isle of Wight, you just did nothing about it in power. The wage gap between the Isle of Wight and the rest of the UK leaves full-time island employees around £5,500 worse off compared to the national average. For female islanders, it's around £8,000 a year worse off. Will the Secretary of State work urgently with Cabinet colleagues to address the island wage gap, particularly for women? And does she agree that closing that gap is good for women, good for communities and good for growth?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I firmly agree that women's equality and economic growth go hand in hand. That's why I was pleased to join the Secretary of State in formally launching action plans last week, so that large employers will be encouraged to set out the steps they're taking to narrow their gender pay gap. This will ensure that women are able to thrive in the workplace across the country, including in the Isle of Wight.
Right, we now come to Prime Minister's questions. We start with Serena Brackenbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 1.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our armed forces are working day and night to protect British lives and British interests in the Middle East. The RAF have flown over 230 hours of defensive operations over multiple countries, shooting down multiple drones, protecting British lives and our allies. We thank them for their courage and for their professionalism. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Prime Minister, strengthening Britain's defence capability and rebuilding our industrial base has never been more important. Can the government's £1 billion helicopter investment with Leonardo UK support skilled jobs across the UK, including Tata Steel in Wensfield and My Supply Chains in Wolverhampton North East, where we are immensely proud of our Black Country steel and manufacturing heritage? And will the Prime Minister ask relevant ministers to meet me to discuss securing more of those good jobs in Wolverhampton and Willenhall?
Prime Minister. I can thank my honourable friend and very happy to arrange the meeting that she is asking for. Our £1 billion investment in new helicopters is good news for steelmakers in her constituency and secures thousands of jobs across the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, we're making defence an engine for growth. Jobs building helicopters, new Typhoons in the northwest, new frigates, creating a decade of shipbuilding on the Clyde. A Labour government investing in our armed forces.
Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Benno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Why does the Prime Minister think now is the right time to increase the cost of petrol?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are not increasing the cost of petrol. We're absolutely clear in taking the measures that are necessary to deal with the impact of the conflict in Iran. We're dealing with that with other allies. We're taking the necessary action. But the best thing that we can do, Mr. Speaker, is to work with others to de-escalate the situation. And, Mr. Speaker, as I said to the House last week, I took the decision that we should not join the initial US-Israeli offensive against Iran. The Leader of the Opposition attacked me for that decision relentlessly. She said that the UK should have joined the US and Israel in the initial offensive strikes. Mr. Speaker, then yesterday, in the wake of the economic consequences, the Leader of the Opposition totally abandoned her position. She told the BBC, I never said we should join. She told the BBC, I haven't said we should have gone in with the United States. That is the mother of all U-turns on the single most important decision a Prime Minister ever has to take, whether to commit the United Kingdom to war or not.
Mr. Speaker, I think the mother of all U-turns is him saying that they're not increasing fuel duty. that is news to us, because last week the Chancellor stood up and said the fuel duty was going to increase in September. The Prime Minister told us at the start of the year that the cost of living was his #1 priority. So can he explain how a rise in fuel duty helps with the cost of living?
Mr. Speaker, fuel duty is frozen. It's going to remain frozen until September, and we will keep the situation under review in light of what's happening in Iran. But, Mr. Speaker, the most important issue is de-escalating the situation. And I come back to the Leader of the Opposition's position, because this is one of the most important decisions a Prime Minister or Leader of the Opposition ever has to take, whether to commit your country to war. The day after the initial US-Israeli strike started, her Shadow Foreign Secretary said that the US-Israeli initial attacks were absolutely right, and it is a position my party supports. She said, why has the Prime Minister not actually worked with America to be much more proactive? Last Wednesday, Leader of the Opposition. We are in this war whether we like it or not. What is the Prime Minister waiting for? Then yesterday she says, I never said, I know they don't want to hear it. I know they don't. I wouldn't want to hear it if I were them. After all that, she says...
Order. Enough is enough. I can't hear it. Who wants to lead the first ones out? Right, we'll have a little bit more silence. Prime Minister.
So after 9 days of saying, join the war, join the war, join the war, yesterday she says, I never said we should join. I haven't said we should go in with the US. I'll tell you what's happened, Mr. Speaker. She and the Reform leader have been spooked because they realise they've jumped into supporting a war without thinking through the consequences. And now she's furiously trying to backpedal.
The Prime Minister seems to be asking last week's questions. This week, I'm asking about fuel duty. He has said that he wants to help... Mr. Speaker, he has said that he wants to help with the cost of living. My constituents live in a rural area. They rely on their cars to get to the shops, take their kids to school, see their elderly parents. And they tell me the rising cost of petrol is the single biggest cost affecting family finances. So does the Prime Minister not understand how important cars are to people in rural areas, or does he just not care?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're working across all departments and with allies to deal with the impact of the conflict in Iran, as the House would expect. But she says about, if I'd asked her last week, her position would have been, we support the initial strikes and we want to join the war. This week she says, we don't want to join the war. I'm sorry, that is a screeching U-turn. And Mr. Speaker, this is it. In this job, you don't get a second shot at making the right call on taking your country to war. If she were Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, we would be in the war, and she would be coming back to Parliament a week later to say, oh, sorry, I got that one wrong.
Order. I'm sorry I'm interrupting you, but unfortunately, we've got to stick to Prime Minister's questions, not opposition questions.
Mr. Speaker, he said if I were Prime Minister, HMS Dragon would have left a week ago. The only time... Mr. Speaker, the only time he's taken decisive action was stopping Andy Burnham from standing in the by-election. But let's talk about what the people out there are worried about. I heard from a builder, Mr. Speaker, who has 115 employees using 75 vans. With the jobs tax, sky-high energy bills, and now a hike in petrol prices, that builder is having sleepless nights. How does the Prime Minister justify a rise in fuel duty to that small business owner and millions more like him up and down the country?
Prime Minister.
There hasn't been a rise. It is frozen. There isn't going. It is frozen until September. And Mr. Speaker, she mentions the HMS Dragon. Can I first start by thanking the Royal Navy who are serving on HMS Dragon? Can I second say that what's been happening is it's been carefully being loaded with the anti-strike ammunition and capability that it needs. And the Navy and civilians have been working 22-hour shifts in relationship. But in relation to those that are taking the action to defend us, what does she say? Just hanging about. Just hanging about. That's how she described our pilots in the region. Let me tell you what they've been doing. Flying sorties in 7 of the 10 countries in the region day and night, taking out incoming strikes, protecting the lives of others whilst risking their own. If she had any decency, she'd get up and she would apologise.
Mr. Speaker. Oh, hang on. I think they should wait for it. Mr. Speaker, I have never criticised our armed forces. I have criticised him.
Order. Mr. Swallow, you're going out. I've had enough. Week in, week out. Either leave or I'll name you.
Mr. Speaker, I have never criticised our armed forces. I am criticising him and his decisions. And let me remind the House, Mr. Speaker, about his record on the armed forces. This is the same man who worked with Phil Shiner, a traitor to this country, who made up evidence to put our soldiers in prison for crimes they didn't commit. That is his record, so I won't take any lectures from him. And by the way, military families are also worried, the ones in this country, about petrol prices. He's got nothing to say on that. And there's another group of people, Mr. Speaker, who have been hammered by this government. Farmers. I spent all last year telling the Prime Minister that his family farms tax was killing British farming. Now, those farmers are being punished with higher fuel prices. Does the Prime Minister think that's fair?
So, Mr. Speaker, no apology to our pilots who are risking their lives. And I'm not going to take lectures from someone who says we should join the war, and a week later says, can I change my mind? I got that wrong. It is deeply embarrassing. And she's not the only one. Mr. Speaker, last week she's not the only one, the leader of Reform. We should be part of this with the US and the Israelis. We have to get rid of the regime. We should do all we can to support the operation. I make that perfectly clear, he said. Until yesterday, screeching U-turn, we shouldn't get ourselves involved in another foreign war. Two parties packed with failed Tories, led by leaders who are not fit to be Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, he doesn't want to talk about fuel duty because he has got absolutely no answers. The Conservatives are on the side of farmers. We are also on the side of drivers. We froze fuel duty every year from 2011, and in fact, we cut it in 2022 because we care about the cost of living. Labour think drivers are a cash cow. And now, Mr. Speaker, they think that drivers are a cash cow, and now they're hiking fuel duty for the first time in 15 years. Everyone in this House knows the pattern. First, he'll march his backbenchers up the hill. Then they'll be forced to defend fuel duty rises in the local elections. Then there'll be another humiliating U-turn. So why doesn't the Prime Minister just stand up, admit he's got it wrong again, and scrap the fuel duty hike now?
Mr. Speaker, in the last 2 weeks, I've made two of the most important decisions a Prime Minister can make. The first is that we should not join the war in Iran. The second is we should protect British lives and the British national interest. The leader of the opposition decided that we should join the war against Iran. A week later, that we should not join the war against Iran. and to insult our armed forces. She has utterly disqualified herself from ever becoming Prime Minister. Thankfully, she never will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Prime Minister knows, my mum proudly worked in the pot banks of Burslem and Tunstall and is watching at home right now. Now, tomorrow is International Day of Ceramics, and that matters deeply to Stoke-on-Trent, the historic heart of Britain's ceramic industry. And Newcastle-under-Lyme. With energy prices rising, again, due to global instability, will the Prime Minister please tell my mum and our fellow Stokies what additional support the government will give energy-intensive industries like ceramics so the kilns of Stoke-on-Trent can fire for generations to come?
He raised a really important issue, and I know that not only will his mum be watching, but his constituents, who he serves very, very well. Our supercharger will significantly reduce costs for thousands of major industries. Eligibility for the scheme is being reviewed this year. I can tell my honourable friend we're working with the ceramics industry on whether the scheme can be extended to more firms. Under the last government, industrial energy prices doubled and over 1,000 jobs were lost in the sector. We will not tolerate that.
Said David, Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Warrington North for her powerful and courageous speech in the debate on jury trials yesterday. I really hope the Prime Minister was listening. Mr. Speaker, 30 years ago this week, a man carried 4 handguns into Dunblane Primary School and murdered a teacher and 16 children. I was deeply moved by the BBC documentary about it last night and the courage of the parents who campaigned for a ban on handguns to keep other children safe, including Mick North, who lost his 5-year-old daughter Sophie on that dark day. He's rightly called on the Honourable Member for Clacton to renounce his description of the handgun ban as, and I quote, ludicrous, something the member still refuses to do. And Mr. North has also called for a review of firearms legislation to close any loopholes. Does the Prime Minister agree?
Prime Minister.
Well, I certainly do, and we must never forget the horror of Dunblane and never forget the young children and their teacher who did not come home from school. The campaign that families fought to make this country a safer place is a lasting legacy, and we should be enormously grateful for their courage.
Sir Ed Davey.
The Prime Minister for his reply, and I hope the government will close any loopholes. Mr. Speaker, this week families across the country have seen petrol prices rise at the pump, mortgage rates go up, and fixed energy deals get more expensive, all because of a war they did not start and do not support. The leader of the Conservatives has been competing with the Honourable Member for Clacton to be Donald Trump's biggest cheerleader. And the Prime Minister was right to reject their costly warmongering. But last week, I asked him to guarantee that energy bills won't rise by hundreds of pounds in July. He didn't answer. So let me try again. Will he give people that energy bill guarantee now?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank him for raising this, because people will be really worried about the impact on them, and just to reassure households that the cap is in place until the end of June, until July, and therefore that deals with the situation for households there. We are working with the sector and with others and with allies to do everything we can to make sure those energy bills don't rise, so we're working round the clock on that. The most important thing, the most effective thing we can do is to work with our allies to find a way to de-escalate the situation. He's right about the Leader of the Opposition, Leader of Reform. Last week they were urging us to join, this is serious, to join. If they had been leading the country, we'd be in a war, and they'd now come to Parliament to say, oop.
Order. Prime Minister. Who said lying again? I want that withdrawn. I did. Is that withdrawn? And now what? I'll deal with it, thank you. I don't want any more off the front bench. We take it very seriously, and calling another member a liar is not acceptable. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and so that's our position.
Josh Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Too often I hear from SEND families in Hertford and Stortford whose children have been left out of education for months or even years because they can't get a school place that meets their needs within a reasonable distance. I'm campaigning for more investment in the bricks and mortar SEND provision that semi-rural communities like ours need, so families can access support early and easily and their children can thrive in education. So will the Prime Minister back my campaign to expand SEND provision in Hertford and Stortford, and will he arrange a meeting with the relevant minister so we can discuss it in more detail?
Yeah. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker is right. Families are crying out for change, and that's why it's really critical we get this right. Our reforms will fix the broken SEND system, where parents have to fight for support, replacing it with tailored support personal to a child's need. A Best Start family hub in every local authority with a dedicated SEND practitioner will help families with face-to-face support they need. My honourable friend's a great advocate on this issue, and I'm happy to make sure he gets the meeting that he's asking for.
Stephen Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. Donald Trump's war in Iran is illegal, and the situation that has unfolded since is verging on insane. Oil is falling from the skies, sewers are exploding, the IRGC is indiscriminately attacking civilians across the region, cargo ships and potentially even mining the Strait of Hormuz, the economic consequences of which will be stark for the global economy but for every single person living on these isles too. And whether the Prime Minister accepts it or not, he did indeed take us into that war when he allowed the Americans to use UK bases just last week. But I have a specific question. He'll have seen the same footage I have of an American Tomahawk missile landing on a primary school, killing 110 children. Does he believe that to be a war crime?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're all concerned by that footage, but let me be absolutely clear with him. We have 300,000 UK nationals, including Scottish citizens, in the region. Strikes, missiles and drones are being fired into the region, putting them at great danger. We are taking action to protect them. I'm astonished that the SNP says don't take action to support Scottish citizens in the region. It's outrageous.
Peter Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. National Highways, the government-owned company, has reneged on a promise to replace a demolished footbridge at Park Lane West in Netherton. It crossed one of the busiest roads and junctions in Merseyside, used by countless residents, particularly children and parents going to and from infant and primary school. My constituents have requested that that bridge be replaced with no ifs or buts. Will the Prime Minister support my constituents' very reasonable request to honour that promise made by National Highways?
Can I thank him for campaigning for his constituents, his residents, who are obviously concerned about this. As I understand it, National Highways has concluded the best option for all users, pedestrians and cyclists, is a new crossing. But I thank him for raising the points, and I'll be happy for ministers to continue discussing with him the options.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This afternoon, the Mandelson papers, or the first tranche, will be released, bringing into the light for the first time UK institutional knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein and those associated with him. But here in the UK, we have our own Epstein, Mohammed Fayed, and the institutions that supported his crimes. As a co-chair of the APPG for the survivors of Al Fayed and Harrods, along with the Honourable Member for Lichfield, we welcome the actions of the Metropolitan Police in recent days, but we continue to call on them to describe those crimes as what they were, trafficking. Does the Prime Minister recognise that characterisation, and will he meet with the APPG and survivors to hear their asks?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank you for raising this really important issue? And I discussed it with the Honourable Member for Lichfield last night, particularly the approach of the APPG, and thank her for her important work on this issue. I'm very happy to meet the APPG and the victims. I think it's very important to do so. She'll know there's an ongoing police investigation, but that doesn't mean that we can't have the meeting and listen to those that need to be listened to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Team Derby is our partnership making sure that the billions of pounds in investment that this Labour government is bringing into Derby benefits the people of Derby in regeneration, skills and good jobs. The government's record investment in Rolls-Royce submarines means hundreds of new jobs and apprenticeships in Derby. So will the Prime Minister firmly reject the Green Party's defence policies, which would decimate jobs in Derby and leave the United Kingdom unprotected?
Can I thank her? Derby is part of our industrial heritage and has a bright future. Initiatives, as she says, like Team Derby are so important to strengthen key sectors like defence, creating jobs and growth. Our £9 billion deal with Rolls-Royce to boost our fleet of nuclear submarines is testament to that, creating more than 1,000 jobs and safeguarding 4,000 more. Those that oppose all that must answer to the working people that they claim to represent.
Minister will be happy that I'm not going to ask about fuel duty. Businesses across South West Hertfordshire are telling me they're now reluctant to take on young workers due to this government's rise in employer national insurance contributions and the crippling Employment Rights Bill. With almost 1 million young people now not in employment, education or training, how exactly does the Prime Minister plan to get Great Britain working again?
Mr. Speaker, we're putting in place the youth guarantee, which helps young people into work. It is a serious issue. I would remind him that on their watch, 1 in 8 young people were neither in education, training or work.
Stringer.
Mr. Speaker, the National Audit Office report on Northern Powerhouse Rail, which came out on Monday of this week, surprised none of us in its conclusions that lack of engagement by the Department of Transport with mayoral authorities, local authorities and other involved parties in the north of England was leading to poor programming and lack of investment in the rail system in the north of England. We deserve in the north of England a rail system fit for the 21st century, not the 19th century, which is what it is fit for. Investing in the rail system will enable growth in the north of England, which will benefit the whole of the country. Will the Prime Minister take a personal interest in the slowness of investment in the rail system so that we can have that growth?
Prime Minister. Well, thank you for raising this important point. The party opposite gave nothing but false promises for a decade. We will deliver the biggest transformation of transport in the north for a generation, providing up to £45 billion of funding to deliver. We're taking forward all recommendations from the NAO report. That doesn't change the planning or the trajectory of the project.
Dr. Andrew Morris.
Mr. Speaker, grant cuts and over-optimistic Treasury assumptions on council tax base growth mean that 8 fire stations and 96 retained firefighters across Wiltshire and Dorset face the axe. Would the Prime Minister please facilitate an urgent ministerial meeting for Wiltshire and Dorset MPs to discuss extending the preset flexibility permitted elsewhere at no cost to the Treasury to our fire and rescue service, so its fire stations and its dedicated firefighters can continue to serve our community?
Prime Minister.
I thank him for raising this. I don't know the details in a particular case, but I will make sure that the relevant meeting is set up so that the details can be explored.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Russia's continued assault on Ukraine has devastated its healthcare system. Hospitals are under extreme pressure and their critical shortage of specialist staff to treat the injured. That is why I, along with other British physiotherapists, travelled to Ukraine to train clinicians who are working under unimaginable stress. Will the Prime Minister join me in thanking Tanisha Sandhu, Daniel Sim, Kay Joe, Andrew Jaggi for the remarkable work And will he commit to expanding UK-Ukraine clinical training partnerships?
Yes, I will. And can I pay tribute to her and the rest of the delegation for their commendable work in Kyiv. We recently announced a new package of support for Ukraine, enabling highly skilled British surgeons, nurses and physiotherapists to mentor Ukrainian clinicians treating complex battlefield injuries. Mr. Speaker, on one of my recent trips to Kyiv, I went to one of the hospitals where they were treating the burns of those returning from the front line, and it was humbling to see the work that was being done, and I was extremely proud to know that the UK was helping in treating those who had such awful burns.
Kirsten Black.
Westminster's tax on Scotland's energy is holding back investment, and it's costing thousands of families their livelihoods. After months of refusing to do so, the Chancellor has finally now said she is committed to change. So will the Prime Minister confirm to the House today when the OGPM will be introduced to provide certainty for jobs, certainty for investment and, crucially, certainty for energy security?
Prime Minister. Speaker, we all want certainty for energy security, and oil and gas will be part of the mix for many years to come. I'd remind her that 70,000 jobs were lost under the SNP and Conservatives in the last decade. We want energy security. We see new nuclear as part of that energy security. And what the SNP do? They block it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Silently and in semi-secrecy, London and the southeast of England are experiencing the largest mass eviction by a private landlord in decades. Criterion Capital have issued at least 130 no-fault evictions across their portfolio, including in Britannia Point in Collier's Wood in my constituency. Those affected have done nothing wrong. They have paid their rent, looked after their homes and worked hard. They are simply victims of a voracious landlord who always wants more. Will the Prime Minister ensure that in the final weeks before the abolition of no-fault evictions, his government do all they can to hold Criterion Capital to account?
Can I thank her for raising this case? Renters should have security, and I condemn any unfair evictions. I'm proud, Mr. Speaker, to be abolishing Section 21, a practice that's pushed thousands of renters into homelessness. And I'll make sure the Housing Minister looks at the case that she's raised.
Graham Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rural residents in Beverley and Holderness are reeling under the impact of higher fuel prices. Yet 2 days ago, the Chancellor said that in September, fuel duty would go up. So my constituents want to know, as the Leader of the Opposition repeatedly asked, is that fuel duty going to go up in September and add to the misery of my constituents or not? Prime Minister, for once in this place, give the House and the people of this country an answer. Yes or no?
Fuel duty is frozen. It'll be frozen until September. In light of what's happening in Iran, of course we'll look carefully at the situation. But his constituents need to know, and it's right that they know, that it's frozen until September, not fear-marking.
Martin Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The devastating fire on Union Street in Glasgow has destroyed small businesses and an iconic part of the city's heritage. But the exceptional skill and courage of our emergency services prevented an even greater tragedy. We need a rapid, thorough investigation with urgent implementation of recommendations. Local businesses, commuters and residents are already feeling the impact, and recovery must be a shared priority. Will the Prime Minister join me in thanking our emergency services and supporting efforts to rebuild this vital part of Glasgow?
Prime Minister. Can I thank him for raising this devastating incident for Glasgow? My thoughts, and I'm sure everybody's thoughts, are with those who've seen their businesses and their livelihoods destroyed. Can I thank the emergency services who responded so quickly to the situation? And the people of Glasgow have seen far too many historic buildings suffer terrible fires over the last few years. And that's why we're investing to protect heritage buildings in England. But we'll keep a careful eye on the situation that arises.
Stephen Gatlin.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday in the Welsh Senate, a secret Whitehall memo was called out by its members that showed this government's attitude to devolution, a muscular unionism that Boris Johnson would have been proud of. So can I ask the Prime Minister, when Scottish and Welsh voters go to the polls, will he respect that decision? And furthermore, what is it about those elections that so seems to terrify him at the moment?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to make any apologies for spending more money in Scotland or in Wales to improve people's lives. There's been record investment under this government into Scotland. The question is, where's the money gone, John?
Jen Craft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, members from across this House and the other place felt compelled to write to Joe Boydell, the Chief Executive of Travelodge, following reports that in 2022, a man was given a key card and the room number of a woman staying alone in one of their hotels by staff, entered her room and sexually assaulted her. Most alarmingly, statements made by Travelodge implied that staff had acted fully in line with their security and safety protocols and within industry standards. Will the Prime Minister join me in urging Ms Boydell to take us up on our invitation to meet with all interested members of this House and the other place to outline what action Travelodge are urgently taking to meet their duty to safeguard women staying in their hotels?
Can I thank her for raising this absolutely shocking case and for talking to me last night about the details of it. My thoughts are with the victim, who had a right to be safe and who has failed in the most appalling way. Travelodge must take serious action to ensure such an appalling incident can never happen again. I'm concerned at reports that they haven't met members of Parliament. They should do so, and I should add that the Safeguarding Minister wants to meet them as well, and they should do that as well.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 weeks ago, it was confirmed that no extra time will be provided in the other place to allow the assisted dying bill to complete its course. If this blocks the will of this democratically elected House, it will be a travesty for democracy and, more importantly, a tragedy for all those who are relying on it and have waited so long, not least my own dad. Will he act now to prevent the dismissal of the views of 76% of the public, especially as other parts of our country approve it, and so secure a real legacy for social policy in this Parliament?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank her for raising this? And I know there are strong views, and I acknowledge her personal connection in relation to this, which shows how serious the issues are. It is a matter of conscience. It's for Parliament to decide the passage of the legislation and any changes. Scrutiny is a matter for the other place. We have a responsibility to make sure any legislation is workable, effective and enforceable.
That completes Prime Minister's question. Is it about your PMQs? Well, you didn't ask a question, so it's irrelevant. The points of order should come after statements and new cues. But I'll make that decision. We now come to the urgent question. Ian Lavery.
Mr. Speaker, what assessment has the Minister made of the impact of Royal Mail's failure to meet its universal service obligation on service users' well-being and on the company's recent decision-making which has contributed to this situation?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for raising a question which I know is on honourable members' minds across the House. The Government has been clear the Royal Mail service has not been good enough, and we recognise the terrible impact that delayed time-sensitive deliveries, particularly relating to medical and financial matters, have on users of postal services, and especially for vulnerable users. Obviously, Royal Mail is a private company, and Ofcom is the independent regulator for postal services. They secure the provision of the Universal Postal Service and set and monitor Royal Mail's service standards. As part of that monitoring regime, Ofcom publishes annual post-monitoring reports which consider developments in the sector and users' experience of postal services, as well as complaints and compensation data that Royal Mail is required to publish. I have regular discussions with senior officials from Ofcom as the regulator, and in fact, Mr Speaker, I'm meeting Ofcom later this afternoon to discuss these concerns. Ofcom fined Royal Mail £21 million in October for failure to meet standards for 24-25, double the previous year's fine, and a third consecutive annual fine for poor performance. Ofcom continues to monitor Royal Mail's performance carefully to ensure it is providing the service that customers expect. Ofcom has told Royal Mail that it must publish and deliver a credible plan that delivers significant and continuous improvement. But while Ofcom are the regulator, in response to concerns raised by honourable members across this House, I met Royal Mail CEO Alistair Cochrane recently to set out the volume of complaints reporting service delays that I've received from colleagues. And in addition to that meeting, the Secretary of State met Daniel Krasinski, CEO of Royal Mail's parent company EP Group and Chair of Royal Mail's board, and raised concerns about Royal Mail's performance, and senior officials from Ofcom met Mr Krasinski that same day. The chief executives of Royal Mail and its parent company report that they agree that there is more to do to meet service delivery targets and improve stability and reliability for customers. I know honourable members will continue to raise their concerns on behalf of service within their area. And for my part, I will continue to do so because the current situation is simply not good enough.
Ian Lavery. Mr Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for his answer. But, you know, this goes beyond a few inconsequential letters being delayed. Indeed, it's not simply a case of receiving post, it's also about a timely manner, but sending post as well. In my constituency of Blythe and Asherton, these failures have led to people missing medical appointments, financial issues, and hindering the democratic participation. One of my constituents missed urgent medical correspondence, turning a routine appointment into a potentially life-threatening emergency. It's not acceptable. This is happening up and down the country in every single constituency in this place. Allegations from within Royal Mail suggest that these failures may be intentional, designed to pressure the government into weakening or removing the USO requirements. Royal Mail's recent letter to the Business and Trade Committee denies operating the parcels first policy, contradicting repeated internal testimonies. It flies in the face of local evidence from the workforce. The letter also reiterates calls for USO reform, reflecting a long-running corporate direction. Over the past few years, postal workers who were key public servants, who were heroes during COVID, have seen their terms and conditions eroded to the point that some can no longer buy additional holidays because doing so would take their pay below the minimum wage. The government need to take serious action against Royal Mail. It's an option, is it not, an option to possibly bring back Royal Mail under public control. Mr Speaker, this is approaching the situation where one of our constituents will lose their homes, their health, or even their lives through these persistent failures. The government can and must take steps to maintain this critical national service.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The honourable member's anger, I think, is shared by honourable members around the chamber when they hear the stories of people missing not just hospital appointments, but people finding themselves with CCJs and other situations that are entirely not of their fault due to failures of delivery. We have told Royal Mail it's not good enough, and the Select Committee has told them it's not good enough. Ofcom have told them it's not good enough. I think the seriousness with which we take this is exemplified by the fact, as I say, the Secretary of State has convened that meeting. I have called in Royal Mail, and as I mentioned a moment ago, I'm meeting Ofcom later today to raise exactly the issues that my honourable friend raises.
Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and thank you for granting this urgent question. And can I congratulate the honourable member on achieving this urgent question, because we can see from the number of people who are interested in this topic just how serious this is across all our constituencies. And I can testify to the fact that in West Worcestershire, I have had an enormous amount of casework on this, starting just before Christmas, but it's been hospital appointments missed, it's been children's birthday cards not arriving, it's been condolence cards for recently widowed individuals, and it's been postal voting forms as well. So this is an absolutely critical issue. And I would reiterate that the universal service obligation is an obligation. It is an obligation set out in statute, and it is an obligation to every household in this country. And we can all testify to the fact that it has been systematically broken. And I think we can point to a turning point, which was when the new owner bought Royal Mail with this government's approval in, I think, April 2025, the transaction went through. The letter from Royal Mail that was received by the Business and Trade Committee yesterday revealed something like over 200 million letters have been delivered late this year. And I want to ask the Minister, in addition to the meetings that he has listed with Ofcom, what assessments he's made as to how distressing this is being for all of our constituents. What impact is it having on people's well-being? Has he had a critical discussion with Ofcom? Because it appears that Ofcom is not really doing its job as a regulator. The public are paying more, but they are getting less. And the fines that he has listed really don't reflect the deterioration that we've seen recently. Now, in my discussions with Royal Mail, I've heard them say that parcels overwhelmed them at Christmas, but this situation is carrying on now into March. Is it the reality that, in fact, parcels are much more...
Order. Don't rule ladies over time. I was trying to push her along to give me the answer, but there seems to be more pages. Can we now end?
We can certainly now end by asking for the Minister's plan in terms of...
Bad enough, Minister. I don't need that back chat. Come on, Minister.
Thank you. I hope she can tell from my own body language and tone that I share the anger and frustration of members across the House. As I mentioned, I'm meeting Ofcom later today to raise the very issues that she makes. I'll slightly take issue with the year zero approach that she took there. There are very long-standing issues with Royal Mail, driven in fairness by the changes in consumer habits and the things that we are sending and not sending anymore. She mentions the new ownership. As part of that deed of undertaking, this government got the assurance and the undertaking from the new owners that they could not take value out of the company until service improved. That shows that we take this seriously.
Lee Barron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'll refer members to my register of interest. It's not just the customers who are rightly angry, it's postal workers as well, because they take pride in their job, they take pride in the service that they give. Last time I was in Corby delivery office, 6 deliveries never went out that day. The time before that, a postal worker volunteered to cover his own delivery on his day off, was told he couldn't. When he went back in the day after, the work was still there, the delivery hadn't gone out. We've now got a 2-tier workforce leading to a recruitment and retention crisis, and it's a standing joke in the job that if the quickest way to get a letter delivered is to put it inside of a parcel. Would the Minister agree with me that instead of imposing top-down changes by people who have never done the job before, they should now listen to their workforce, sit down with the union and sort this mess out?
Minister. Thank you. My honourable friend gives me the opportunity to do what I've not done so far, which is to say that whatever criticisms honourable members across the House have, it's in no way a critique of the work of our heroic posties up and down the country. I mentioned earlier on the Secretary of State brought together management and unions. That it's a private company, we're not seeking to insert ourselves and to become mediators, but that was a signal of how seriously we take this and how seriously we take the need for them to come together and address, through mutual understanding, exactly the issues that my honourable friend raises.
Only Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Mr Speaker, in each year since 2023, Royal Mail has been fined by Ofcom over delivery delays. It amounts to nearly £40 million. And following recent announcements, it wouldn't surprise me if they're fined again in 2026. When Royal Mail were reprimanded in 2023 and 2024, their leadership promised that reforms would be made to improve their services. But following the £21 million fine in October 2025, the company said it couldn't publish its improvement plan until negotiations with the Communication Workers Union concluded. The takeover of Royal Mail, which this government supported, seems to have done nothing to improve the service so far. Over the past several years, an average of roughly 1 in 4 first-class stamp letters arrives late. And now recent reports suggest that 219 million letters may arrive late this year. These letters are sometimes urgent and hold important information, so it is clear that Royal Mail are repeatedly failing to meet their universal service obligation, but despite this, their stamp prices have consistently risen. This includes next month's planned rise of 10p in the cost of first-class postage, taking the cost of a stamp to £1.80. The sorry saga of Royal Mail has gone on for far too long. Would the Minister tell me whether he believes the British public should be paying more for their postal service, despite Royal Mail repeatedly failing to deliver their letters on time?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Paying more for postage is obviously part of the journey towards financial sustainability for Royal Mail as a critical piece of national infrastructure. But I absolutely agree with her that if our constituents are paying more for their stamps, they expect those letters to arrive. And it's not good enough if they aren't. She mentions Ofcom. As I said, I'm meeting with them later on. They have required from Royal Mail that improvement plan. We think that's long overdue, and one of the issues that I will be raising with Ofcom later on is progress with that improvement plan.
Well, Speaker, and I refer the House to my register of interest as a proud son of a local postie. We know this isn't the fault of the workers. We know that they are working day in, day out to get these letters out, but we know they are being told to prioritise parcels. I tried to go into my mail centre just before Christmas, as many do. Mr Speaker, I know you do the same, but I was denied. An excuse was given and it's never been rearranged. Workers in there came to me and said they are trying to hide how bad it is in that mail centre from you as the local MP. So will the Minister outline to the House and to my constituents how we can turn this around? And I fundamentally disagree with the honourable member saying that this started with these new owners. This started from privatisation. End of. But how can we get this back on track? And can the government look at nationalising this service so our residents can get the letters that they desperately need for their appointments?
Well, Minister.
So I'm troubled to hear that he's not been allowed access to talk to his local sorting office. I think all of us have a staple in our diaries to go and visit the sorting office at Christmas or at other times of the year, and it's a really important part of the job as an MP. And I think he references something else, which is the anger that the posties themselves feel at this. This is not just a job for them. They feel that this is a service, and they, as much as anyone else, recognise that this is simply not good enough. On the issue of the prioritisation of parcels, Ofcom had examined this a few years ago and had found that there wasn't evidence of it as a policy centrally. But I've heard from so many members stories about the prioritisation of parcels, and so it's something I intend to raise with Ofcom later this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I did meet the Minister some weeks ago, and I did suggest to him he might have to come back to the House if the Royal Mail had not improved their services. But can I thank you, Mr Speaker, for granting this urgent question Can I also thank you for granting the Westminster Hall debate next week on the 18th, tabled by another member? Mr. Speaker, you will know I raised this issue on the 30th of January as a point of order, and clearly the problem has got worse rather than better. I'd like to put on my record my thanks to all the posties. I think the whole House would like to thank all the work that they do in all of our constituencies. And this has had a huge social and economic impact on individuals throughout our constituencies. But what concerns me, to be fair, is the Minister has referred to can't intervene on a private company and is, of course, an independent regulator. So what can the Minister do? And if there's nothing he can do, perhaps he'll be coming back in a few weeks' time to repeat there's nothing he can do. But how does that help people that are waiting for medical results and other important information?
It's a very fair question. In terms of our action, as I mentioned, the Secretary of State brought together the ownership and the management to stress the need to get an agreement, to get the USO reforms and to get the service standards improved. These things are all connected. I myself have obviously stressed in no uncertain terms my own dissatisfaction with current levels of service. On NHS letters, myself and colleagues in the Department for Health are pressing to make sure that more NHS bodies take advantage of the barcode system to make sure that those letters are prioritised. So it is a private company, but we are exercising the pressure that we can to ensure that standards are improved.
Neil.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My understanding is that letters must not be treated less favourably than parcels, but that absolutely is the case at the moment with internal Royal Mail targets, and that is the case at my Fotherby Street sorting office in Grimsby. The tracked at first policy is in place that means that parcels do take priority. Letters and non-tracked mail is then not prioritised. So first and second class cards, letters, etc. They are left sitting in frames for days and weeks. That builds up, as we've heard from other members today. There is also an issue about route revisions becoming issues for our posties, some of whom are regularly walking 30 to 40,000 steps a day. That is causing exhaustion, injury and illness. Now, my question is, it is not acceptable in any way for the government to say it cannot do anything. What is the government going to do to force Ofcom to take action that will really get things moving and change this policy that leaves people's letters sat in their frames for days?
Minister.
There's frustration that my honourable friend voices about the disconnect from what she's hearing from local sorting offices compared to what is stated as a company policy. I know is one that's shared across the House. As I say, on that issue of the prioritisation of parcels, it's something I'm going to raise with Ofcom later today. On those wider issues of working conditions for the posties, as I said, the Secretary of State had brought together the owners and the company to stress our view in terms of the importance of progressing those issues and getting to a situation where quality of service improves and where the workforce feel properly rewarded and respected.
Simon Hall.
Speaker, the postal delivery landscape is a fast-moving one, as the Minister will recognise, and I suppose as evidenced by the fact that in Denmark very recently they have ended entirely their postal service. Everybody now has to just use a private courier. What weight does he put on the words of Royal Mail, that they recognise the problems and are working hard? Does he take that in good faith? And a critique from Royal Mail, who clearly recognise that there are problems, is that sometimes the slow speed of response from Ofcom to suggestions from Royal Mail, which are disjointed from the fact that this is a very fast-moving landscape in a very competitive sphere. So when he meets Ofcom this afternoon, could he urge them to speedily respond to try to progress issues as they manifest themselves?
Minister.
I thank him for that helpful and practical suggestion. I'll certainly add it to the agenda of the meeting later on and report back to him on the outcomes of those discussions.
Ms. Twist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend, the member for Blyth and Ashington, for raising this UQ, because, as he will know, it's an experience that too many constituents are suffering from. Now, I started, when this first happened, corresponding with Royal Mail and asking why this was happening, and got polite replies, but frankly, at this stage, Minister, fine words, butter no parsnips. We really need to see some action. So can I urge the Minister to push Ofcom to take action on this issue?
I thank my honourable, and as ever, she's a doughty campaigner for everyone in the communities she represents. I will certainly be pressing Ofcom on these issues, and will continue to press Royal Mail directly as well to stress that we want to see an improvement in standards, and that current standards of delivery are simply not good enough.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. In rural parts of the country like North Shropshire, where broadband, mobile signal and public transport is very poor, people are really dependent on their postal service. Where I live, people have contacted me to say that they have missed court documents, NHS letters, really important things for them to be able to get on with their lives. I visited the sorting office, as well as the prioritisation of parcels, which I've been told about by posties. The rounds are too long, the conditions that the postal workers work under are not good enough, and so there's a real recruitment and retention issue. What can Ofcom do to ensure that Royal Mail is putting the resources in place to make sure that letters can be delivered on time in rural places like North Shropshire?
Minister.
So, as I mentioned a moment ago, I think unfortunately the stories she tells are familiar to me, because I've heard it from so many honourable members around this chamber. In terms of what can we do, as I say, we've been bringing together workforce and management to make sure that the talks on reforms to get the business into a sustainable footing and to ensure that quality of service improves. We've been bringing that together, and I will be raising those issues around the prioritisation of parcels with Ofcom later this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I refer the House to my register of interest? Can I also thank all postal workers in Stockport and across the UK? I think it's important to highlight that it was the coalition partners, Liberal Democrats and Conservatives, who privatised Royal Mail. Mr. Speaker, I ran a survey online regarding services by Royal Mail in my constituency, and 89% of respondents said that they were unhappy, angry or disappointed by the service in Stockport. One of the examples was that mail wasn't delivered for almost 2 weeks, and then all of it was delivered on the same day, meaning that important appointments and information was missed. Can I please press the Minister, Mr. Speaker, in terms of what is he specifically going to do to improve services in Stockport and Greater Manchester, which is approximately 3 million people?
Minister. Well, I join him in paying tribute to posties in Stockport and Greater Manchester, like posties all across the country. They go the extra mile in incredibly difficult circumstances. As I mentioned earlier on, we are bringing together unions and management to make sure that we get to a resolution on those talks and progress the future of the business, and also pressing Ofcom in terms of the enforcement action they can take to progress the improvement plan which Royal Mail have committed to produce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just recently, Royal Mail in Tunbridge introduced a new working model which has been, quite frankly, an abject failure. I very much welcome the honourable member bringing this urgent question, because this is quite clearly not just a matter for one constituency or one community, but for the whole country. I'm very grateful that the Minister, who I know is assiduous in his role, will take this up. But will he particularly raise with the management that while we all recognise that this is not just about privatisation or ownership, it is about the change in the way people use the post and the way we use emails and so on, it does actually have a very real effect on people's lives, and particularly in communities like mine in Tunbridge. I'm not the only one who's missed appointments because the letter arrived weeks, even months after the appointment I was supposed to attend.
Minister. Yep, so I know from my own discussion with officials on this that he's been in discussions with the particular issues in Tunbridge, and that Royal Mail are seized of those. He's absolutely right. I mean, members have raised hospital appointments and other things. I think it's also worth saying that the very important post that we as honourable members send to often very vulnerable constituents is also important, and it's a reminder of how this is such a central part of our national life and our economy, and we have to see it improve.
Natasha Iron.
Thank
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the member for securing this urgent question? In my constituency of Croydon East, we've had a massive uptick in complaints around letters being delivered late, but things like people paying for priority services and that not happening, but also constituents being advised to collect post from delivery offices without prior notification of an attempted delivery, so essentially becoming their own Royal Mail. Now, having met with workers locally over Christmas, I know that they are working incredibly hard to keep on top of this and are just as frustrated as my residents. And when we raised, my biggest kind of concern is when we as members have raised this with Royal Mail, their response to us has been quite frankly rude and dismissive and a bit lacklustre. So can the Minister please outline what he will do to take action to ensure these postal services are protected in my community and for communities across this country?
Minister.
Thank you. Well, I'll thank the posties in Croydon for the efforts that they are making. They do an extraordinary job. I think she hits the nail on the head that we, sometimes might have lower standards for other delivery operators in the economy, but we expect a certain level of service from Royal Mail. And when people are paying more through stamps or they're paying for special delivery, they absolutely should expect to get what they are paying for. As I said, these are issues I'm raising directly with Royal Mail, that we're bringing together the workforce and the management, and I'm meeting Ofcom later on today.
Jess Brownfellow.
Speaker, the blame for failures doesn't lie with postal workers, as has been established well today, who are doing all they can to deliver a service, but it lies with the private company that is telling their staff to prioritise parcels and then pretending that that's not their policy. Constituents in my area of Chichester have received hospital appointments 4 days after the appointment was due to take place. One constituent in Selsey received their letter for a specialist appointment in London an hour before that appointment was due to take place. So what can the Minister do to put pressure on Royal Mail so that my constituents' health is not put at risk with their failures?
Minister.
Well, our constituents in Chichester deserve better, frankly, and that's why it's so important that we send a clear message as a government that we expect that improvement. It's why I'm having those conversations with Ofcom. It's also why, when the new ownership took over Royal Mail, we received that undertaking that they would not be able to take value out of the company until they improve, to try to ensure that there is an incentive for them to do better.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Communications Workers Union reporting chaos and demoralisation amongst its members as a result of the imposition and poorer paying conditions for posties and the company's decision to prioritise potential job cuts over service when it comes to USO reform. Can the Minister outline what the government is doing to ensure the Royal Mail customers and workers are not made to pay the price of the mismanagement of our postal services, including utilising any powers allocated to the golden share?
Minister.
Well, as I said a moment ago, when the new ownership took over, part of that deed of undertaking was that we would not allow them to remove value from the company until service improved. In terms of those negotiations and the impact on the workforce, obviously these are negotiations between the workforce and management, but I think the fact that the Secretary of State has been convening these meetings shows that we take this very seriously and it's a priority for our department.
Afro Bradford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Like other honourable members, many of my constituents across Chester South and Eddisbury have been in touch about the poor levels of mail service. One constituent in Kelsall actually reached out to Royal Mail themselves after experiencing deliveries once per week at best, only to receive a reply from Royal Mail stating that service levels in our area are good. Yet that same constituent later received a hospital appointment letter after the hospital appointment itself, which is certainly not good. So does the Minister share my concern that Royal Mail appears to be dismissing legitimate complaints while failing to meet their universal service obligation, and what more can be done to hold Royal Mail to account?
Thank you. Well, she's previously pressed me on another aspect of postal services, the availability of post offices in her constituency, and she continues to campaign for her constituents. I can say I share the frustration in any situation as a Member of Parliament where you raise a concern and you're told everything is actually fine and not to worry about it. And it's precisely because I share that concern that I'm having that meeting with Ofcom later on today.
Mr.
Speaker, well, the Royal Mail excuses are wearing very, very thin, aren't they? I have constituents who are going to the sorting offices and being presented with piles of letters, weeks' worth, and I have other constituents who, when their letters are being delivered, they're getting those same piles delivered in one go. So the Minister talked about Ofcom. I think he said he's meeting them today. Can I ask him then, does he think the regulator needs additional powers? Because it's very clear from his answers so far, and from the fact we're still here today, after months of this going on, that something isn't working. So can I encourage him to consider whether the regulator needs more and what he can do as a result of that?
Minister.
I'll certainly talk to the regulator later today in those terms and ask that question. As I say, I think this is a business that's regulated through Ofcom, but where government has power, we are taking it. As I mentioned a moment ago, for example, within that deed of undertaking that the company have made, our insistence that they cannot strip money out of the company until service improves.
Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whether it's the failure of Royal Mail to meet its USO or the skyrocketing price of heating oil, it seems that rural communities such as my Argyll, Butte South Lochaber constituency are most impacted. We're all agreed that despite the often heroic efforts by the workforce, the service provided by Royal Mail management is totally unacceptable. The Minister knows we are 60 days from a Scottish parliamentary election in which 1 million people will vote by post. How confident is he that Royal Mail will be able to cope, and what measures is he putting in place to ensure that they do?
Well, Mr. Speaker, with relatives in the most remote parts of Scotland myself, I know that for the rest of us this might be an inconvenience. For rural customers in particular, it can be the stripping away of a lifeline. We have sought reassurances from Royal Mail that the current issues with service across the country will not impact on postal voting in the elections that are coming up. And I know that the Chief Executive of Royal Mail has a specific meeting in Scotland to discuss preparations in the days ahead.
Lila McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to put on record that despite testimony to the contrary, it is Darlington's postal workers who are in fact the best in the country, and they deliver their service to the best of their abilities. But they also provide a social service, reaching residents where they're often only the only visit that resident gets. I want to draw the Minister's attention to two cases that have been brought to me from constituents which have been quite shocking. One is, despite using the tracking system, application forms for a constituent to join the Royal Navy have gone awry, and that's obviously causing huge delays. And the second one is that one of my constituents successfully gained compensation from Royal Mail for a late delivery, but the cheque, which was sent in the post, bounced. So I'd like the Minister to allay some of the fears that we've got around the crucial public services and the communication via post going out from our departments and arm's length bodies. Thank you.
I think that's a very late delivery. Just to help everybody, I'm going to finish at 12:30, so let's help each other by being speedy. And the Minister's going to show me how he can reply quickly.
I am. She makes a really important point, although I noticed that everything seems to be the best in her constituency. It's not just missed post, it's missed opportunities like the one that she describes, and that's exactly why we're going to continue to pressurise directly and through the regulator to improve the service in areas like hers.
Thank you. Posters in my constituency have reported to me that one of the most serious problems is staff absence because they've been overworked and therefore they go off sick. And those deliveries do not take place. And the final straw for my constituents was when one of my constituents received a Christmas card on the 28th of February that had been franked before Christmas. So clearly there's a serious problem here, not just in rural areas, but in suburban areas as well. So could I ask the Minister, seek an urgent action plan on getting this right from Royal Mail, because otherwise we're going to be back here in another month's time with the same problem.
Minister.
He could be mistaken for being a CWU trade union official there. I'll get... You'll be across the floor. But I mean, he makes a really important and serious point, which is that those issues of staff conditions are directly related to the efforts around quality of service, which is exactly why the Secretary of State has been convening these meetings to progress those talks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in Dulwich and West Norwood have been suffering the consequences of Royal Mail's failings for years, particularly in the SE22 and SE24 postcode areas. Residents in SE24 recently had no mail for 4 weeks. A key problem in holding Royal Mail to account is that they are only required to report on their performance data on the first part of the postcode. This means that failures in individual delivery offices are disguised by sub-regional data. Will the Minister raise this issue with Ofcom and ask them to look again at the reporting requirements on Royal Mail so that they can be held properly to account?
Minister.
As a former resident of SE23, I'll pay tribute to the posties in your part of the world, and I'll certainly add the suggestion she makes to the agenda of the meeting later today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister recognise that meeting the universal service obligation is a challenge because of poor recruitment and retention, and that this is no surprise when Royal Mail offers new post men and women little more than minimum wage, and sites are really not fit for purpose?
So he raises a really important point that's core to the talks that are going on right now between unions and management. It's exactly why we're so keen to make sure that those are productive and come to a settlement that deals with the issues that he describes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his constructive engagement with me over the past few weeks around Royal Mail's poor services in my Bolton West constituency. I know he shares my utter frustration at the current service provision. I just want to flag with the Minister himself a letter I sent to a Horwich constituents on the 13th of February updating constituents about the progress I'd made with him on this matter. A constituent got in touch with me to say that letter itself was only received on the 25th of February, 12 days later, alongside missing correspondence from the DVLA, the NHS and the Department for Work and Pensions. And another constituent in Bolton received a Christmas card posted before the 14th of December that came through on the 7th of March. When will my constituents see an improvement in Royal Mail service?
Can we try and shorten them? Because some people's not going to get in, and that's what's really worrying me, because I know it matters to all of us, especially like myself, who's got the best post office, the best post.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll reassure his constituents that his efforts to transmit the dissatisfaction has been heard at the highest level. And if there was a prize for dark irony, I think he's probably just won it. It's because we want to see this improve as quickly as possible that we are taking the action that I've described, and it's why we'll continue to put pressure.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'll pay tribute to the posties across Bromsgrove, but not to the management of Royal Mail. What my constituents need to see is action, not more platitudes when Royal Mail respond to me saying they're very sorry that letters haven't been received. So can I implore on the Minister, please get together with the management of Royal Mail and Ofcom, deliver an action plan that's accountable to himself and us, via the Minister, to see an improved service for all of our constituents.
I'll reassure him that exactly the type of frustration that he's just described, which I've heard from so many honourable members, is what I've already communicated to Royal Mail, and I will do to Ofcom later as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I refer the House to my register of interest. Speaking with postal workers from across Alloa and Grangemouth, I know morale is rock bottom because years of savage cuts and restructuring that has negatively impacted their ability to do their job. Does the Government accept that the erosion of both the service and workforce morale is due to privatisation, and an essential public service like Royal Mail should be under public ownership for the public good? And if I may, Mr. Speaker, when will the Government effectively hold bodies like Ofcom to account, because their inaction and impotence is costing our constituents dearly?
Well, he's absolutely right to point out that this is the result of very long-standing and structural issues within Royal Mail and postal services more generally. My focus later today with Ofcom is to ensure that they are pressed to deal with exactly the issues that my honourable friend describes.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker. I align myself with all of everybody's stories, but in one area of Sturminster Marshall, they received 2 deliveries across the whole of January, and then the Royal Mail tried to blame the flooding that happened at the beginning of February for why their letters weren't delivered. So I don't trust anything they're saying, but I'm concerned about my posties literally brought to tears on the doorstep, being told they can't have any overtime when they're advertising posts and they can't complete their rounds. They have explained to me that they are being expected to manage their decline. So what is the Minister doing to stand up for these frontline workers who are key to our communities?
Well, she's right to pay tribute to her local posties. It's because we recognise that connection between the sustainability of Royal Mail and the Postal Service and the conditions of workers and the importance of the talks that are going on that the Secretary of State has been convening the meetings he's convening and will continue to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This situation is completely intolerable, as everybody's described. But will the Minister confirm that if the owners continue to fail to discharge their obligations as a matter of urgency, the option of taking Royal Mail back into public ownership will be fully considered because it's popular with the public?
Minister. Well, our focus at the moment is on ensuring that the talks that are underway are productive and end with measures that will get the delivery service improved and the business onto a sustainable footing. As I mentioned a moment ago, we do have that undertaking that the owners are not allowed to take value out of the company until those service standards improve.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents who lodge a complaint with the local Royal Mail are receiving messages which says, "We're sorry to advise that deliveries in parts of the DN31 to 37 postcodes are being disrupted due to resourcing issues at Grimsby Delivery Office." Can the Minister give an assurance that, if he's not already done so, he is urged Royal Mail to deal with these staffing resources, because it's in the short term it's an acceptable reason, but not in the long term?
Whenever honourable members raise local delivery issues with me, I do raise it through officials directly with Royal Mail. I'll certainly do so in his area because his constituents deserve a better service.
Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People across Morecambe and Loonsdale are suffering from late Royal Mail deliveries, and in fact one constituent was told by a frustrated, overworked postie that second-class letters were being delivered once a week at most. So can I ask the Minister what steps he's taking to address this problem?
Minister.
Well, the service our constituents are getting clearly isn't good enough. We have met with Royal Mail to say that the situation is not good enough. We're bringing together workforce and management to progress the talks, which will enable us to improve those standards. And as I say, I'll be meeting Ofcom later on today to express her concerns.
Lock up.
Mr. Speaker, my criticism is of Royal Mail senior leadership. It's certainly not of our local posties. In Upper Bann, they are indeed excellent. And also to my liaison officer in Royal Mail, who has gone above and beyond to get information flowing. Staff are at breaking point, absences and gaps. We have 10 vacancies in Banbridge Depot. Letter delayed, you know the score. The big issue is hospital letters. Can you liaise with Trust in Northern Ireland?
Minister. Yes, and I will raise the issues of Banbridge sorting office directly with Royal Mail. And in addition to the work I'm doing with the Department for Health, I'll make sure that we are having that conversation with health bodies in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the government used the National Security and Investment Act to extract a golden share because it considered Royal Mail to be national critical infrastructure, I do find it slightly odd that we then, having recognised the importance, think there's nothing we could do. So would the Minister commit at least to consider taking powers that he might need to do direct intervention to make sure that our constituents, including mine in Stoke-on-Trent Central, get the letters on time when they want them?
Well, he's right to speak on behalf of his constituents and demand better service. In terms of what we can do, as I say, we are working through the regulator to make sure that services improve, and I'm meeting them later today, but also intervening to bring together workforce and management to make sure that the talks, which are crucial for making those improvements, progress.
Manifest objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to concur with members across the House that the fault here does not lie with our individual posties. I'd like to pay tribute to Dean and Aaron, who have been fantastic as my posties in Brampton in my constituency. But I've been written to by Royal Mail employees in my constituency about the new contract and the pressure that puts on, with 50% of new postal workers leaving within their first year. Could the Minister guarantee that he'll speak to Ofcom about equalising those paying conditions to make sure that we don't see as many staff leaving?
So the question of equalising paying conditions will be a matter for those talks, which is why we're and the trade unions to have those discussions. I'd also pay tribute to Dean and Aaron, who can now say that they've had their names mentioned at the dispatch box.
Ren Beavers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am a proud CWU member. Posties in my constituencies are clear that the problems at Royal Mail are the previous board's financial mismanagement, along with lower wages and longer hours and poorer conditions. The Conservatives and the Lib Dems were warned that this would happen, but they privatised it anyway. Will the government commit to ensuring that the new owners stick to the agreement with the CWU and government, meet the universal service obligations and ensure that my constituents get the service they deserve?
Well, she's right. Her constituents absolutely deserve better, and she's right to highlight the long-standing issues which we're now trying to deal with. And absolutely, Royal Mail should meet all of the obligations that they have entered into.
Claire Young. Mr. Speaker, hundreds of my Thornbury and Yate constituents have written to me about Royal Mail failures that I have raised with Ofcom. Ofcom tell me they cannot investigate local complaints, and Royal Mail won't act on them. So will the Minister commit to reviewing Ofcom's powers to hold Royal Mail to account at a local level?
Minister.
Well, as I said to another honourable member a moment ago, I'll certainly ask the question of Ofcom in terms of their assessment of the powers that they have within this space, and I'll keep her updated on that.
Before I became a Member of Parliament, I worked for the Communication Workers Union at the time of Royal Mail privatisation, and I am sad to say that much of what we feared would happen has come true. Now, residents in my constituency in Grain reported receiving no first or second class mail for weeks, like other members have reported, but the incident I'd like to highlight is one where Network Rail had to hand-deliver letters to residents to ensure that they were aware of the impending closure of a critical rail crossing because Royal Mail service could not be relied upon. So does the right honourable friend agree with me that the service to my constituents is completely unacceptable, and that Royal Mail needs to focus on addressing their significant recruitment and retention challenges, which have been made worse by the introduction of a two-tier workforce in 2020?
Well, the example she gives with Network Rail is a reminder, as my other honourable friend just said a second ago, that this is critical national infrastructure that we rely on in moments like that. It's the issues that she discusses in terms of the terms and conditions is exactly why we've made it a priority, and the Secretary of State is bringing together management and workforce to discuss these issues.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the opportunity to meet with senior management of the Post Office, of Royal Mail yesterday, after constituents in the Clydesdale area of my constituency, Symington Thankerton, hadn't received any mail at all for over 10 days. But I particularly want to return to the issue of postal voting in the Scottish and other elections. I don't think reassurances from Royal Mail are enough. I think the Minister and others need to see a plan so that we know that postal votes will be delivered, collected and taken to the electoral authorities. And I want him to reassure us that he will get such a plan.
Yeah. Well, we'll continue to seek those reassurances and to look for those reassurances and the plan behind them. As I mentioned, with specifically regards to the Scottish elections, there is a specific meeting between the management CEO of Royal Mail and the election authorities in Scotland coming up to discuss exactly the concerns that he's raised.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I met a resident in my surgery at the weekend with a long-term health condition who's being sent testing packs by the NHS, arriving late, appointment letters being delayed. This is having a huge impact on her health. When the Minister meets Ofcom later, will he raise these very serious impacts, not just on our residents, but on our National Health Service, of the unacceptable delays in Royal Mail?
Minister.
Certainly, I'll raise his concerns with Ofcom. He raises not just a problem in terms of important medical post getting through, but it's also an opportunity when you have something like Royal Mail, which is a part of the critical national infrastructure, which can reach every part of the country. Their ability to deliver those things is a business opportunity for them as well, and they need to get it right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was my privilege on Monday to visit the Helston sorting office, where I discovered staff there burdened with remote, counterproductive micromanagement of their work and inadequate plans to deal with the inevitability of staff absences. But I was also distressed to hear them described that they had been abused and threatened when undertaking their work in the front line. Does the Minister agree with me that frontline workers should be praised and also have management systems which empower them to resolve matters locally?
Well, I think you can tell from the comments around the House how much respect and affection there is for posties around the country, and I'm disturbed by what he describes there. Ultimately, the only sustainable future for Royal Mail will be from bringing together a workforce who are really passionate about what they do with a management who are seeking to get the company into a financially sustainable position. And that's why we are prioritising the talks that are going on at the moment.
Alex McIntyre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gloucester residents have been let down by Royal Mail for years. They're prioritising parcels over post and profits over our posties. I've got a visit to Gloucester North Delivery Office on Friday, and I was shocked to find out from the front lines that they're offering overtime to clear the backlog before I get in there to visit them. Ofcom have proven to be utterly toothless in this. They are not regulating properly, and Royal Mail are baking those fines into their business plan. So what more can we do to give Ofcom the bite that they need to improve service for Gloucester residents?
Well, my honourable friend has been a constant campaigner and constantly in my ear on these issues on behalf of his constituents. As I said, later on today I am talking to Ofcom about their role in this, and I'll keep my honourable friend updated on it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Residents across my constituency of Sutton and Cheam, particularly the SM1, SM2 and SM3 postcodes, have been reporting issues with their deliveries for years. Local social media is full of people reporting one-day-a-week deliveries, asking which other roads this is occurring on. I visited my delivery office for the last 2 Christmases, meeting hard-working posties who've just been let down by the system. I'd like to particularly shout out to Timmy, who's been delivering my road for decades and is approaching retirement, so congratulations to him. Can the Minister please add Sutton to the list of his agenda this afternoon, and also report back next Wednesday to the Westminster Hall debate, which I imagine he'll be coming to, with clear actions from his meeting this afternoon?
Well, I'll also pay tribute to Timmy and thank him for his years of service. It's exactly because it's a service full of people like him who are passionate about their job that we need to ensure that Royal Mail has the reforms and the improvements in quality of service.
Mr. Newbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. His wife's jury service letter arrived too late for her to defer. Colin from Brereton had a hospital letter arrive 3 days after the appointment, and Michael from Rugeley waited weeks for a new debit card. These were first-class letters, so planned reforms to the universal service obligation wouldn't have made much of a difference. Will the Minister impress on the leadership of Royal Mail the human impact of these delays on posties and residents?
Minister.
Well, he makes a powerful case for how delays and failings in Royal Mail standards impact on so many different aspects of his constituents' lives. And I'll certainly use those examples when I next meet with Royal Mail.
Jim Shannon, briefly.
Thank you. Minister, I want to make a quick point about hospital appointments. When you miss your hospital appointment, you go to the back of the queue. You start again. You might wait another 2 years. So whenever the Minister has his meeting with Royal Mail today, can I ask him to convey to Royal Mail to have meetings with them and the Health Trust and the patient groups as well, and the Northern Ireland representative, to ensure that those who miss appointments due to delays in the Royal Mail will not be disadvantaged, because quite clearly they are at this moment.
Well, he makes a really important point. As I mentioned a moment ago, we are working with the Health Department here to make sure that as many as possible health bodies take advantage of that barcode service that's available to make sure that they get through. And I'll certainly make sure that the issues that he discussed are raised in Northern Ireland.
Alex Mayer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Lots of letters are late. One that stood out to me, a constituent raised, was about a parking fine, that by the time it had arrived had almost doubled in price. The Royal Mail locally tell me that they're recruiting 12 new postal workers, but if that doesn't fix it, what should we try next?
Minister.
Continue to speak to me. She grabbed me at the votes the other night about local Royal Mail issues, and I know she'll continue to do so.
Steve Race.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Many of my residents and fantastic posters in Exeter have raised exactly the same concerns as other people in the House today. Can the Minister give an assessment of how he thinks Ofcom has dealt with this so far, and does he have confidence in Ofcom to get a grip on this issue?
Minister.
Well, we rely on Ofcom as the regulator of Royal Mail, and that's exactly why we're having this meeting later today to discuss what more they can do to deal with the very obviously widespread concerns that exist across the House about quality of service.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. It's clear that the NHS barcode prioritisation system broke down, but the problems are not limited to NHS letters. I want to highlight the government's Tell Us Once service following a bereavement. Many honourable members will know the urgency and distressing nature of that correspondence. So will the Minister, who has been extremely active dealing with constituency concerns, look at this issue of prioritisation of non-NHS letters?
Minister.
Yeah. In a previous life, I was very proud to have worked on at the inception of the Tell Us Once service, and I know how important it is to people in the worst possible time of their life, and I'll certainly raise the issue he discusses.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As the Labour Member of Parliament for Bournemouth East, I stand by my postie here in the House of Commons, and I thank them for their dedication and their diligence, something that stands in sharp contrast to the management of the Royal Mail. The trial underway has failed. The new approach will spectacularly fail if put into effect. Will the Minister, when he meets later with Ofcom and again with the Royal Mail, say that he will not stand for the Royal Mail becoming yet another gig economy parcel courier that exploits its employees and lets down customers?
Well, this is a government that is improving the working conditions and standards and rights of workers across the economy. He makes a really important point that there is wisdom, there is experience within the workforce, and it's about, these talks that are going on at the moment are about bringing that together with the ambition and the responsibilities of the management, and that's why we're taking the actions we are.
David
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Southend Sorting Office was part of the original pilot for these changes to the USO. It failed, and what is clear 9 months later is it is still failing. So I've today summoned management to meet with me and my constituents to hear firsthand the challenges this is causing. Will he meet with me following that meeting to hear that feedback and take it right up the chain? Yes.
Certainly, Mr Speaker, I will, and I thank not just him for raising that, but all the honourable members have brought to me, if you like, local intelligence, which informs my own understanding of the issues across the Postal Service.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Residents in Ardsley, Robin Hood, Lofthouse, parts of Tingley and Morley are all complaining that they've been waiting up to 3 weeks for postal service. It's obviously not the postie's fault, it's a question of leadership and management. Will he meet with me following his meeting with Ofcom to see the evidence for himself? And what can he say to reassure my constituents now?
I'd reassure his constituents that we are expressing the frustration and the anger that he has expressed to me directly to Royal Mail and through Ofcom. And of course, I'll happily discuss developments with him.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I agree with my residents across Wolverhampton and Willenhall that Royal Mail's delivery services are just not good enough. But we stand with our frontline postal workers who are working incredibly hard and bearing the brunt. So I call the Minister to challenge Royal Mail's leadership and have a look at the two-tier employment model and wider issues that are affecting recruitment and retention of our hard-working staff.
Yep, her constituents absolutely deserve better, and posties deserve dignity at work, given the essential job that they do for our society and our economy. That's exactly why we are convening those meetings between management and unions to make sure that those talks progress.
Final question, Dave Robertson.
My speaker notes talk about excuses from Royal Mail, and now I'm here, I don't think that's actually the language I want to use, because people across Lichfield, Burntwood and the villages are sick of being lied to by Royal Mail. I met Royal Mail just before Christmas to complain to them about the total lack of a postal service that we had in Lichfield. We were probably the worst area in the country at that point. I was told when I had that meeting that all of the first-class mail went out last week. That is a lie. It is an absolute lie, because my constituents told me. Now, Royal Mail clearly don't have a handle on this. They are either not measuring their performance or they are covering up their performance. So I would ask the Minister to use that golden share that we have to force Royal Mail to be honest, fess up and fix it.
Well, the passion and the anger that he's shown just now, he's shown in private to me as well in raising these issues. And again, I think it speaks about how frustrating it is as members of Parliament in any issue to raise a problem and then be told that it doesn't exist when your constituents are telling you that. And Royal Mail have a responsibility absolutely to address that in a direct and straightforward manner, because if we aren't recognising the problem, we'll not deal with it.
Can I just say, I think it's an excellent debate, and thank you for the way that it's been delivered on behalf of all our constituents. Royal Mail's management's got a problem, and they've certainly been highlighted today. So thank you, everybody. We'll let the front bench change over. Sorry. Right, we now come to the next statement. Home Secretary.
Thank you. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I will make a statement on public order. The Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, Sir Mark Rowley, has requested a prohibition on processions relating to Al-Quds Day under Section 13 of the Public Order Act. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have consented to that request, placing a ban on these processions for both protesters and counter-protesters that will now last for a month. This is the first ban since 2012, and so I wish to explain why I have done so to the House today. It is important that we start with the context. Initiated by Iran's then leader, Ayatollah Khomeini, in 1979, Al-Quds Day is an event held on the last Friday of Ramadan. The day is marked worldwide by rallies and demonstrations in support of Palestine, including here in Britain. Plans for a procession this Sunday in London have been led by the Islamic Human Rights Commission, ongoing conflict in the Middle East. It comes at a time when the Iranian regime is attacking British forces and bases, as well as those of our allies. It also comes just days after the arrest of 4 individuals as part of an investigation led by counter-terror police. They were arrested under the National Security Act for allegedly spying on Jewish communities on behalf of the Iranian regime. This context creates clear challenges for the police. Heightened attention and therefore larger expected attendance, heightened tensions between protesters and counter-protesters, and therefore greater potential for conflict. The expertise regarding if and how this can be safely managed rightly sits with the police, and the legal test is clear. Any request to prohibit a procession must only be lodged with the aim of preventing serious public disorder that could not otherwise be prevented by imposing other conditions on a public procession under Section 12 of the Public Order Act. Section 12 conditions typically include specifying the route, location and times of a protest. Under normal circumstances, they are sufficient to ensure protests remain peaceful and the public are kept safe. However, the Commissioner has clearly stated that the Metropolitan Police's view is that serious public disorder cannot be avoided unless a prohibition under Section 13 is introduced. This assessment is grounded in the tensions created by international conflict, the scale of the expected march, and the presence of protesters and multiple counter-protesting groups, all seeking to march at once. My first duty is to keep the public safe. Having carefully and thoroughly considered the risk assessment presented to me by the Metropolitan Police, I am satisfied that an order under Section 13 is necessary. For 1 month, there will therefore be a prohibition on processions in London related to Al-Quds Day by protesters and counter-protesters, which will come into effect today and will end on the 11th of April. Should the Commissioner consider a further extension is required, he will be able to make a further submission at that time. I must be clear about what this prohibition does not do. The Police and Home Secretary only have the power to prohibit a public procession. Section 13 cannot be used to ban a static protest, referred to in the legislation as a public assembly. Should a static demonstration proceed this weekend, the police will not be able to stop it. Instead, they will be able to impose conditions such as dictating the precise location and timing. People will therefore be able to exercise their right to peaceful protest, though the full force of the law will be enforced if hate crimes or other crimes are committed. Today's announcement is confined to specific circumstances, but I know this will excite scrutiny around the wider issue of policing protests. The House will be aware that I have appointed Lord MacDonald of Riverglaven to carry out an independent review of public order and hate crime legislation. His review is ongoing, and I will update this House on its findings at the soonest possible moment. I would, however, like to make a wider point about the right to protest in this country. What I have announced today is narrowly focused on specific circumstances in a unique moment, but it does not alter an enduring fact. In this country, we rightly pride ourselves on our freedoms, including the right to peaceful protest. It is a precious right and one that I revere, and it sets us apart from autocracies of all kinds across the world. This prohibition is therefore limited and specific. It bans marches, but not static demonstrations in relation to Al-Quds Day. Equally, I must add, there is no prohibition on protesting against the plight of Palestinians, and there never will be. Hundreds of protests have already taken place across the country this year in solidarity with Palestinians, and the Met alone have policed 32. Peaceful and lawful protest, whether for Palestine or for Israel or for any other cause, must be cherished and protected, and this government will always defend that sacred freedom. At the same time, as Home Secretary, I have a solemn duty, and it is my first duty, to keep the British people safe. I have been presented with the assessment of the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police that he cannot guarantee the security of our capital and prevent serious public disorder without a prohibition on processions relating to Al-Quds Day. Having reviewed his assessment, it is clear to me that my duty to the public and their safety dictates that I must accept his request. It is right that we prohibit these processions while continuing to uphold our ancient commitments to the freedoms that we are rightly proud of. And that is the balance, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I have sought to strike today, and I commend this statement to the House.
I call the Shadow Home Secretary, Chris Phil.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I fully support banning this march. The police assessment of the risk is right, and in fact I wrote to the Commissioner a week ago urging exactly this ban. But the problems with the Al-Quds March go beyond simply the risk of serious disorder. In 2010, 10 people were arrested for assault of an emergency worker, inciting racial hatred and public order offences. Chants at Al-Quds marches in the past have called for intifada and revolution. Calling for intifada and revolution are calls for violence, and calls for violence have no place on our streets. A leading speaker at these marches has been Nazim Ali, a man who has demanded that Israel, quotes, be wiped off the map. Speaking at a previous march, Ali even blamed what he called Zionists for the Grenfell fire. He also said, and I quote, "We are fed up of Zionists, their rabbis and their synagogues." This reference to rabbis and synagogues shows that when this despicable man says Zionist, he means Jews. This is clear anti-Semitism. So speech inciting violence and speech inciting anti-Semitism, which we have heard at these marches in the past, has serious consequences. Anti-Semitism is now rampant. Jews are 10 times more likely to be victims of hate crimes than Muslims. We saw an Islamist-motivated murder at a synagogue in Manchester just a few months ago. In the past 25 years, 94% of all terror murders in the UK have been committed by Islamist terrorists, who also make up 75% of counter-terrorism caseloads. So does the Home Secretary share my concern that the prevent caseload is only 10% Islamist in nature? And if she does share my concern, what does she propose to do about that? The organiser of the Al-Quds March is the so-called Islamic Human Rights Commission, which, as the Home Secretary quite rightly acknowledged, is in essence a front organisation for the Iranian regime. Now, former Iranian Deputy Minister of Culture, Ali Aksar Ramazanpour, has said that there is a network of Islamic charities in the UK which are, in his words, not autonomous, but are in fact funded and controlled by the regime in Tehran. Does the Home Secretary share my concern about that, and what does she propose to do about it? Of course, in opposition, the Labour Party also, I think rightly, pledged to proscribe the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. Will she update the House on the implementation of that pledge? I'm also deeply concerned about many events that have been recently held, particularly at universities, lamenting the demise of Ayatollah Khamenei, a man who in the last few weeks was directly responsible for the murder of 30,000 of his own people, a man who supported and sponsored terrorism around the world, including backing Hamas and the atrocities on October the 7th, and who backed various regional wars. Will the Home Secretary join me in condemning those who mourned his demise and celebrated his evil acts? More broadly, Madam Deputy Speaker, and finally, the Al-Quds marches are a troubling symptom of a growing division in our society, where some people define themselves primarily by their religion or their ethnic heritage, and we've seen that spilling over into the conduct of elections. This is deeply troubling and deeply divisive. It undermines the very foundations of our nation, which depend on a shared identity and shared values. I'd be interested in the Home Secretary's views on that, and I hope the House returns to that topic. Let me finish with a broader point. Extremism has no place in the UK. Support for terrorism or violence has no place in the UK. Religious and racial hatred, including anti-Semitism, have no place here. So when someone who is not a British citizen expresses extremist, violent, pro-terror or racist views, in my view, they should have their visa revoked and be expelled, as set out in Section 3 of the Immigration Act 1971. The Home Office's own guidance makes clear, and I quote, that support for extremism or other unacceptable behaviour meets that statutory test. So will the Home Secretary use those powers to expel extremists who are not British citizens?
Home Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Shadow Home Secretary for his comments and his questions. Let me just say to him, firstly, he began his remarks by talking about some of the unacceptable acts of violence and incitement to violence that have taken place at various marches, not just relating to Al-Quds Day, but it is not unusual for multiple arrests to be made at all the different types of protest marches that take place. I hope he will join me in supporting the police as they ensure that the full force of the law is applied at all times, in all circumstances. And of course, I have recognised that there are some complexities in the legal framework and an inconsistency of application, and that is why I've asked Lord Ken MacDonald to do his review so that we do have much more consistency of practice across the UK and clarity for the police about what they can and cannot do when it comes to some of the things that are said when protests take place. And I hope that we can continue to work together across this House on those matters. He asks a specific question in relation to PREVENT. Let me tell him that, of course, I keep under review the way in which the PREVENT programme is functioning. There have been a number of recommendations made, multiple recommendations over many years with many reports into the functioning of PREVENT, and it is important that PREVENT referrals are made in line with the statutory requirements and with the guidance, and that they are picking up those that we want to take away from a mindset and an ideology that could ultimately result in harm. So, I don't think it's appropriate for us to set percentage requirements of what should happen in terms of referrals, but it is absolutely important that the right referrals are being made, and we always work with partners who deliver the PREVENT programme and with local authorities and others in making sure that that is done properly. Let me say to him on the Islamic Human Rights Commission that the trust that is responsible for that charity is currently subject to a statutory inquiry by the Charity Equality Commission, so I think it's important that that work is allowed to continue. And of course, once they have reached a determination, I'm sure that that will be something that will be discussed in the House in the future. On the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, he will know, we have said this before, we've had this discussion many times at this dispatch box, and in fact the answers aren't all that different from when these positions were reversed between our parties. We do not comment on matters relating to proscription, but this government has accepted the recommendations made by Jonathan Hall, Casey, and we will be taking forward that work at the earliest available opportunity. Look, in relation to those who are mourning publicly the death of Khamenei, the deceased leader, supreme leader of Iran, this is where free speech really butts up against what conduct most of us would consider appropriate. Let me say to him, I do not, of course, mourn the passing of Ayatollah Khamenei. It is for others to decide what they do and do not support. What I'm absolutely clear on is whatever methods people use to express their political views, they must do so in line with the law of this land, and that law should be always enforced without fear or favour. And I will always support the police in making sure that that is the case. And then separately, he also asks about how we work as a society. I think his questions are about what the responsibilities are of citizens in this country. I don't think it's for a government to dictate to its citizens what political views they're allowed to hold or how they should express themselves or their identity, whether that is religious or ethnic or something else in nature. It is the job of government to make sure that we have a set of rules and a set of values that are equally applied, our respect for democracy, our respect for the rule of law, and all of the norms by which our society operates. That does mean that we do accept free speech and people's ability to have views that might be offensive, that many of us might disagree with, but they are still allowed to express those views. And I wouldn't want to see anything that happens in relation to these very troubling events to then clamp down on those freedoms that we hold so precious. It is always a judgment and it's always a balance that has to be struck, and it's important that the government always tries to strike that balance in the right way. And then on his final point, this government has already taken action, and I will always use my full powers under the law to make sure that those who would cause harm in our country with their extremist views are not allowed to enter our country, and I won't hesitate to use my powers under any of the immigration acts to exclude people from this country who have no right to be here.
Mark Stewart.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Secretary of State's decision to ban this weekend's Al-Quds March. Al-Quds was founded by the Ayatollah 40 years ago. It has repeatedly featured support for the Iranian regime, terrorist groups, and often promotes dangerous anti-Semitism too. Given the growing threat to Jewish communities across the UK, will the Home Secretary now move to prescribe the IRGC, consider sanctions on regime-linked assets, and outline what further steps have been taken to protect the Jewish community?
Home Secretary.
Thank you. Well, my honourable friend will know that the IRGC are sanctioned in their entirety already. And as I say, we don't comment on matters relating to proscription, but we have accepted the recommendations made by Jonathan Hall KC, and the government will take those forward at the earliest available opportunity.
Democrat spokesperson Max Wilkinson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Home Secretary is aware that we have concerns about her authoritarian tendencies. We have particular concerns about this government's enthusiasm for restricting the right to protest and its use of terrorism legislation, wait for it, to prescribe protest groups. Liberal Democrats place a much stronger weight on the right to peaceful protest than the Home Secretary does. That is her right. It is a fundamental freedom, and any decision to ban a march must only be made in exceptional circumstances. However, on this occasion, it is right to take a cautious approach. The Islamic Human Rights Commission has very concerning views on Iran. The organisers have expressed support for the late Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and have claimed that he stood on the right side of history. Clearly, these values are at odds with the British public, who would rightly condemn the Ayatollah's oppression of the Iranian people and sponsorship of terrorism across the world. At a time when Iran is putting the safety of British citizens in the Middle East at risk with its indiscriminate attacks, it would be inappropriate for this march to go ahead. Nevertheless, the decision to ban this march highlights a deeper failure by the government to tackle the underlying threats that fuel such tensions. Labour has dithered and delayed over the prescription of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the organisation responsible for much of the violence and terror emanating from Iran and for attacks abroad. It is utterly ridiculous that the Home Secretary has already sunk almost £1 million of taxpayers' money in fighting in court to keep Palestine Action prescribed, whilst dragging heels on the IRGC's prescription, even when the independent review of terrorism legislation has urged immediate prescription. So will the Home Secretary today commit to confronting the threat of the Iranian regime by immediately prescribing the IRGC? And if not, will she give the House a date for legislation?
I have to say, the opening remarks were rather disappointing. Let me just remind him of what I have actually said and done in relation to the right to protest. One is allowing the cumulative impact on communities that are affected by protests to be one of the reasons why police place additional conditionality on both a procession as well as a public assembly under Section 12 and 14 of the Public Order Act. I'm very disappointed that the Lib Dem spokesperson thinks that's an authoritarian tendency, when actually what we're doing is responding to repeat protests, creating real tension in our communities. And we are creating the conditions in which those protests can continue to go ahead, but with additional conditions as to their location and their time, and making sure that that framework is very clear for the police. That is actually an argument for allowing those protests to happen, but not in a way that also creates real fear amongst minority communities in this country. I'm very disappointed to see that the Lib Dems have set their face against that and would characterise that as authoritarianism. They are wholly wrong. These are the necessary steps to protect our vital freedoms and also our minority communities as well. The law in this area always requires a balance, and this government is seeking to strike that balance in exactly the right way. And the only other remarks I made in relation to protests were immediately after the terrorist attack at Heaton Park Synagogue in Manchester, when I suggested that marching the very next day in support of the Palestinian cause is perhaps not something that is British, because we should show some compassion to those who are suffering. Those are the only two acts, and he set his face against both of them in the opening remarks that he made. Let me just, I've already addressed the point in relation to the IRGC. They are, of course, sanctioned in their entirety. We will take forward the recommendations made by Jonathan Hawcasey. He knows that requires legislative change. We must act at speed, but also with care, and this government will do so. I think it's important that we don't conflate different issues. They are all, lots of these issues are causing tensions across the country, but the situation in relation to Palestine Action Group is different to the matters that we are discussing today. And I would suggest that, members of other parties should not seek to conflate those to score political points. I'll leave my remarks there. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Rachel Blake. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I represent the area affected by this intervention, and I welcome the Home Secretary's intervention on public order policing today. I listened really carefully to the statement. She made clear that this prohibition is specific and discreet and focused. And what I heard was a real balancing of the challenges that she faces every day and that public order policing in London face every single day. The centre of London is home to dozens of synagogues and mosques and prayer rooms, and it's really important that I take that responsibility seriously of making sure that everybody is safe. I've been in regular contact with my constituents over the last week on this very topic. Will the Home Secretary work with me to articulate really clearly the rules and legislation in place to address these very challenging issues that we're all facing?
I thank my honourable friend for her remarks and her question, and also for the work that she has done on this issue, which I know has affected the people that she represents. Important to note, as she rightly does, that this is a very specific and discreet request from the Met Police, who of course have huge experience in dealing with multiple protests on multiple occasions and who have good policing experience. I take seriously the fact that this is the first time in many, many years that they have sought such an order, and they have done so given the unique circumstances posed by the planned marches in a few days' time, and in particular the threat of both protests and multiple counter-protests all moving through London at the same time. That does represent a very unique policing challenge, but I do pay tribute to the Met Police for the work that they have been doing to ensure that our freedoms in this country are protected. She will know that we've already commissioned Lord MacDonald to look at the legislation in this area and to make recommendations for clarifying the legal framework, and I look forward to working with her on all of that work once his review is in.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Home Secretary's decision on this, but as my right honourable friend, the Shadow Home Secretary, made clear, this speaks to a much wider problem. So can the Home Secretary say what steps she's taking to ensure the United Kingdom cannot be used as a safe haven for the wealth, influence networks or political activity of senior figures connected to the Iranian regime, with specific regard to recent reports that the new so-called supreme leader of that Iranian regime is linked to a network of high-value London properties acquired through associates or shell companies, and what steps she will take to close down any loopholes or strengthen those sanctions?
Home Secretary.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. We are obviously looking very carefully at the allegations that have been made, and we would expect, of course, that the police and our security services respond appropriately. We will always work closely with them to ensure that we do so. Look, he raises a broader point, I think, in relation to the state threat that has been represented by Iran, which I know has been discussed in this House on many occasions before, and he will know of the public comments made by Sir Ken McCallum, the Director General of MI5 and others. Let me just assure him this government takes all levels of state threat very seriously, work very closely with our security agencies to make sure that we're always taking the necessary steps to keep our country safe.
David Pinto-Dyczynski.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Al-Quds March, glorifying a despicable blood-soaked regime, has long been a cause of great concern for my constituents in Hendon. That's why I wrote to the Commissioner of the Met asking for the march to be banned, and that's why I want to thank the Home Secretary for her resolute action today. But the threat posed by the Iranian regime to our Jewish community has not ended. Following the arrest of 4 men allegedly spying on our Jewish community on behalf of the Iranian regime, what steps are being taken to keep our Jewish community safe?
Home Secretary.
Well, I thank my honourable friend, and he will know there's a live police investigation that is taking place, so I cannot comment or give any additional details to this House until the criminal justice process is complete. But let me assure him we work very closely with our colleagues in counter-terror policing and in our security services to monitor the threats that are posed to individuals and organisations in our country and take all appropriate measures to keep our people safe.
Simon Hall.
Mr. Speaker, the Home Secretary may know that I, along with colleagues on this side of the House, signed at least 2 letters to the Prime Minister in recent months calling for the recognition of the state of Palestine. But I also support the decision that the Home Secretary has taken today. She has demonstrated, I think, the seriousness of purpose that she's taken on a very important decision, but one which clearly commands, I think, huge national support. One can be in favour of the decision that she has taken, and also in favour of the rights of the Palestinian people. The two are not alien of each other. She mentioned the static protest that could take place in lieu of a march. Is she able to tell the House, does she or the Metropolitan Commissioner have the power to time limit that specific event in order to ensure that ordinary people going about their business are not disrupted and that huge blockages do not take place in the capital in lieu of a moving march?
Home Secretary.
I thank the honourable member for the points that he has made. He's absolutely right. Let me just agree with him for the first part of his remarks on the rights of people in this country to support the Palestinian people, their right to self-determination and their desire for an end to conflict and recognition of their own state. There is no decision that this government has taken that prevents anyone from being able to express those political views and to take part in peaceful protest to draw attention to that cause, and that can all still absolutely continue. He's right on the static protest, so there are powers under the Public Order Act for the police to place conditions upon static protests. They can relate to both time, location, as well as other measures. Those will be operational decisions for the Met Police to make in the coming days.
Luke Taylor.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Home Secretary for this action? It's proportionate, and she seems to be taking lessons from the Liberal Democrats on that. Can I reiterate the calls from the Liberal Democrats to prescribe Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps and encourage her to come forward with timetable for that legislation to be delivered. But can I also ask what steps have been taken to ensure effective policing of the static protests that will go ahead on Sunday to protect Londoners and our police from potential clashes?
Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the House will be pleased to know I will decline the invitation to learn any lessons from the Liberal Democrats, not just on this occasion, but forevermore. Look, let me reiterate the point in relation to the IRGC. We will bring forward measures as soon as we can. We obviously have to proceed with care because these are complex matters and we have to get the balance right in terms of the action that we take. But we have accepted the recommendations that have been made by Jonathan Hall KC, and the government is working at pace to make sure we move forward with delivery. And in terms of the conditions that might be placed upon a static protest that may or may not take place, those are operational matters for the Met Police. But, you know, I and the whole House should have every confidence in our police, not just in London, but across the country, because police forces have been dealing with a huge increase in the number of protests, the variety of protests, the multiplicity of counter-protests that take place. And I think it is, you know, we should pay tribute to the work of our hard-working police officers day in, day out, who manage to keep our country safe whilst allowing respect for our fundamental freedoms as well.
Father of the House.
I agree with I agree with everything the Home Secretary said today, especially as she's one of the best Conservative Home Secretaries we've ever had. But will she forgive me in asking her to stress this one part of her statement? I've noticed there's an increasing tendency to say that we should ban marches because we find the views of the marchers thoroughly offensive. Frankly, most of the marches in London I find fairly offensive because most of them are left-wing. But I would defend to the death the right of them to march. So can she emphasise this is a very high bar and you will only be banned if you incite violence or you might cause violence?
Well, again, sorry to disappoint the honourable gentleman, the father of the House, but I am Labour all day long. And I do enjoy swatting Conservatives, Lib Dems and Greens and everybody else at my leisure, and I will continue to do so. He is right on the law. It is a high bar for any banning order to either be requested or granted under the framework set out in the Public Order Act. It should be a high bar. He's absolutely right. People are allowed to have their own views, and we should not be seeking to shut down views that, whilst they might be offensive or provocative, are still within the law. And it is important that we always ensure that it's the law that is being followed, and any attempts to interfere with freedom of either expression or assembly should always meet a high bar. I am very satisfied that in the specific and unique circumstances set out for the public procession that had been planned, that test has been met. But of course the other protests can and should go ahead, and the full force of the law will always be applied.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What consideration did the Home Secretary give to the compliance with sections 10 and 11 of the European Convention on Human Rights on the right to protest? And what discussions did the Metropolitan Police have with the organisers of this planned march to ensure that it could go ahead safely and would be properly stewarded and properly run? Because in my experience, the police are very accommodating and keen to have very long discussions with march organisers in order to make sure that the right to protest is maintained in our society. Because there is a slippery slope here. You ban a march that is not necessarily a very popular march, and that then leads on to draconian banning orders on all kinds of protests within our society.
Yeah. Well, I thank the honourable gentleman. Firstly, let me say to him on the European Convention on Human Rights, these are, he's right on Articles 9, 10 and 11. Those are the relevant articles to the matters that we are discussing today, but they are qualified rights, and they have always been qualified rather than absolute rights, which mean that the state can limit those rights in specific circumstances as long as legal tests of proportionality and so on are maintained. And I'm confident that the legal arrangements that we have in this country, that the terms set out in the Public Order Act are obviously fully in compliance with our convention obligations, and that there is a very high bar for the powers that exist under section 13 of the Public Order Act. I am satisfied on this occasion that that high bar has been met. And let me say to him, look, the Met Police have been policing this procession for many years. It is an annual event. They've policed it even when there has been huge opposition to it going forward. They faced a lot of pressure over many years in order to seek a ban plan, and they have never done so. And I'm very, very confident that as they have assessed the risk posed by this particular procession in the current context that we are in, and particularly given the range and the number of counter-protesting marches that are planned for the same day, that does present a unique challenge for policing to be able to manage 5 different marches at the same time in the same bit of London. I think that they've made a very fair point, they made a strong case, and I have agreed with it on this occasion.
Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome the statement, and I do commend the Home Secretary's judgment on this occasion. Now, plainly, the Islamic Human Rights Commission will seek to exploit the loophole that's offered up under Section 13, and that will be around the ability to protest in a static way. Has a location yet been identified for where that static protest will be likely to be? And would she agree with me that it should be away from where it's going to discommode the general public and in a place that is not going to place undue burdens on our policing resources, which are finite?
Well, let me say to the honourable gentleman, any conditions that may or may not be placed on a static protest will be matters for the police. Those are operational matters. They have the powers available to them. I'm sure they will make use of those powers in the way that they have been doing with protests that have been taking place across the capital for some time now. And they would, of course, take into account many of the factors that he has raised in his question to me. Let me just caution a little on the description of the difference between a static process and a moving procession, a public assembly. It's not a loophole. That the law deliberately treats the two things differently, because the policing challenges of a static protest are different in nature from the policing challenge of policing a march which is moving from one location to another. And the Public Order Act just recognises the difference between those two things. But the police do have the powers to condition the way that a static protest takes place. They've made use of those conditions very well, in my opinion, to date, and I'm sure they will continue to do so.
Paul Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Notwithstanding my liberal instincts, I too agree with the Home Secretary's decision to prohibit this march, given Iran's targeting of UK nationals abroad and our allies overseas. But that targeting also occurs here in the UK, as occurred in my constituency of Wimbledon with the stabbing of an Iranian dissident journalist 2 years ago. So can the Home Secretary tell the House what specific steps she's taking to protect Iranian dissidents here in the UK who might be targeted by the Iranian state?
Home Secretary.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to bank the fact that he said he agrees with my instincts on this one. Perhaps I'm not so authoritarian after all. Let me say to him, he raised a more serious point. On dissidents, and we know the threat posed by dissidents from the Iranian regime here on UK soil, and he's rightly noted an earlier case. Let me assure him we work very closely with counter-terror policing and with our security services on monitoring the threats posed to all individuals in the UK by foreign states, and we're always ready to take any appropriate action, and indeed the police and the security services take action every day.
Sir Gavin Williamson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and very much welcome the Home Secretary's decision. Iran has a track record of hostile activity in the United Kingdom. We have so many Iranians who've had to flee their home country for safety here in the United Kingdom, yet you still see the situation of charities effectively operating as proxies through the terrible regime in Tehran. And I just wonder what further action, the Home Secretary is going to take to clamp down on these organisations that masquerade as charities.
Home Secretary.
Well, on the specific point of charities, of course, the Charity Commission has powers to launch its own inquiries and enforce compliance, and they, of course, have a full suite of powers to take action if they think someone has fallen outside of our rules. There is an ongoing Charity Commission investigation into the overall body relating to the IHRC, the trust, rather than the organisation that we are discussing here today. I'm sure the Charity Commission, once they've completed that work, will take appropriate action, and I know that will be the subject of further discussion in this House. Let me assure him we do recognise the desire by some to use our charities legislation and to find gaps in order to pursue other ends that are not charitable and not what the law was intended to do, and we won't hesitate to take further action in this area if we need to.
Joggers Adam.
Thank
Madam Deputy Speaker, will the Home Secretary care to explain a contradiction that I see, that she has taken the ban to a peaceful march that has been happening for over four decades, 40 years, citing serious public disorder, whilst the government continues to permit the far right to protest outside hotels housing asylum seekers who call for serious public disorder outside those hotels. And if the Tommy Robinson march, Tommy Robinson, who's also the Home Secretary might like to know, a big fan of hers, the United Kingdom march in September 2025, where violence, in particular against Muslims, was cited, will that be banned as well?
Home Secretary.
Well, let me say to the honourable gentleman that each case has to be dealt with on its own facts. The Unite the Kingdom was a very large march. The police did not seek this power because they assessed, that based on their own risk assessment, that it was possible for that march to take place safely and that they could police it safely, as well as the counter march that took place, which was smaller in nature. If they had made such a request, I would have obviously had to consider that request based on the full facts disclosed to me in the risk assessment. So he should not conflate multiple different things. There is a very specific risk that is being posed by the march on this occasion, given the international context, and also given that there will actually be 5 marches. There is the main march by those behind the Al-Quds Day rally, and then there are the 4 counter-protesting marches as well. And he must recognise that there is a unique challenge that is posed by 5 marches taking place at the same time in this international context that is different to every other kind of protest and march that has taken place. And I would hope that he does not conflate the two, because I think that that could cause a loss of confidence across our communities. Marches take place every day on a whole range of issues, international and domestic in nature. The police almost never ask for those to be banned. In fact, I've never had such a request made of me, and I think the last time this power was used was something like 2010 or 2012. So it has been many, many years. It is a unique situation given the current context and the unique policing challenge of 5 different marches at the same time. And I would hope that he focuses a little more on the facts rather than the hyperbole that he began his question with initially.
Final question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I stand and we stand for an Iran free of the Ayatollah, free of the IRGC, free of a despotic regime that carries terrorism all over the world, free from a regime that killed 35,000 of their own citizens in January of this year. So, with that in mind, can I thank the Home Secretary very much for her decision to ban the Al-Quds march, and it's very important that we take a stand in this House to show that we're supporting those in Iran who are fighting for freedom. In light of repeated concerns for law enforcement and community organisations about the risk of public disorder and clashes with protesters, what further steps will the Home Secretary take to prevent groups promoting extreme ideologies from organising events that would incite intimidation or violence against minorities or other vulnerable groups in the United Kingdom? Thank you very much.
Home Secretary.
Well, look, what I would say to the honourable gentleman is we do have strong laws in this country already on inciting violence and other measures as well. And I would expect the police to always bring the full force of the law upon anybody found to be contravening our laws without fear or favour. And it is important that we do respect and rely on our legal framework, because we do have one of the strongest legal frameworks in the world on all of these matters. The government will always take further action if it's necessary, but I do believe our current framework allows us to strike the right balance between protecting individual freedoms. Even if they're offensive, even if they're provocative, they should still be protected, but as long as they do so within the confines of the law.
That is the end of the statement on protest policing. I'll give the front benches a moment or two to shuffle over. Alex is the voting.
I'm sorry, I'll try not to do.
Before the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister comes to the dispatch box to make the statement, it has been brought to my attention, to the Chair's attention, that possibly information has not been shared in due time. The requirement to provide a copy of a statement to the opposition before it is made, it is set out in the Ministerial Code, Chapter 9, if the Minister wants to refresh himself. I am not responsible for the policing of the Ministerial Code, but it is clearly a discourtesy to the House not to make information available in good time. The Treasury front bench and no doubt the ministers responsible will have heard and will ensure this does not happen again. I call the Chief Secretary of the Prime Minister for the statement.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And first, may I apologise to the House if we were a few minutes short of the standard 45 minutes to an hour prior to the statement in publishing the document, but can confirm they've now been laid to the House and are available on gov.uk. With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to make a statement to update the House on the Government's response to the humble address of the 4th of February. The Government committed to responding to that humble address, and today I can confirm that we are releasing a first tranche of documents which have been laid in the House in advance of this statement and are now published on gov.uk for the public. There are further tranches of documents to come as officials work through the humble address's full scope. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is important to recognise the strength of feeling on all sides of the House, my own included, of the disgust and horror at the nature and extent of the relationship that Peter Mandelson maintained with Jeffrey Epstein, despite his criminal conviction for abusing a vulnerable young girl, including encouraging Jeffrey Epstein to then fight that conviction. Jeffrey Epstein was a despicable criminal who committed the most horrifying and disgusting crimes that destroyed the lives of countless women and girls. What he did is, of course, unforgivable, and his victims, I know, will be in the thoughts and prayers of all members across this House as we debate these issues today. Those victims will always be our first priority, and Peter Mandelson's behaviour was an insult to them and their suffering. And can I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I am therefore sorry that these events leave those victims with no choice but to relive their horrors with still too little justice being served. That is why there is, I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, a cross-party consensus in this House for full transparency and accountability, why anybody with knowledge must cooperate with inquiries, whether in the United Kingdom or elsewhere, and why the Government is therefore committed to publishing all documents relevant to the humble address. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister has taken responsibility for Peter Mandelson's appointment as Ambassador to the United States. He has acknowledged it was a mistake and has apologised, not least for believing Peter Mandelson's lies. As the Government has said previously, there are specific documents that this Government would like to have been able to disclose today, but which the Metropolitan Police have asked us not to do so yet, in order to avoid prejudicing their ongoing criminal investigation into Peter Mandelson. We have agreed to that request. We will therefore publish these documents in the future as soon as the Metropolitan Police have confirmed it will no longer prejudice their investigation. The Government must, as the House already understands, also carefully assess the risk of prejudicing UK national security or international relations posed by the release of any official documents. Any such material will and is being referred to the Intelligence and Security Committee of this House. I thank the committee for their assistance in this matter and can confirm to the House that the committee has agreed with a limited redaction requested by the Government in relation to one document that we are publishing today. Outside of this arrangement, this process does not change the important and well-established constitutional principle that national security and international relations judgments are ultimately for the Government. Madam Deputy Speaker, on today's release, the documents specifically relate to the decision to appoint Peter Mandelson as Ambassador to the United States and the discussions that subsequently led to his dismissal. These include the Cabinet Office due diligence report, which was passed to number 10 prior to Peter Mandelson's appointment. Information provided to my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, regarding whether full due process was followed during Peter Mandelson's appointment. Papers relating to Peter Mandelson's appointment as His Majesty's Ambassador to the United States, and minutes of meetings relating to the decision to appoint him, and details of the severance payments made to Peter Mandelson after the Prime Minister instructed he be withdrawn as Ambassador, thereby terminating his employment by the civil service. whilst the documents point to public reports of an ongoing relationship between Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein, the advice did not expose the depth and extent of their relationship, which only became apparent after the release of further files by Bloomberg and then the United States Department for Justice. After the Prime Minister reviewed the Cabinet Office due diligence that noted public reporting on Peter Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, questions were put to Peter Mandelson by advisers in number 10, as Right Honourable and Honourable members can see referred to on pages 8 and 94 of the bundle, and Peter Mandelson responded. These are matters that are currently the subject of an ongoing police investigation, and we will publish this document when the investigation allows. When we do, the House will be able to see Peter Mandelson's answers for themselves, which the Prime Minister regrets believing. Peter Mandelson should never have been afforded the privilege of representing this country. And I reiterate for the House that the Prime Minister deeply regrets taking him at his word. It was a mistake to do so. I can, however, confirm to the House, as agreed with Madam Deputy Speaker and Mr. Speaker, that we have shared the documents that are with the Metropolitan Police with the Chair of the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee on terms agreed by the Metropolitan Police to ensure as much transparency to this House as is possible. And Madam Deputy Speaker, as soon as the truth became apparent following reporting by Bloomberg, the Prime Minister acted to withdraw Peter Mandelson from his role. I'm sure that Right Honourable and Honourable members across the House will also read in these documents with interest how Peter Mandelson conducted himself after his withdrawal as ambassador. As the documents show, regarding his severance payment, Peter Mandelson initially requested a sum that was substantially larger than the final payment. Not just 2 or even 3 times, but more than 6 times the final amount, despite the fact that he was withdrawn from Washington because he had lost the confidence of the Prime Minister. The government obviously found that to be inappropriate and unacceptable. The settlement that was agreed was to avoid even higher further costs involving a drawn-out legal claim at the Employment Tribunal, given Peter Mandelson's employment as a civil servant rather than a minister. The House will know that ministers can be dismissed without recourse to the Employment Tribunal. Civil servants are treated differently. The government is committed to complying with the humble address. Further work is ongoing to compile the rest of the information that is in its scope. The government recognises the urgency with which this work must be completed, and the government will, of course, keep members updated as that work progresses. But we know that these documents also reveal that the due diligence process fell short of what is required. We have already taken steps to address weaknesses in the system and to ensure that when standards of behaviour fall short of the high standards expected, that there will be more serious consequences. We have launched the Ethics and Integrity Commission to promote the highest standards in public life. And we are changing the process for direct ministerial appointments, including politically appointed diplomatic roles, so that where the role requires access to highly classified material, the candidate must have passed national security vetting before such appointments are announced or confirmed. Ministers will now be expected to forego severance payments following a serious breach of the ministerial code, and we have given the independent adviser the power to initiate investigations into ministerial misconduct without the need to seek the Prime Minister's permission first. The Prime Minister has also strengthened the ministerial code with stricter rules on gifts and hospitality, and we have asked the Lords Conduct Committee to review the Code of Conduct to consider what changes are required to ensure that peers can be removed when they've brought the House into disrepute in the other place. We are also exploring whether the committee can tighten rules on lobbying and paid advocacy to bring the Lords in line with the Commons procedures. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to note that the vast majority of individuals who apply to public service do so with the best of intentions. However, it is right that following the Peter Mandelson case, we ask questions about how we can further strengthen the rules and processes that underpin the operation of government. And we have appointed Baroness Anderson of Stoke-on-Trent in the other House to support this work on standards and constitutional reform as a new minister in the Cabinet Office. I can also announce that the Prime Minister has asked the Ethics and Integrity Commission to conduct a review of the current arrangements relating to financial disclosures for ministers and senior officials, transparency around lobbying and the business appointment rules. And we are conducting a review of the national security vetting system to ensure we learn the lessons from the policy and process weaknesses related to Peter Mandelson's case. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me conclude by reiterating that the whole House will agree that Jeffrey Epstein was a disgusting individual, and Peter Mandelson's decision to put their relationship before his victims and the vulnerable is reprehensible. As the Prime Minister has said, the victims of Epstein have lived with trauma that most of us can barely comprehend. They've had to relive it again and again, and they have had to see accountability delayed and too often denied. We must all learn this hard lesson and end a culture which dismisses women's experiences far, far too often and too easily. Peter Mandelson should never have been appointed, and the government will comply with the humble address. I will update the House further in due course, and Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend the statement to the House.
I call the Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you for your remarks at the outset of this statement. I do thank the Minister for advance sight of the statement that I received at 1:30, but I will note that this whole business is really about transparency. And the fact is that the government has had to be dragged to do this by members of this House, by members on both sides of this House, and so to produce a 135-page document and put it online 23 minutes before this debate is really not acceptable at all. And I do respect the Chief Secretary coming and doing this himself, but it really ought to be the Prime Minister sitting there, because all of this is about the Prime Minister's judgment. And so it's very convenient that this document was published after Prime Minister's questions today, when the man who made the decision, the man whose judgment is in question, could have been put under scrutiny by honourable members. There are very many questions that arise from the documents published right now. I will put a few on record, and then I will return to the central theme. There is the issuance of severance pay, which the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister referred to. Why did ministers agree to any severance pay, given what had happened? I think a lot of our constituents will be disgusted that Peter Mandelson received £70,000. Will Peter Mandelson's full declaration of interests that he is supposed to have handed over when he was appointed be published? I don't believe that they are included in the tranche today. Is this because of a police request, or is it for some other reason? Will the Chief Secretary publish a register of withheld and delayed documents so that the House can be aware of what is being held back? And will he give us a little more information, either now or in the future, on redactions? It is important that this House understands who is deciding on what will be redacted. This awful saga involving Jeffrey Epstein continues. I understand that as this House meets, one of his ranches in New Mexico is being investigated because there are reports that bodies are buried there. At the centre of this scandal was a very rich and powerful man who despicably abused his position, and he was helped to become rich and powerful by his associates. One of those associates was Peter Mandelson. So while, of course, I associate myself with the remarks made by the Chief Secretary about Epstein's victims, it's very clear that those victims were not in the Prime Minister's mind when he appointed Peter Mandelson. The Prime Minister has already admitted that he knew Mandelson had maintained his friendship with Epstein even after the latter's conviction for his terrible crimes. That was a bad choice, and it's a choice that we can now read about in black and white, Madam Deputy Speaker, on page 11, where the Prime Minister was told after Epstein was first convicted of procuring an underage girl in 2008, their relationship continued across 2009 to 2011, beginning when Lord Mandelson was business minister and continuing after the end of the Labour government. Mandelson reportedly stayed in Epstein's house while he was in jail in 2009. Now, the Prime Minister claims that he was lied to. He wasn't lied to by this due diligence document. And it may be that Mandelson denied these claims. And if so, maybe the Prime Minister was lied to. But he was lied to by an inveterate liar who had been fired twice before. And we're supposed to believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Prime Minister, who was once the chief prosecutor in this country, couldn't see through this nonsense. It beggars belief. Over the coming hours and days, we'll see whether these documents reveal why the Prime Minister's judgment failed so badly. But we must suspect that it was because his then Chief of Staff was Mandelson's protégé. And Morgan McSweeney had set up Labour Together, the Prime Minister's private campaigning organisation, and Peter Mandelson had advised Morgan McSweeney on the establishment of that organisation, and that organisation had been responsible for breaking electoral law so that it could hide the sources of its funders from the public and from the Labour Party. And then Labour Together had sought to intimidate and smear journalists who revealed that wrongdoing, and it provided hundreds of Labour MPs and many of the top brass in the Cabinet with free money and free services. This, Madam Deputy Speaker, was the ultimate job for the boys. The Prime Minister knew all he needed to know. It was on him. It's on him now. He let his party down, he let his country down, and I very much doubt that either will trust him again.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy asked me a number of questions, which I will take in turn. The first was on severance payment. He asked me, Madam Deputy Speaker, why that payment had been made and who approved it. As I set out in my opening statement, Peter Mandelson was employed as a civil servant, not as a minister. That meant that on his summary dismissal by the Prime Minister, he had the right to take a claim to the Employment Tribunal. As you can see in the documents, Peter Mandelson asked for a much larger sum with the implied threat that that would be taken through legal proceedings with associated legal costs. The government wouldn't have wanted to pay £1 to Peter Mandelson. But in contrast to the cost to the taxpayer of Employment Tribunal legal fees and maybe a payment that in the advice would have been higher than the amount that was given, the government reluctantly agreed to that award. The Prime Minister has since said that Peter Mandelson should either return that money or donate it. On the question of who approved the severance payment, the House will see from the documents that the request from the Foreign Office was made to the Treasury. The payment was approved in line with Treasury business rules, albeit reluctantly, and with an express condition that a non-disclosure agreement was not allowed in these circumstances. And for the sake of completeness, there is reference in the bundle to that business case requiring my approval, and I can confirm to the House I did not receive that request or indeed approve it. The Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster asked me then about some of the documents, namely about redactions and a register of withheld documents. On the question of a register of withheld documents, with permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would need to take that away to take advice from lawyers in the Metropolitan Police to be able to say whether these documents are being held for their criminal investigation or not. I hope that the House is somewhat reassured by the mechanism we have been able to establish with the chair of the Select Committee, who has sight of these documents, albeit in a contained and controlled way. Redactions in the documents that are made by government are only to protect the names and contact details for junior civil servants, as is due practice. Other redactions that relate to international security and international relations are done with the approval of the Intelligence and Select Committee. He lastly asked me about the report from the Cabinet Office to the Prime Minister. As I've said in my opening statement, the Prime Minister did ask subsequent questions of Peter Mandelson following that report being submitted by the Cabinet Office. These questions were undertaken by his advisers in number 10, and whilst this is a document that we can't publish at this time, the Prime Minister is very clear that he regrets having believed the lies that Peter Mandelson put before him.
Rachel Maskell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, clearly Peter Mandelson's associations bring a real stench to the appointment processes, but I want to know about the business associations and the way that they are scrutinised within the process, because clearly we know that Peter Mandelson's PR company, Global Counsel, had strong associations, a client in fact, Palantir, who has won lucrative contracts from successive governments. I want to understand if the papers demonstrate those associations and the associations that Peter Mandelson then brought into government.
My honourable friend will see from the documents being published today that those commercial interests were raised by the Cabinet Office and established processes were put in place where new members of the civil service have to remove those commercial interests before taking office. And there is some commentary in the bundle about the conversation with Peter Mandelson in advance of his appointment as Ambassador to the United States, specifically about that question. Having said all of that, part of the review that we are now taking forward is another look at the business appointment rules to make sure that the processes that were applied in these circumstances are robust enough in the situation in which we're discussing. And if we need to further strengthen them, we stand ready to do so.
The Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Chief Secretary for advance sight of his statement. It is a stain on our nation that we're even having to go through this. It's right that we keep Epstein's victims, survivors and families at the front of our minds. Today, Madam Deputy Speaker, marks the first day of Britain's own Epstein files. And for a close friend of Epstein to have been made Britain's ambassador to the United States is a shameful part of this affair that is the Prime Minister's responsibility. It is disappointing that he is not here now to answer for that and his catastrophic failure of judgment with respect to Mandelson. Peter Mandelson's close relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and the fact that it continued long after Epstein's conviction for child sex trafficking have been reported by both Channel 4 dispatchers in 2019 and the Financial Times in 2023. Has the Prime Minister told the Chief Secretary personally how those reports made him feel and why he still felt it was right to appoint Mandelson anyway? Mandelson's £70,000 payout is an insult to Epstein's victims, and if he had a shred of decency left, he would donate it to charity. But the Chief Secretary's explanation as to why the government made that payout simply won't wash. Madam Deputy Speaker, with a very limited number of documents being released today, the wait goes on for the rest of Britain's Epstein files. That includes the documents related to Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, required by the humble address our party passed a fortnight ago. I very much hope the government will get them out as quickly as possible. It has taken 5 weeks from the Mandelson humble address to publication today. So can the Chief Secretary guarantee that the first Andrew papers will be published within the same time frame by the 31st of March at the latest?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I've said to the House, the Prime Minister regrets having appointed Peter Mandelson as Ambassador to the United States. It was the wrong decision. He's apologised for it. On the question of severance, as I say, the government would not have wanted to give £1 to Peter Mandelson, but it was the quickest way to remove Peter Mandelson as Ambassador and a member of the civil service. And as the Leader of the Liberal Democrats says, and the government agrees with him, the honourable thing to do would be to donate that money to an appropriate charity. On the question of the humble address, the one that was brought forward by the Liberal Democrats is being managed by the Department for Business and Trade. I know they're working on that now and will come forward with updates in due course. And as I said in my statement, the Cabinet Office will come back with a further tranche of documents in relation to this humble address as soon as possible.
Justin Matters.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If one of my constituents came to see me and told me that they had lost their job or been sacked because they had lied during the application process and wanted compensation, I would tell them that they had absolutely no chance of doing that. So I really struggle to understand why we paid a penny. I understand what the Chief Secretary said about not wanting to do that, but really the risk of an employment tribunal claim in these circumstances is minuscule. And he's absolutely right. That money should have been paid to a victims' charity. So will he now press Mandelson to do the right thing and give that money to the victims of abuse?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. He and the House will see from the bundle of documents today that the government acted on the basis of legal advice in awarding that settlement payment. But I agree with him wholeheartedly and repeat from the dispatch box that the honourable thing for Peter Mandelson to do was to donate it to an appropriate charity.
Committee Chair Simon Hall.
Deputy Speaker, and I acknowledge what the Chief Secretary has said with regards to my role as the chair of the committee looking at documents sort of pro tem on behalf of the House, and that will be done, as he knows, properly. Now, just following on the point that the Honourable Gentleman has just raised, the Chief Secretary is of course right that under the civil service rules, Mandelson could have made a claim to a tribunal. He's right on that. But the Honourable Gentleman is also right. Anybody who has secured a position by deception would find themselves standing on the thinnest of thin ice with no chance at all. And the approach that Mandelson has shown in the original claim that he made just underscores the shamelessness of the individual in question. So my direct question to the Chief Secretary is this. On the point that, because he's admitted that the Prime Minister was lied to, that is a deception, was legal advice sought as to the likely outcome of any employment tribunal case brought by Mandelson? If it was, what that advice was, and if it wasn't, why not?
The advice, Madam Deputy Speaker, is in the bundles that have been published today. The Honourable Gentleman has to forgive me for not being able to refer precisely to the right page at this moment, but they are in the documents today. And whilst it is not for me to defend the claim that Peter Mandelson was making against the government, I would just say to the House that one of the issues would, of course, be the legal fees in actually defending that claim at the Employment Tribunal itself, a cost to the taxpayer, even if in the end the government would have been successful. And it was those considerations that were put to the government in advice, which is why that settlement figure, which was a much lower figure than the legal fees and potential settlement being asked for, was the case.
Lewis.
And some of the points were very relevant. But this isn't just about technicalities, about lapses of judgment. This is about a wider, rotten political culture, a 30-year project where proximity to wealth and power isn't a means to an end, it is the end goal. That's what Peter Mandelson represented, and he wasn't just about him being the ambassador or selected to be ambassador. He was at the heart of the political project around number 10. That has to change. Does the government understand? Out there, this isn't just about one bad set of decisions. It's about a political culture that he represents and that is destroying party politics, mainstream party politics in this country. Do we get that? Do we understand that? Will we change?
My honourable friend and I are members of the Labour movement because we share the same values. We're here to represent the voices of working people and those that have no power and no access across this country. That is what our movement was created to do, and we share that ambition. But do I recognise that we are still operating in a system where power and wealth can lead to these types of outcomes? Absolutely. Do we have a shared ambition of tackling that? Yes, we do.
Dr. Keir Mullen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister will know that at the moment the Government is putting through a bill about the duty of accountability and candor. One of his ministerial colleagues sat just down from him will confirm that it requires ministers to answer questions with candor. 3 members of this House asked the Minister what the payoff was for Mandelson several weeks ago, and he refused to answer. So I'd asked him to reflect on whether he acted with candour. And coming back to this question of whether he deserved a payout, isn't actually the truth that the government knows this tissue, this story, this suggestion that they were lied to and there's no possible way they could have found out the truth would be torn apart in an employment tribunal, and that's why he didn't want to go to it.
Yeah, good point.
That was not the rationale, and the documents will speak for themselves.
Rachel Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This statement has truly been sickening. Does the Chief Secretary agree with me that the sickening behaviour and conduct of Mandelson is in part a symptom of structural misogyny? And will he use his office to drive out structural misogyny from Whitehall and Westminster?
My honourable friend is right to raise the bigger issues that are in question around the process of appointment and disclosure and deceit and the rules that are in place. Above and beyond all of that, unfortunately, is a country and a world in which the voices of women who are subject to male violence and the abuse of power and privilege is still rampant. And all of us, I think in any party, in any part of this House, would want to suggest that that is not the way in which we wish the world to operate, and we should all do what we can to change that. That's why this government is committed to issues around halving violence against women and girls. That's why we talk about how we tackle structural misogyny, whether it's at the heart of our political system or in business or elsewhere. And I know that my honourable friend and I share those ambitions and will do all that we can to make that a reality.
Stephen Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If I listened to the Minister correctly, which I think I did, he said that his victims must be our first priority. Let's be clear, for the Prime Minister, they were not. Because on the 11th of the 12th, 2024, he received advice which says, and I state, Epstein was first convicted of procuring an underage girl in 2008. The following sentence says, Mandelson stayed in Epstein's house in June 2009. I repeat, the victims were not the Prime Minister's first priority. So that being the case, how can the Minister, with a straight face, stand at that dispatch box and say we must learn this hard lesson and end a culture which dismisses women's experiences, when it was the Prime Minister who chose to ignore those experiences, ignore those facts, and appoint Peter Mandelson in the first place?
The honourable member will have heard from my, forgive me, the right honourable member will have heard from my statement that in response to the reported allegations that are listed in the Cabinet Office due diligence, these were, of course, at the time, allegations, questions were put to Peter Mandelson by Number 10 advisers. His responses to those questions are part of documents that we are not yet able to publish, but that we would have liked to have been able to publish today. Since then, the Prime Minister has made it very clear that Peter Mandelson lied to him. He regrets believing those lies, and if the depth and extent of that relationship, which nobody in this House understood until the Bloomberg publication of documents and the US Department of Justice disclosures, he would never have appointed him in the first place.
Steve Witherden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The release of documents outlining what was known about Mandelson's association with Epstein is welcome. Mandelson's avarice, his business connections and his malign influence within the Labour Party are simultaneously why he was made ambassador and why he was useful to Epstein. Does my right honourable friend agree that we should be seeking to distance ourselves from flawed democracies that are drifting towards authoritarianism, such as the United States, rather than using those associated with sex offenders in order to strengthen such relationships?
My honourable friend will know from the statements of the Prime Minister and the documents being published today that he regrets having ever appointed Peter Mandelson as ambassador to the United States, and that in our country we rightly respect the rules that are in place that need to be observed, that there must be clear consequences for people who breach them. And as I've said in earlier answers, that even in our country we have much further to go to tackle violence against women and girls and structural misogyny, and that we should all have a shared ambition for tackling that as quickly as possible.
Sir Julian Lewis.
The Chief Secretary deserves our admiration for always being calm and courteous, even in the most trying circumstances, but he really mustn't take us for fools.
Oh, yes.
Peter Mandelson had a reputation as one of the most slippery and sleazy characters in modern British politics. The Chief Secretary confirms that the Prime Minister was warned about what Mandelson had done in continuing a relationship with Epstein after he had been sent to jail for abusing a young girl. He is saying that, well, the Prime Minister didn't know the depth of this relationship. Is he really expecting us to believe that a shallow relationship with a convicted paedophile is okay?
I would just say to the right honourable gentleman that at the time of the appointment, there were public comments from Peter Mandelson, I think in a Financial Times interview, where he had said that his relationship had ended much earlier than documents now show was to be the case. On the back of the Cabinet Office reports about those newspaper stories, the Prime Minister had further questions put to Peter Mandelson, documents for which we will be able to publish in due course, and that's why the Prime Minister says that he regrets having believed Peter Mandelson's lies and wished he'd never appointed him in the first place.
Byrne.
The appointment of Lord Mandelson was not just a catastrophic error of judgment that has caused profound damage to this government's reputation. It was the result of a clique at the top of the party, as we have seen with the Morgan McSweeney and Labour Together scandal, for which I and colleagues on these benches have called for the Prime Minister and General Secretary of the Labour Party to launch an independent investigation into. So can the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister outline what structural safeguards are being implemented today to ensure that cronyism never again overrides the national interest in high-level appointments?
Well said. I refer my honourable friend to the list of changes that the government is undertaking from my statement earlier, from the work of the Ethics and Integrity Commission to a review of the business appointment rules, to looking at the role of lobbying and transparency to make sure there are consequences for the few people who do seek to breach those rules. And together, alongside with the Duty of Candor Bill, which has been mentioned in the debate so far, this will be the widest range of changes to our ethics and standards framework in many, many years, if not a generation. I will just reiterate, as I did in my statement, that the vast majority of public servants serve the public for the right reasons and adhere to the rules. But evidently, when there are those that seek to evade them, we need to ensure that we're more effective at catching that in the future.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I find this faux outrage about Mandelson really astonishing. He was a man that was closely involved with the current Prime Minister, the leadership of the Labour Party, ever since Tony Blair, and very closely since 2020. They must have known his character. They must have known what he was like. In the documents that the government is now producing, will we know every piece of advice that was given to the Prime Minister by his officials and by the Foreign Office, and specifically, will there be a record of any verbal briefings given to the Prime Minister before he made this calamitous decision to send Mandelson to Washington? I think the public need to know why the Prime Minister, despite all the knowledge about Mandelson, felt the need to go ahead with this appointment.
To answer the right honourable gentleman's question, the tranche of documents today that relate to the appointment and then the dismissal of Peter Mandelson as ambassador are inclusive of all of the documents held by government, bar those which have been held back by the Metropolitan Police for their criminal investigation. There are no other further documents that have not been published.
John Slinger.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister rightly called for the removal of peerages from disgraced peers. So can the Chief Secretary set out to the House when we might have an update about the proposed legislation in that regard?
Can I thank my honourable friend for the question? As the House knows from previous statements on this issue, we want to ensure that where people break the rules, there are consequences for that behaviour. One of the areas where this was not the case was the appointment of life peerages in the other place, where there were no provisions for taking a peerage from somebody in any circumstance, which has been a problem in the past in relation to criminal convictions and other disreputable behaviour. It's right, therefore, that the government is working with the other place to bring forward legislation to give the authority and powers for that to happen in the future, and will be coming forward with those proposals in due course.
Smith.
Mr. Speaker, two Global Council clients benefited from direct government defence awards. There were Global Council staff flying to Washington parties to join Peter Mandelson. Could the Minister confirm that either in this bundle or in future documents there will be a rigorous view and report to Parliament of the background to those awards and to all of the parties? There'll be guest lists for those parties, just so that Parliament can see what happened and how we improve things and make sure that never happens again.
I can confirm that all other documents that are in the scope of the hung bill address that are not being published today will be subject to the Metropolitan Police and clearance from the Intelligence and Security Committee, published in the next tranche.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I hold in my hand the advice that was given to the Prime Minister before he made the decision to appoint Peter Mandelson as Ambassador to the USA. Reading this advice document, it's clear that the Prime Minister wouldn't have given the go-ahead for this individual, Peter Mandelson, to stand as a Labour candidate for Town Council, but instead he was elevated, despite what's in the document, despite what was known, to this most important of positions. There's a whole section entitled Relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. The question that has to be asked is, how did it even get to the stage where the Prime Minister was interviewing Mandelson for this job and considering him for this job? The simple answer is political. It's because it suited the interests of a tiny faction in the Labour Party, funded by big business, who wanted Mandelson at the heart of things in order to shift a Labour government away from the agenda that a real Labour government should have. That's why Mandelson was popular with these people. That's why he was one of their favoured sons. And that's why, despite his despicable character, despite his greed and his avarice, he was put in this position despite what was known. Isn't that the case?
It's not for me, Madam Deputy Speaker, to speak on behalf of Peter Mandelson, but evidently he put himself forward for this role, which is how he ended up in the process in the first place. To the question of his appointment, as I've said to the House, the Prime Minister regrets his appointment and apologises for it, and had he known what the House now knows, he would never have appointed him in the first place.
Much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In his remarks, the Chief Secretary mentions policy and process weaknesses in our political system, and he's right to do so, but surely the real failure is one of the Prime Minister's judgment. He also talks about the depth of Mandelson's relationship with Epstein not being known, but Mandelson's character was, and it was known for a long time. There was a long-standing interview exercise when somebody was applying to be a press officer for the Liberal Democrats. Peter Mandelson has resigned in disgrace again. Draft the press release. It is difficult to legislate out poor judgment, but the Chief Secretary has talked about legislating for policy and process weaknesses. When does he plan to bring forward this legislation?
There are a number of changes that can be made without legislation, and I'll be able to update the House on that in due course. That will, of course, be quicker to implement as a consequence of it not requiring statute. Where we specifically need statutory changes, which I think at this stage will predominantly relate to the removal of peerages from those in the other place that bring their House into disrepute. As I say, we'll bring that forward in the coming months.
Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do thank the Minister for his statement and also for the tone in which he's brought it here today. I think it's been quite an open statement in terms of the discussion. But I think as a government we're serious about the whole agenda of violence against women and girls, and I just cannot conclude that giving Mandelson £75,000 is compatible with that. So I do hope that he repays it. And I think constituents in Edinburgh South West are really concerned about Epstein's links into the British establishment, really concerned. And so, particularly given the allegations against both Mountbatten Windsor and also Mandelson himself. And I know there's a live court case and investigations underway, but can the government commit to a public inquiry into Epstein's links into the British state once these court cases are over?
My honourable friend will know that there's an ongoing criminal investigation in this country, and of course there's investigations happening in the United States, in Congress and elsewhere. As the Prime Minister has said, anybody that has any relationship or had any relationship with Jeffrey Epstein or any connection to the events or organisations that he hosted should be readily putting themselves forward to answer any questions and try to help bring justice to the victims who have been waiting for too long.
When will the government release Mandelson's declaration of interest, and why is it not included in the documents released today?
All the documents that are available in relation to Peter Mandelson's appointment and dismissal are published in the tranche today, subject to those which have been held back by the Metropolitan Police. All further documents that relate to the humble address will be released in the second tranche, which will be in the coming weeks.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chief Secretary rightly referred to a wider set of reforms on openness, accountability and transparency that will now be considered, and I do welcome Baroness Anderson's appointment to support that work. Can he assure me that lobbying reform writ large will be in scope of the Ethics and Integrity Commission review, and that will include looking at previous PACAC reports, including the PACAC recommendations on the Greensill David Cameron lobbying scandal that still haven't been responded to. And does he also agree that the antidote to the distrust that we've seen in politics can be better public participation? So I do want to acknowledge the launch of the Citizen Assembly yesterday, and I personally believe that more citizen assemblies is the way to put power closer to the people and away from power and wealth in this country.
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question and also pay tribute to him for his years of work on this issue. I can confirm that the wide-ranging set of reviews that are taking place today will happily receive submissions from him and others in this place and the other place, should they wish to make them, and we'll be looking at current and previous reports from the relevant committees in the normal way.
Thank you. On the 11th of December 2024, just 9 days before the Prime Minister confirmed Mandelson as the new ambassador, these papers showed that he was specifically advised of the JP Morgan report from 2009, which expressly said that Mandelson, after Epstein's conviction for soliciting prostitution of a minor, quote, maintained a particularly close relationship with Epstein. After that, yet the Prime Minister, a former chief prosecutor, chose in those circumstances, with that information, to believe the lies of Mandelson. How could that be? And given that it is, what does it say about the judgment of our Prime Minister?
The Prime Minister has said that he regrets believing the lies of Peter Mandelson, and had he known the depth and extent of the relationship that we now all know and have confirmed, he would never have appointed him in the first place. That's why the Prime Minister has apologised and acknowledged that his appointment was a mistake.
Moon.
Whereas, Madam Deputy Speaker, Epstein was a truly despicable criminal, and Mandelson's lying and actions with Epstein shamed the nation. But does the Chief Secretary agree with me that what we must not do right now is to compromise criminal investigations that the Met are currently undertaking? Because to do so would be to fail the victims of Epstein and their families. But can the Chief Secretary also reassure the House that as and when documents do come available, they are published in a timely manner?
Well said. My honourable friend is absolutely right. The victims of Jeffrey Epstein have, for too long, had justice delayed or denied. And the very worst that we could do is to undermine a criminal investigation that may at last bring some justice to the horrors that they had suffered. That's why the government is working closely with the Metropolitan Police to make sure that we do everything we can to not prejudice that investigation. It is why there are some documents, even though we might like to publish them, that we've chosen not to do so at the request of the Metropolitan Police. But I am grateful to the Metropolitan Police for agreeing to allow us to put those documents before the chair of the relevant select committee, so that in some way on behalf of the House there can be independent verification that we are not misusing that process in any way to withhold any documents when we are completely committed to full transparency.
Chris Law.
Madam Deputy Speaker, like all statements, it's not just what's in but what's left out. We learned today that the due diligence, which has not been spoken about in any detail in the statement, provided to Prime Minister Keir Starmer before Peter Mandelson's appointment as a US ambassador, warned, and it will quote, a general reputational risk. So it's not just him sitting down having a chat with Mandelson and not believing him. He was warned it was a general reputational risk. So my question to the Minister is very simple. Which failing does he think the Prime Minister suffers from? Ignorance, arrogance, or both?
The Prime Minister has apologised for appointing Peter Mandelson as the ambassador to the United States. He believed the lies that Peter Mandelson put to him in response to questions about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And as soon as all of us, including the Prime Minister, became aware that those were indeed lies, with the publication of documents from Bloomberg and the United States Department of Justice, he was dismissed promptly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my investigations into Palantir, it's been brought to my attention that 20 years ago, Peter Mandelson was lobbying the government very hard to take on board a strategic supplier from the States that was not an obvious choice at the time. That sort of decision is something that a financier like Epstein would have made advantage of and made money from. We see the same things with influence and persuasion from Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Will the government commit to following the money and following the money trail to see that we are not continuing to pay into Epstein's estate through the deals that we are doing with large American contractors such as Palantir?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not familiar with the details of the case the honourable gentleman raises, but if he wishes to write to me with those details, I can commit to him that we will look at them.
Final question, Stephen Gethin.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister has said that he wants to be open with us. Now, I've put down a series of parliamentary questions about when Peter Mandelson ceased employment at the Foreign Office, and I never got a response. They were first tabled on the 4th of February. Now, there's a flurry of emails on the 4th of February without any context to them at all. Will he provide the context? Is it a coincidence? Why couldn't the Minister answer my question previously? And if he does want to be open, then let's try another one. He said that Peter Mandelson was fired because he told lies. In that case, he's been given a £75,000 payoff. £35,000 of that was a special severance payment. £30,000 of that was tax-free. Why on earth was it tax-free?
Madam Deputy Speaker, in relation to the tax-free treatment for payments following dismissal without recourse to the Employment Tribunal, those are the tax rules that exist in all circumstances in this country. The government did not have the legal powers to override them. On his question about parliamentary questions, I think the documents he's hoping to see are being published today, and they, of course, speak for themselves.
That is the end of the statement on Lord Mandelson humble address motion. Update. Point of order, Gregory Stafford.
On a point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker, during Cabinet Office questions on the 5th of March, the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister informed me that the appointment of the new Director General of the Propriety and Ethics Team was made on an interim basis and in line with the rules. However, I have now received a copy of the Civil Service Recruitment Framework, which states that a temporary promotion, managed move, or the appointment of a single applicant within the senior civil service must require ministerial authorisation, either from the Prime Minister or the relevant minister, before an appointment can be made without an external competition. Given the importance of the transparency and confidence in this government's propriety and ethics system, could you please advise the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, on how members can seek clarification when there appears to be a discrepancy between a minister's statement to the House and the provisions set out in the Civil Service Recruitment Framework 2022.
I thank the honourable member for his point of order. He will know that I and the Chair are not responsible for the answers given by ministers. But the Minister, as I can see, the Chief Secretary is already here. I think he wishes to respond. Go ahead, Chief Secretary.
I'm happy to do so, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do not recognise the discrepancy. As I've said to the House previously, there was a temporary appointment to the role in question within the rules. Permanent appointment to that role will be subject to the normal recruitment processes. But if he wishes to write to me with more detail, I'll happily respond to him in writing.
Hopefully that enables the member. Otherwise, he can obviously pursue this even further. Point of order, Liz Saville-Roberts.
Has the Speaker received any notice of a statement from the Government following the question from my honourable friend, the member of Arbroath and Broughty Ferry, to the Prime Minister this morning regarding the contents of a memo from the Prime Minister to Cabinet members advising them to disregard opposition from devolved governments to direct interventions by Westminster ministers? Could she advise me how the long-standing Sewell Convention, which enshrines the protocol that Westminster governments do not intervene in devolved matters in Wales, Scotland or Northern Ireland, has been respected in this matter? And could you direct me to which bin this has been filed by the government.
Honourable member for giving notice of her point of order. I have received no such indication from the government, but I can see that the Chief Secretary wishes to respond in person once again.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The issues raised in the Cabinet note that's been, I understand, leaked to journalists are important, and the government takes them seriously. The Sewell Convention is an important framework for the role in which the UK government respects the devolved responsibilities of devolved governments, one for which I am the responsible minister, which is why I have repeated engagement with the First and Deputy First Ministers of the devolved governments about our relationship working together. However, I will just remind the House that devolved governments are important, but in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, there are two governments, the UK government and the devolved government, and that's why we retain the right to deliver for the people of Northern Ireland, Wales and Scotland, as well as in England.
Point of order, Stephen Gethins.
Point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I firstly apologise to you that I've not been able to give you notice of this, but this is in reference to the response and to the documents. I put down a written parliamentary question about when Peter Mandelson left his employment on the 4th of February. The emails on the 4th of February show that officials knew the answer to that question the 16th of October. Yet not only was my question late when it came back and I had to put down a second question, but no answer was forthcoming. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have a role here and a job here to keep this government to account. They knew the answer to the question and they did not answer that question, and I know that you will take that extraordinarily seriously, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member for... I didn't get prior notice of his question, but I can appreciate how anxious he would be. It's incredibly important that members who are sent here by their constituents have their questions answered to quickly. I think that the Chief Secretary wishes to respond in person. That's very fast indeed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can only apologise to members of the House if answers to parliamentary questions have not been quick enough to meet the expectations of members of the House. I'll just remind members and the honourable member in question that, of course, all of the documents that have been published today have had to go subject to checks with the Metropolitan Police and the Intelligence and Security Committee to not prejudge criminal investigations, which, as I'm sure he and all members across the House will agree, we do not want to interfere with inappropriately.
I'm sure if responses to members were forthcoming, the Chief Secretary might not have to respond at the dispatch box to points of order. I'll allow the front benches to shuffle over. Move on to the 10-minute rule motion on Lord Advocate, and I call John Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to make provision about the role and functions of the Lord Advocate and for connected purposes. Chaos and decay are priced into the lives of people in Scotland as they suffer under the yoke of the SNP administration at Holyrood. However, the latest crisis there strikes at the integrity of Scots law and so demands action this day and not mere indifference. The Lord Advocate is the most senior law officer in Scotland in ultimate charge of all criminal proceedings, sitting at the pinnacle of the Crown Office and Procurator Fiscal Service. That same Lord Advocate also sits in Cabinet as a pivotal advisor to the Scottish Executive, which styles itself the Scottish Government. Just saying it out loud is, Madam Deputy Speaker, alarming. The head of criminal prosecutions sits cheek by jowl with the politicians supposed to run Scotland, sits at the cabinet table with the very people who appointed her. Though a situation created by the advent of devolution, this cannot be right, for there ought not to be even the merest suggestion of a conflict of interest. It is not the stuff of a 21st century democracy, let alone the country of the Enlightenment. Ah, say the apologists, the Lord Advocate simply recuses herself in certain cases, is merely the titular head of some prosecutions. This is meant to be high-minded, an elegant solution concocted by the legal hierarchy in the salons of Edinburgh. But it is cloyingly cosy and has for years been the subject of disquiet. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this comfortable nostrum has been shattered by recent revelations made possible only by a vigorous free press. Newspapers broke the news that the present Lord Advocate, Dorothy Bain KC, provided briefings to First Minister John Swinney about a court case involving Peter Murrell, former Chief Executive of the SNP. He is further the estranged husband of ex-First Minister Nicola Sturgeon. It was reported that the details and timelines for the case, none of which was public knowledge, were presented to Mr Swinney. The court case will reportedly not now come to trial before next year, conveniently after Holyrood's elections in May. Of course, given proceedings are active, I must be extremely circumspect about that case. Regardless, we in this place must concern ourselves with the dual role of the Lord Advocate, the twin hats of prosecutor and government advisor on one learned head. The dual role is enshrined in the Scotland Act of 1998, and so this bill is designed to allow for the separation of roles such that the head of Scotland's prosecution service is, in future, entirely separate from that of government advisor. That situation is best practice in modern democracies and pertains here in England, where the head of the Crown Prosecution Service sits entirely apart from the Cabinet and Government. Madam Deputy Speaker, often in this House we discuss contentious matters, but this is an issue on which there is surprising unanimity. Almost exactly a year ago, the Prime Minister agreed with me when I raised the Lord Advocate's two jobs that it was an important matter and indicated Scottish Labour supported splitting the roles. At the Conservative and Unionist conference in Edinburgh last month, the Leader of His Majesty's loyal opposition joined Scottish Party leader Russell Finlay in calling for robust action in this House. And even the SNP committed in their manifesto to looking at the dual role disaster. Yet, under the divisive hand of John Swinney, Scotland is a land where the inevitable never happens and the improbable always does. So Mr Swinney has belatedly published a report into the mechanics of separating the Lord Advocate from the Cabinet so that Scotland can have a conspicuously independent prosecutor and the Scottish administration can still have sound legal advice. Yet there is no indication of any move to actually separate the roles. And indeed, the Scottish Executive yesterday put out a statement lauding the strengths of the current arrangement. The public are entitled to question these supposed strengths and whether they are trumped by the perception of a conflict of interest when the role of legal advisor to the Scottish Government is concentrated in one person who is also Chief Prosecutor. Madam Deputy Speaker, politicians legislate, lawyers enact the laws. When prosecutors are, or are even perceived to be, too close to politicians, like moths drawn too close to the flame of power, the public may rightly fear the law is compromised, and so we must act. Some will claim this is overweening Westminster bullying Pocky Holyrood. Not so, Madam Deputy Speaker. Holyrood itself could drain this quagmire now by seeking a Section 30 order to vary the Scotland Act, clearing the way for separation of the law officers' roles. That would be internal to the Edinburgh Parliament, a move to restore public faith in the law by its own elected members. Albeit belated and tardy, such a move would, I contend, be welcomed as an attempt to lift the cloud which hangs over Scots law. Will Mr Swinney at this 11th hour, and against the run of play, for he has been at the heart of every wrong-headed decision by the SNP for almost 2 decades, at last do the correct thing? Unlikely, Madam Deputy Speaker, and so, on behalf of the right-thinking public in Scotland, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many that opinion say aye? Aye. Contrary no? The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. John Lamont, David Mundell, Harriet Cross, Andrew Bowie, Sir David Davis, Jamie Stone, Christine Jardine, Sir Ian Duncan-Smith, Elaine Stewart, Torquil Crichton, John Grady and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Here.
John Cooper.
Keep it straight now.
Lord Advocate Bill.
Second reading what day?
17th of April.
17th of April.
Our front bench is shuffling over, or they can... I call the Minister to move the first Ways and Means motion in respect of the Finance No. 2 Bill. Minister to move.
Formally.
No, Kate. Kirsty Black. The question is as on the order paper. Kirsty Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just want to draw attention to the House the unusual circumstances that there are in moving a Ways and Means resolution after the Finance Bill. What we had during the course of the budget was a discussion on the founding resolutions that had been laid at that point. Those founding resolutions do not include an amendment of the law resolution, which historically was sensible practice, which Labour previously complained about the Conservatives removing, which the Conservative Chancellor at the time said was simply an administrative change. In fact, removing the amendment of the law resolution from the resolutions means that the government has to now put down new founding resolutions because otherwise it can't make the tax changes that it's looking to make. It also means that no member in this House can move anything that is outside of the scope of those resolutions. It restricts any member debating things in the course of the taxation measures that we would like to debate, if they may sit outside those founding resolutions. We've had the progress of this bill. The committee stage was held in this House initially. Then it moved to Bill Committee. I previously raised significant concerns about the fact that the Finance Bill does not take oral evidence at any stage in its movement through the House. It doesn't take oral evidence here because it's already had part of the committee stage in the main chamber, despite the fact that the stuff that we do in Bill Committee is usually the more technical pieces, which would very much benefit from having oral evidence sessions, and it wouldn't hold up the progress of the Finance Bill very much. In fact, we've had a significant length of downtime with this Finance Bill. There's been periods of time that oral evidence sessions could have been taken. So we end up in a situation where that scrutiny happens. We look at all of the things that are included within the bill. We come to report stage after the line-by-line scrutiny has occurred, and then the government is adding new founding resolutions in order that it can add new parts to this Finance Bill. In terms of the way that scrutiny is done in this place, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've got significant concerns about the progress of this, about the reasons that it's being done this way. I would like to ask the government, particularly if they will commit to ensuring that either they will not do this again, because I don't think it's a good way to ensure transparency and scrutiny of legislation, or if they would commit to putting an amendment of the law resolution in as a final resolution, as historically was normal practice, and would allow the government to make the changes it needs to make today without having to have new Ways and Means resolutions. And if the Minister is concerned about this course of action, he might want to note that there are 45 minutes for each of these Ways and Means resolutions, and in future iterations of the Finance Bill, it would be entirely possible for members to stand up and talk for 45 minutes on these Ways and Means resolutions. So adding new Ways and Means resolutions means that members have got additional time to talk about those specific things, which would reduce the scrutiny and the important things that the Minister, I'm sure, wishes to talk about when we come on to the main part of the Finance Bill. So if the Minister could commit to having a look at the way that this was done, to trying to ensure that we're not again in the situation where Ways and Means resolutions are being added at the very last stage of a bill's progress, or, as I say, to include that amendment of the law resolution which would allow them the flexibility to do this, then I think that would be very helpful and certainly would dissuade me from talking for 45 minutes on a Ways and Means resolution in the next iteration of the Finance Bill.
Minister Tomlinson. Minister Tomlinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the honourable member for her remarks and her scrutiny of the process that's followed here. I appreciate it from wherever it comes. She is right to flag that this is not the typical process, and I will endeavour to make sure that in future finance bills, if I'm in my position, that Ways and Means motions are not brought at this late stage. She's right to point out to Madam Chair that this debate, well, I don't believe there are any other bobbers, but the subsequent debate could in fact go on for 45 minutes. And of course, discussions may ensue on that topic. I will be happy to look at this and look at the process. I would say, though, on this specific point, this is a technical amendment which allows some regulations that need to be introduced as part of the abolition of the lifetime allowance to have a retrospective effect back to the point that the lifetime allowance was originally abolished. This ensures that the changes that we're making do operate as they were intended to do so. So this is a small and technical measure, though I do take the point that it does mean that it adds a new part to the bill and in fact means a new resolution has been brought forward. I do hope that members will understand that position, notwithstanding the valid points raised by the member opposite, and I do therefore commend this resolution to the House.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I now call on the Minister to move the second Ways and Means motion in respect of the Finance No. 2 Bill. Minister to move.
Formally.
The question is, as on the order paper. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Finance Bill, as amended in Committee and Public Bill Committee, to be considered.
Now. We will begin with Government New Clause 5, with which it will be convenient to consider other selected new clauses and amendments as listed on the selection paper. I call the Minister to move Government New Clause 5.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm glad to return to the Commons to debate the Finance Bill at report stage. I'm glad too, though I'm sure it will have been an interest to members on all sides that we haven't had two sets of 45-minute debates on the resolutions just discussed, but the opportunity was there. I must say I'm glad that members didn't take it in full. We now have ample time for this important report stage. I want to thank members on all sides of the House for their contributions during the committee stage, with particular thanks to the Shadow Exchequer Secretary for his scrutiny and challenge during that stage and for his invites to his wonderful constituency. I hope one day to take them up. Other members of the opposition front bench have not yet invited me with such enticing prospects to their constituency. I look forward to those invites. Before I turn to individual amendments, I do wish to briefly reflect on the budget that was delivered back in November, Madam Chair, by my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer. That budget took the fair and necessary decisions to deliver on the government's promise of change, decisions to support cuts in the cost of living, decisions to enable NHS waiting lists to continue to fall, and decisions to make sure that our national debt fell as a share of GDP and that borrowing falls over the course of this Parliament. As the Chancellor was saying in this place both yesterday and on Monday, government borrowing, public sector net borrowing has fallen from 5.2 to 4.3% of GDP, a 1 percentage point fall. That's very significant. And it means that our borrowing is coming down as part of our plan to bring stability back to the public finances. I would, of course, be very happy to give way to the Honourable.
Would the Minister acknowledge that that debt reduction is only taking place because the government has increased taxes in this country by £66 billion, and that contrasts with the rise of taxes of £7 billion that was promised in the Labour Party manifesto? Could he explain why the huge discrepancy between the promise in the manifesto and what this government is imposing on our constituents?
Minister.
I would ask the member to consider whether or not his party wishes to identify £66 billion of expenditure cuts or wishes to borrow £66 billion more. I don't think that either option is what the British public want. I think the British public want us to see bringing down borrowing, getting public finances under control after they were span out of control by Liz Truss and the previous government. And they do understand the need for increases in taxation in a fair and a responsible way to make sure that we can invest in our public services and in the future of our country again.
I thank the Minister for giving way. And on the point of the raised taxation, would he agree with me that decisions that this Labour government have made has meant an increased spending on the NHS? A number of my constituents in Harlow are self-employed and actually not those in really long waits in A&E and in hospital for operations, having a huge impact on their business and therefore their household finances.
I would strongly agree with my honourable friend and I thank him for his representations again and his ability to mention Harlow in his interventions. It's a fantastic part of the country, not too far from my constituency in North London, and I know just how strongly he seeks to represent it and to make sure that the public services in his patch, the local hospitals and schools, get the investment that they need. And that's why he and I are able to proudly support the decisions that this government has made to bring the public finances back into good order, as well as to invest in our public services and to get borrowing down. Of course, though, since the budget, and particularly in recent days, the world is changing again. And as the Chancellor set out last week in responding to the Office for Budget Responsibility's spring forecast, it is more important than ever that the government continues to deliver on its economic plan. The choices that we have made at previous budgets will fix long-standing issues in the taxation system, will restore economic and fiscal stability and lay the economic foundations that we need for higher growth and higher living standards across our fantastic country. This finance bill legislates to deliver on these choices, all while sticking to our commitment not to raise the main rates of income tax, employee national insurance contributions or VAT. We're also providing stability for businesses by keeping to important commitments in our corporate tax roadmap, keeping our corporation tax rate at 25%, the lowest in the G7, rather than having it chop and change up and down like it did in previous administrations. I also want to thank all those who have submitted written evidence throughout the bill's passage, and following concerns raised by professional bodies, concerns that were discussed in Bill Committee too. I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate my reassurances to the sector that measures which directly impact tax advisors are intended to create a fairer tax advice market. I've heard concerns that tax advisors might be penalised if they file a client's tax return late when their client has not provided their approval for filing the return on time. And I want to take this opportunity to clarify for the House that these powers are not designated to penalise responsible tax advisors who act in good faith, and that in the specific scenario, a tax advisor would not be penalised under HMRC's stronger powers. The government is committed to ensuring that the tax system works effectively for everyone, which is why at report stage the government is introducing a number of amendments to ensure that the tax system is working effectively and as intended. I'll now turn to the first group of government amendments. Turning first to new clause 5, which removes specific provisions which could prevent offshore income gains from being designated under the Temporary Repatriation Facility, or TRF, to ensure that they can be designated as intended. The amendments also simplify the existing treatment of offshore non-reporting funds held by offshore structures for all taxpayers. New clause 6 introduces transitional provisions for offshore income gains arising before the 6th of April 2025. Following the abolition of the lifetime allowance, new clause 7, as we were just discussing, ensures that there are not multiple different regimes applying, providing clarity for pension schemes and members. New clause 7 ensures that any necessary regulations can have a retrospective effect back to the 6th of April 2024, clarifies the scope of the original power, extends the power by a further 3 months, and ensures regulations are subject to the affirmative parliamentary procedure. Madam Chair, at report stage, the government is also making a number of further amendments. These are minor and technical in nature. These help provide greater clarity and address important points that have been raised by stakeholders, particularly during the passage of this bill. They simply put the original legislative intent beyond doubt. These include Amendments 12 and 13, which ensure Clause 23 will only apply to general earnings that are for the tax year 26/7 and subsequent tax years, which are paid on or after the 6th of April 2026. Amendment 14 tightens the existing provisions under Clause 24 to ensure that those rules do not catch legitimate agency structures. Amendments 48 and 51 remove legislation that is not necessary under Clause 43 and ensures the TRF legislation works as intended, so that beneficiaries from overseas trusts are able to make designations in connection with offshore income gains. Amendments 49, 50 and 52 are consequential amendments to Schedule 3 and Clause 43, which remove references to omitted legislation and insert wording to clarify reference to the Taxation of Chargeable Gains Act 1992. Amendment 53 to Clause 49 makes clear that a person concluding contracts on behalf of a non-resident company must be present in the UK when concluding those contracts in order to create a permanent establishment in the UK. Amendments 56 to 61 to Schedule 11 concern the rules preventing fund managers from circumventing the revised carried interest tax regime. These amendments ensure that the provision operates as intended, where two connected persons work in the same business, with each connected person only taxed on their own carried interest. Yes, I'd happily give way.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it sounds as if the Minister is adding many, many pages extra to our tax code. Could he tell us what provisions he will be bringing forward to shorten and simplify the tax code?
Minister.
He does raise an important point, and we do need to do all we can to make sure we are simplifying our tax code to make it easier for tax advisors, for individuals and for businesses. I have also asked the question, because there are some changes that are being made with amendments. I'm reassured by my officials, and I'm sure the Honourable Member could consult Hansard too, that this is a sort of typical number of amendments to be made for a finance bill, though I do take the point, and he may or others may wish to make it, this is a long finance bill, but there are a whole range of important changes that the government wishes to introduce and make progress on. I'm sure members on all sides have enjoyed poring over the changes to the tax legislation. But I do take the point about simplification. It's something that I wish to focus on. If members have good ideas in that space, they would genuinely be very welcome to write to me. I would happily give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way. In terms of simplifying our tax system, one of the things that I don't see in the government amendments are changes that were proposed by us during committee stage to the loan charge system, where you've had people who have already settled their loan charge being excluded from the changes being produced. Does he not agree, though, that one of the consequences of this might mean when something like this comes up in the future, people won't want to settle with the government because they think that a better deal will be coming up? Would it not be a simpler tax system to say that we could retrospectively apply some of these changes?
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention and for his engagement on Bill Committee. The issue of the loan charge is a really important issue. It's one that I focused on after receipt of Ray McCann's independent review into the loan charge, which was commissioned by my predecessor. The scope of that review and the decisions made by the government are such that only those who are directly affected by the loan charge will have the opportunity to take up the new settlement that was recommended by McCann, which the government has added a £5,000 further deduction to. It was the government's position that it is right, because the loan charge was an exceptional decision made by the previous government, that the changes proposed by McCann would only apply to that group. There will be those who engaged in use of disguised remuneration schemes from before 2010, and with them and with all taxpayers, this government's very clear that individuals do have a responsibility to pay their tax. Amendments 54, 55 and 62 to 66 are minor amendments to the definitions of business property qualifying for relief. These ensure that the replacement property provisions relating to reorganisation or amalgamation of unquoted shares reflect the new legislation, and that unquoted securities such as loan notes continue to qualify for relief only where they are part of a controlling interest in a company. Amendments 15 to 47 to clauses 63 to 67 make a series of minor technical changes to ensure that the provisions on inheritance tax on pensions operate as intended. These ensure excluded and exempt benefits are not subject to inheritance tax, nor to the new withholding and payment notices. Madam Chair, I'm sure members on all sides have enjoyed that run through these minor and technical amendments. I can provide you with the good news that that run through is now concluded, I do sincerely hope and expect that the proposed amendments will ensure that the legislation that was set out, that has been discussed and scrutinised, works as intended, and that HMRC, the organisation which I'm proud to be the Minister with responsibility for, have the powers to responsibly collect tax and revenue which fund the vital public services that our country relies on. I therefore commend new clauses 5, 6 and 7 and Government Amendments 12 to 66 to the House, and I look forward to contributions from members in the coming minutes.
Offshore income gains.
The question is that new clause 5 be read a second time. Shadow Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we're grateful to the Minister for running through the plethora of government amendments which have been added to this already stonkingly large finance bill. And I think the sheer number of amendments is an admission that ministers didn't get this right first time or even second time in the committee stage proceedings which we enjoyed. But I'll now turn to the amendments 1 to 8 and 67 to 94, as well as new clause 10 in my name and that of my honourable friends. And this finance bill embodies Labour's approach of ever higher taxes, higher spending and higher borrowing, and it's hard-working families and businesses that are paying the price. The measures in this budget and this bill add a further £26 billion worth of tax rises, bringing the cumulative total from the Chancellor's first two budgets to £66 billion, which, as my humble friend pointed out, did not feature anywhere in the manifesto. And that's despite the Chancellor promising not to come back for more. Debt interest is forecast to hit £140 billion by 2030. Unemployment is set to increase to 1.9 million. Youth unemployment has risen to 16.1%. And meanwhile, welfare spending is set to hit £406 billion. And living standards are expected to slow towards the end of this Parliament. And growth. Last week, the OBR downgraded its growth forecast once again. And they warned that the Chancellor's plan, far from working, could constrain economic activity. And instead of backing the risk takers and the wealth creators, this finance bill delivers slower growth, higher borrowing and higher taxes. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn first to the freeze in income tax thresholds set out in clause 10. The Chancellor stood at that dispatch box and said there would be no extension of the freeze on income tax thresholds, because it would hurt working people and take more money out of their pay slips. That promise has been broken by the measures in the bill that do exactly the opposite, putting in place a £23 billion a year tax rise, bringing nearly 1 million more people into paying higher rate tax. And of course, it's not just working people who will pay the price of this. During this period, the state pension is forecast to be higher than the personal allowance, and in the spring forecast, the OBR warned that an additional 1 million pensioners will find themselves liable for income tax by 2030-31 because of this freeze, the Chancellor's freeze. That is, in anyone's book, a retirement tax. And now the government has promised to protect people who rely solely on the state pension, but where is the detail? There's nothing in this legislation to do that, and people, the public out there, will rightly be sceptical given the broken promises the Chancellor has already made, saying she wouldn't freeze this threshold to do so. So Amendment 5 offers the House a very simple choice: to stand by working people and by pensioners and to end the freeze. I turn now to the government's damaging family farm and family business tax. And I know honourable members opposite are going around their constituency saying they got a great win from the Chancellor just before Christmas. But let's be honest, that was purely a fig leaf. The government could have taken the opportunity to actually correct their mistake, but the partial reversal the Chancellor was forced into falls short. The Country Land and Business Association has said that this only limits the damage. Yet another broken promise from a Prime Minister who pledged not to impose inheritance tax on farms. And it epitomises Labour's apparent hostility towards family farms, tenant farmers and our rural communities. And I've spoken to farmers, I'm sure other honourable members have, who are desperate about this situation. And that's why we continue to strongly oppose this family farm and family business tax, and Amendment 6 would scrap them. Our further amendments seek to mitigate its worst effects. Amendments 67 to 87 would remove the transition period on changes to the release and delay implementation until after March 2027, lifting the unfair anti-forestalling rules that have tied the hands of farmers and business owners. And the Chartered Institute of Taxation, who provide a lot of support, which I'm grateful for during the committee in earlier stages, have warned that these measures particularly affect older farmers, robbing them of the ability to plan properly. Amendment 88, Madam Deputy Speaker, would defer the deadline for inheritance tax instalments by a further 12 months. This reflects the House of Lords Economic Affairs Committee conclusion that the 6-month deadline proposed for the first payment does not appear to be realistic. Farming estates and family businesses are often, as we know, asset rich but cash poor, making it difficult to raise the funds quickly. The NFU has warned that expecting probate to be granted within 6 months is completely unrealistic, especially given the complexity of valuing an agricultural business. Does the Minister recognise the strain that such unrealistic deadlines place on family farms and family businesses? And will he therefore accept our amendment and extend the payment deadline to 12 months? And if he won't do that, will he explain to the farming and family businesses why not? Amendments 89 to 94 would exclude for inheritance tax the value of any jointly held tenancy on the death of a joint tenant. This is causing concern across the sector and has been raised by the Tenant Farmers Association and by my honourable friend at the who sits on the front bench. Exempting genuine arm's-length tenancies between unconnected parties from inheritance tax is simply the fair thing to do. And again, I'd be grateful to the Minister to explain what engagement he's had with the Tenant Farmers Association on this point and what his response is and how he intends to rectify the injustice. Of course, this is not just about farms. Family businesses are firmly in the Chancellor's crosshairs as well. They make up 90% of our firms and employ well over half the workforce. These are firms that focus on the long term. Yet, according to Family Businesses UK, over half of affected businesses have already paused or cancelled investment as a result of this threatened tax. And of course, it would be remiss not to mention that the government's claims don't seem to add up. Will it actually end up raising money? While the OBR forecasts a £500 million gain, the CBI analysis suggests a net loss of nearly £2 billion once the wider damage to the economy is considered. So the family farm and family business tax does nothing to promote growth or fairness. It targets those who anchor our rural economy and communities, the family businesses committed to long-term growth. It's already having a chilling effect on investment. Now the prospect is a breakup of companies that otherwise would thrive under family stewardship. So again, I urge honourable members to support Amendment 6, which would remove this damaging measure. And savers and investors are not safe from the Chancellor either. Amendments 1 to 4 cover the introduction of increases in income tax on dividends, on savings and on property income in the years ahead. Increases to the dividend tax will hit 4 million people by 2029-30. The savings tax rate increase will hit a further 3.8 million individuals. And now 2.4 million landlords will face higher bills, making it less attractive to provide the rental properties our constituents want. These measures are targeted at the entrepreneurs, the investors, the pensioners and hard-working families. And rather than supporting growth, the government seems determined to stifle it. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government is also scrapping the long-standing inheritance tax exemption for pensions. 10,500 estates will be targeted under this measure, costing savers £1.5 billion by 2029. We oppose this extension of inheritance tax, which seems predicated on the government's belief that people's money belongs to the government rather than being their own. We should be rewarding saving and people who do the right thing, and extending inheritance tax in this way does exactly the opposite. There's also concern, as we discussed previously, around the burden being placed on personal representatives, and I raise the unintended consequences for unmarried couples, where in some cases a surviving partner could lose up to 40% of a pension fund built up over a lifetime. Again, this is manifestly unfair, and Amendment 7 would remove this damaging new tax from the bill. Happily give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. I wonder if he notices a common thread through the budget, which is that everyone that works hard, who saves hard, who invests, who creates jobs, is being penalised, and all this money is being used to benefit Benefit Street. So it's no wonder that the growth rate is going down.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, despite the chuntering we hear from the Minister. The welfare bill is forecast to rise to £406 billion over the forecast period. The Chancellor keeps saying she's fixing welfare. Where? What is she doing? She had to back away from very modest savings. We've identified £23 billion worth of welfare savings, and the honourable member could follow those if he wished to, but he doesn't. And that's why growth has once again been downgraded. And the Chancellor boasts about beating the forecast last year. Well, the forecast at the beginning of the year was 2%, and the government failed to get anywhere near 2%. They beat the downgraded forecast. So let's not hear more about that. We want to hear what the government's actually going to do to drive growth, and taxing the people generating it is precisely the wrong thing to do. And finally, I turn to new clause 10, requiring the Chancellor to review the UK carbon border adjustment mechanism. And we had a lot of debate on this in the committee, and a great swathe of the bill in schedules is set out on CBAM, but there's plenty more to come. And given the complexity of this policy, many industries believe the absence of a formal oversight process and review process in the bill is a serious misstep and needs to be addressed. And there are many potential pitfalls in this new mechanism. Firstly, the measure fails to consider several sectors at significant risk of carbon leakage, such as chemicals and refining. Secondly, the government has decided to link UK emissions trading to the EU trading scheme. And since the announcement of that alignment, the price of carbon in the UK more than doubled, costing our economy around £5 billion if those prices had held steady. We should be reducing the burden of carbon taxes on business, not increasing them. And the EU has yet to publish its benchmark beyond 2030, meaning the UK would be signing up, effectively giving Brussels a blank cheque. And CBAM does not address issues with carbon leakage in export markets either. And there are proposals to exempt our manufacturing exports from UK ETS costs and CBAM to make the industry more competitive, putting it on a level playing field internationally. Has the Minister considered maintaining long-term free allowances for products destined for the export markets? So given those complexities, and I could go on about more, but the Minister gets the gist, and I think he should recognise the I think other honourable members may want to come in on this issue. I think the Minister should recognise the value of regular reviews. And I know he'll say that the government keeps all taxes under review, but let's have an actual review that then is published so we can actually see what's happening. And therefore, I encourage honourable members to support new clause 10. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a finance bill full of tax increases that break trust with the British people. The Labour government has introduced the family, farm and business tax, frozen personal thresholds, hiked taxes on savers and investors, cut relief on employee ownership trusts, taxed inheritance pensions, taxed taxis, as we discussed in committee, and increased gambling, alcohol and other duties and environmental levies. The list goes on and on. There's 534 pages worth, which I could read out if there was appetite for that. So our amendments would back the taxpayers and investors and the businesses trying to drive growth in our economy, and I urge honourable members to support them.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to support this piece of legislation, and in particular to move new clause 4. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have to admit, I'm a terrible person to go shopping with. I grew up in a household, wait for it, I grew up in a household where my dad used to stockpile copies of Which. As a family, it was drilled into me that you had to seek advice. You could never just buy things. Pity my poor partner at the time we went to try and buy a sofa. It was a very long, drawn-out day. I was taught the value of information and advice in making good choices in life. I'm not claiming to have always followed it, but particularly because it is easy to rip people off, to mislead them, and that there are people who will exploit misinformation to cause harm to others for their own financial gain. It's very difficult for individual consumers to fight that, but collectively, with good regulation, we can make an economy work well. New Clause 4 is about good advice and the power it has to empower consumers to make good choices. I welcome clauses 156 and 157 of this bill and the work that the government is doing to crack down on those organisations who promote harmful tax avoidance schemes. We've all seen them. We've seen the companies who promote schemes to avoid paying tax, often to the elites. One can only think of Jimmy Carr and what must he be thinking at this point in time. The banning of promotion of tax avoidance schemes that have no realistic prospect of working is the right thing to do because it is causing harm. But I am not here to play a violin for the elites. I am here to bang the drum for the millions of people who are also being harmed by that principle, but as yet haven't had the same level of attention. There might be elite companies doing this for an elite group of people, but out there, online, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of accounts now doing this for the masses and causing financial detriment and harm to our constituents as a result. And I would argue this is a much greater harm because these are people with too much month at the end of their money. So when they realise the mistake they've made and the monies that they've lost, they do not have the savings to be able to pay the bill. We know we are living through a prolonged cost of living crisis where every penny spent and every penny saved matters to our constituents. Frankly, representing one of the poorest communities in this country, I know that my community knows exactly how much cash they do not have. So they know that every bill makes a difference. Over 4 million people in this country are now behind on their council tax. Bills have risen by an average of 54% in the last 10 years. The Money Advice Trust tell us and around 7 million adults are now behind on at least one household bill. That's why good advice matters for financial planning, because people are desperate for advice about how to deal with that situation. And that's where these con artists come in. Because a survey released earlier this year found that 14% of the public, around 7 million people, are now following financial advice from online personalities, or what people call finfluencers. Among adults aged 18 to 24, that rises to nearly 1 in 3. And what is the consequence of this? Well, research from Barclays found last year that over half of those who have acted on the financial advice they found online have lost money as a result. These are people in every one of our constituencies. This is an issue that affects the entire nation, making life-altering decisions based on wrong, often deliberately wrong advice, and sometimes tragically, dangerously wrong advice. Because the key problem here is that finfluencers all too often are not driven by a desire to be helpful. They're driven by the perverse incentive that the number of clicks and likes they receive drives the money that they gain from this behaviour. So the more outlandish the claim they make, the more money that they will make. And in the context of tax and the amendment New Clause 4 before you, this can have catastrophic personal consequences. I believe very strongly that governments should do all they can to help tackle personal debt. I also recognise, frankly, the call that our tax system is too complicated and that what these people are doing is preying on the complexity of our tax system. So I welcome the fact that the Minister is up for the challenge about how to simplify our tax system. But for many people who are paying their taxes, particularly those who are self-employed, they are also overpaying tax. Self-assessment taxpayers in the UK are estimated to have overpaid nearly £9 billion in income tax in the last year, according to HMRC's own data. So you can see why this group of people are ripe for exploitation. I want to thank the inevitable tax dodger hunter general, Dan Needle, for his help with this and some of the examples of what the sorts of information are that people are getting. Because let me give the House some concrete examples of what is circulating out there to our constituents as a way of dealing with this situation. 4 of these are from a particular singular influencer named Samuel Leeds, who has hundreds of thousands of followers on social media. Now, let me be clear. When this place previously debated Mr. Leeds' behaviour, he put out a video accusing us of not putting our heart into dealing with him. Well, let me tell you, Mr. Leeds, if you're watching now, I'm going to put a hell of a lot more than my heart into making sure that you are held accountable for the damage that you are doing. Because he claims he doesn't just know a lot about the tax, he also knows a lot about the law. That's like me saying I know a lot about flying a plane because I've been in one occasionally. Here are 5 examples of the sorts of things that he is saying. First of all, he claims that you can buy a rundown property, renovate it, sell it, and pay no capital gains tax because you can just claim it was your main residence. He claims that he's done it himself multiple times. That advice is simply wrong. Section 224/3 of the Taxation of Chargeable Gains Act 1992 strips the main residency exemption from any property acquired with the purpose of making a gain. And the case law is equally clear. If you never intended to make it your settled home, it was never your residence at all. This law kills that wheeze twice over. Our constituents who might follow that advice face not just capital gains tax, but potentially income tax at an even higher rate if the taxman decides, frankly rightly, that they were doing is a property development trade. His second well-known wheeze is that you should put your spouse and your kids, some as young as 13, on your company payroll, pay them £12.5 each and extract the cash tax-free. Sounds brilliant, doesn't it? I can't wait till my children get older. Except it's not if they're not doing genuine work. It's not a deductible expense. And for any child under 14, that may be, well, illegal. We're not talking about a grey area here, yet that advice has been shared millions and millions of times. Third claim, put your property in a trust and you can protect it from inheritance tax entirely. Again, flat out wrong. Gift your children your home, stay living it and pay 0 inheritance tax. Again, flat out wrong. If you continue to live in a property after gifting it, which is precisely what most people would do, inheritance tax is charged as if the gift has never been made. The 7-year clock people might be aware of never even starts. The 5th claim that's being circulated by many of the FinTok people is that holidays and almost anything else can be claimed as a deductible business expense. As one Finfluencer, Abby Hookway, put it in a video, rich people don't pay for holidays. The boring reality is an expense must be wholly and exclusively for trade purposes. Holidays, of course, do not meet that test. And HMRC is actively identifying suspicious claims and people are being caught facing fines and penalties as a result of following this fraudulent activity. In total, HMRC handed out £153 million in fines across 46,000 penalties in 2023 for businesses. There's been a 38% increase in the serious penalties for what it terms deliberate errors. Last year, around 1.8 million taxpayers turned to overdrafts to pay unexpected self-assessment tax bills, according to research by Royal London. The people giving out this kind of advice need to face a penalty of their own. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Financial Conduct Authority has used its powers to regulate this space. Just last month, 7 individuals with a combined 4.5 million followers were brought to justice by the FCA for their role in promoting an unauthorised foreign exchange trading scheme. There is no reason why HMRC cannot operate in a similarly direct way if it's given the power to do so. And that means us showing the political will to recognise this problem, not wait, frankly, for too long as we did with the payday lenders and buy now, pay later companies to act. And that is why I'm asking members to support new Clause 4 and the call of change that it offers. We also need to recognise, in a world of ChatGPT and large language models, the information these people are creating is now being dragged into those servers and reproduced as if it is also correct, further compounding the damage and the need to act quickly. These people are seeking to make monetary gain from these videos, just as the people, the professional organisations identified in clauses 156 and 157 are seeking to make monetary gain from tax avoidance schemes. Madam Deputy Speaker, just as Al Capone was taken down by what he was doing on tax, so these people need to be stopped before they cause further harm. And I'll end with this. As well as farming for dodgy advice for clicks, Samuel Leeds sells his property investment advice for money. In 2019, Danny Butcher, a soldier from Doncaster, listened to that advice. He joined one of those seminars. As his widow puts it, Danny thought it was his chance. 11 weeks later, he took his own life, shamed about the amount of money that he had lost. Charlatans like Samuel Leeds needs not just be called out. We don't just need to warn our constituents about the danger of taking advice online. We need to collectively act to stop this before it gets any worse. New Clause 4 would allow us to be clear that the powers in this bill also apply to these con artists. I hope that the Minister has heard my plea for us to act quickly on this matter, and I look forward to hearing what he has to say in response. And to any of them listening, you can tag me in what you want. I will always stand up for consumers.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson Charlie Maynard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill and the budget it derives from demonstrate quite clearly that the Chancellor has implemented stealth tax grabs which will hit some of the lowest paid the hardest, by extending a freeze on income tax thresholds and with the national insurance contributions increases which suppress employment and wages. It is full of short-sighted, harmful decisions we cannot support. Our amendments aim to highlight and reduce some of the more harmful impacts, and I'll focus on 4 particular areas today. First, the impact of frozen income tax thresholds and new clauses 15, 16 and 17, which seek to secure additional information and analysis about their impact. Worrying figures from the OBR, as already mentioned, suggest that as a result of continuing to freeze the income tax thresholds, an extra 1 million pensioners will be dragged into paying income tax for the first time by 2030-31, unless the government acts. Yes.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He's right about pensioners being dragged into paying income tax. But does he agree with me that millions of these pensioners will want to be able to contact HMRC and ask them about these changes, where millions of people never manage to get through to HMRC? And figures from a written question I put in recently show that HMRC has lost 2,000 customer service staff in the last few years. So will he agree with me that we need a red phone hotline to allow pensioners to get hold of HMRC for the support and advice when they need it?
Thank you, and I completely agree, and that the stress of that is horrific. So the more that we can get that functioning effectively would be appreciated. While the government has said that people whose only source of income is a state pension will not pay an income tax over this Parliament, no details have been provided as to how they will be protected. So I ask the government to put an end to this uncertainty and set out plans in full explaining how exactly they intend to shield pensioners from this unfair tax hit, and we would love a timeline as to when the government will do that. More broadly, extending this stealth tax by two more years will drag an estimated 1.3 million people into a higher tax band by 29-30. That's 600,000 or just over 600,000 into the basic rate of tax and just under 700,000 into the higher rate. These are big numbers. And we would really appreciate it if the government would explain to each of those 1.3 million people impacted what it's going to do to them, because I don't think they're aware of it right now. This disproportionately impacts those on low incomes who will be dragged into income taxes for the first time. And at the very least, we've stated to please provide that information. Next, the impact of the government's actions and inactions on youth unemployment. This is building to a real crisis point. 16% of all 16 to 24-year-olds in the country are out of work. That's almost 740,000 people. That's 100,000 people up in the last year. 100,000 people up in the last year. So something is going wrong with the government's policies there, and I really think we need to be getting to the bottom of that.
So our party has tabled new clause 14, which requires the Chancellor to review and report on the impact of this bill on unemployment with particular regard to young people aged 16 to 24. And it's worth noting that this legislation, which dampens growth and hits jobs, comes at a time of broader disruption in the labour market. AI is already having an impact, particularly on entry-level so-called white-collar jobs, but it's also having impacts in pubs. So, you know, all our local pubs, I'm sure, are hiring fewer young people because there's no incentive to do so anymore. So we would really look for some help to see whether we can create a new employer's national insurance contributions band between 5,000 and 9,100 with a lower rate to incentivise employers to hire often younger part-time workers. I'll move on to the point we highlight in new clause 13 about the complexity of the tax system and the cost of administrating, and there is a green brick sitting there masquerading as a bell. What we would really like to see, and the government has such an opportunity now in this Parliament with such a majority to really do some serious thinking about how to simplify our tax code, root and branch. And what is disappointing is we see no sign of that actually happening. And you know, with that sort of size of legislation being added each time, we're just getting bigger and bigger and more complex. And that has a real burden on business. So anything you can do, and the Treasury Committee, the PAC and the Business and Trade Committee have all spoken out about this and how much damage our over-complex tax system is doing to our business, we would really appreciate it if you could get more serious about that. So if the government could get more serious about that. Finally, on agricultural and business property relief, we welcome the government's U-turn and we wish it had not taken a year of stress and fear, and farmers and business owners in my constituency have just lived that, and it's been hell for them and their families. But we're very grateful for that to have happened and appreciate that. However, the government has now picked static thresholds which do not rise with either land values or the cost of living. This means the benefits to farmers will be eroded and business owners will be eroded year after... Certainly.
Thank you. We welcomed the government's changes on APR relief with the new 2.5 million threshold just before Christmas. But does my honourable friend still share my concern that genuinely active, long-held family farms and long-standing tenant farming arrangements will still be penalised by the government, and members should therefore back the Liberal Democrat amendment, which would maintain the relief at 100% where the property has been owned by the transferor for at least 10 years as part of a business that is actively operated by the transferor or a family member.
I thank my honourable friend for speaking up on that, and I know our other honourable friend, right honourable friend, member for Westmoreland Lonsdale, feels very strongly about it as well. So thank you for mentioning that. Just going back to that fixed, static threshold, we don't really understand why the government has decided to go with that, because everybody recognises that agricultural land values go up. Everybody recognises the cost of living goes up. So we would really appreciate it if the government could explain why it has decided not to index that. And for that reason, we will therefore be pushing new clause 11 to a vote, because we really want to see that fixed. Thank you.
Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to speak to the two amendments that stand solely in my name relating to the impact of the changes to remote gaming and remote betting duty. Now, I don't intend, Madam Deputy Speaker, to try and relitigate the rights and wrongs of those changes. I think we've had a number of debates upon those across this place and in Westminster Hall, where the determination of that has sort of almost been settled by Treasury. But I do think it's important that we consider what I believe are genuinely unintended consequences of those changes as a result of what the Treasury will introduce and how we do our best to mitigate them. But to mitigate them, we need to understand them. So my first new clause is new clause 8, and it simply seeks to get an independent assessment of the impact of the changes to remote betting and remote gaming duty on the black market. Now, for those of us in this place that have been participating in debates around gaming and gambling, I think we all accept there are challenges that we need to address with problem gambling. That requires people to be participating in the regulated sector where the help and the support is available for those people that find themselves getting into trouble. The more people we push into the black market where there is no support, there is no GAM care, there is no lockout system, it means people are more at risk of harmful activity and being preyed upon by predatory organisations and companies that are outside of the UK, do not pay taxes here and are simply not worried about the participants. Now, the independent study done by Ernst & Young for the Betting and Gaming Council did come up that there is a potential for £6 billion worth of stakes to be diverted into the black market as a result of this change. That's £6 billion of stakes that were going to be made somewhere but will go into the black market. They will therefore not be subject to any taxation, any form of potential corporation tax if they're being staked outside of the UK and one of the companies headquartered elsewhere, or to the remote gaming duty as a result of these changes. That is a 140% increase on the potential stakes going into the black market. That's thousands and thousands of people, our constituents, who will find themselves in an unregulated part of the gambling and gaming economy where there is absolutely no help and support for them. And the people that run those sites have no interest in the welfare of those individuals whatsoever. They simply want to try and maximise their profits. And every single one of us is no more than 2 clicks away from an unregulated gaming or gambling site where again, that money often goes into questionable activities overseas. Some of it is funding organised crime. In some cases, it's also funding terrorism activities overseas. And we should be open and acknowledge that fact. Now, I recognise that the Treasury has, as part of the broader changes to the betting and gaming regulations, have identified £26 million to the Gaming Commission in order to try and mitigate some of the worst aspects of that. But to be honest, we just simply don't know how big the impact is going to be. The assessment simply hasn't been done by government to determine whether that £26 million is enough. And frankly, every penny that we could spend on helping people avoid damaging gaming and enjoying regulated gaming and gambling in this country should be spent. I'll give way.
I'm wondering if the government has given the honourable member any idea on when a post-implementation review might be looked at on this legislation, and whether the Treasury will therefore be able to say, or when the Treasury will be able to say, how much taxation they have gathered and how much has been lost as a result of these changes.
That's an incredibly fair question. The Treasury haven't been able to give me an answer to that question, but it's one of the questions that I'm hoping the Minister will be able to answer in summation, because regardless of anybody's views on gambling, what we need to make sure is that the implementation of new levies doesn't drive people into the black market, because this is where they're most exposed, where they're most at risk. And if people are going to be participating in gaming and betting, I would much rather it happened inside a UK-based regulated service where they can get their help and support, and where the taxes that they do pay do go towards funding our public services. So it's a fair point, and I hope the Minister will be able to provide an answer to it. I also wonder if the Minister, when he's summing up, could also give some thought to this level of taxation has been hypothecated in narrative to being directly to fund the welcome changes that this government's going to make to the two-child benefit cap. But that reality is that's not how taxation in this country works. We don't hypothecate specific taxation lines to pay for specific social policy. It goes into the Treasury pot, and the Treasury, in its infinite wisdom and benevolence, hands it out to other departments who make spending commitments to it. Now, the government's own OBR forecast suggests that with behavioural changes taking place as a result of the differential rates that will exist between the regulated and unregulated sector and those people that will pay tax, potentially the yield of this tax take will be down by a third by 2029-2030, potentially up to somewhere in the region of £300 million loss. So if we're making this direct comparison to say that this levy is necessary and needed in order to fund the welcome change to the two-child benefit cap, is the Minister able to set out where the additional funding will come in 2029-2030 if this level of reduction because of behavioural changes takes place? But again, if they were able to support my amendment, even though in action after tonight's debate, to do a proper assessment of impact, then we would at least understand where those future challenges are, both in behaviour of consumers and impact on yield. New Clause 9, Madam Deputy Speaker, seeks to a similar impact assessment, but this time in relation to our friends in Gibraltar. Now, the Minister will be acutely aware that the gaming and gambling sector in Gibraltar is a huge part of their economy. 30% of Gibraltar's GDP comes from the sector. It employs 3,500 people, and the gambling companies that have a footprint and the gaming companies that have a footprint in Gibraltar pay both Gibraltar corporation tax as well as any levies paid in the UK. But because of the way, because it is a top-line tax rather than a bottom-line tax, any impact on the profitability of companies that are based in Gibraltar or any change in behaviour in terms of the stakes that are put through those companies has an immediate and direct impact on the revenues of Gibraltar. 1/3 of Gibraltar's tax receipts come from this sector. So anything that we do in this place that, and again, I entirely accept this is not an intended consequence of the decision, but anything that we do in this place that has an impact on the sector in Gibraltar will leave a huge hole in the Gibraltar economy, which will have to be filled. And we are talking about potentially tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of pounds. Gibraltar, of course, is one of the family of nations that make up the UK, make up Britain, and we've got to make sure that, given the strategic importance they now hold because of our defence work, that we aren't doing anything that makes them less safe as a result of our tax changes here. Of course, the Gibraltar Parliament and Government are currently putting through the changes to the EU-Gibraltar Treaty, which again is helping with the flow of that workforce that work in the gaming sector and the cross-border nature of that workforce. But what Nigel Feetham, the Member of Parliament, the Gibraltar Parliament that has the brief for tax, for trade and for enterprises said is what Gibraltar really needs is stability. What they need is, and he says, not to have avoidable decisions made in the UK. And I think what I would ask in terms of the amendment that's down this evening, that I know the government is going to resist, but could the Minister lay out what communications he has had, what active engagement the Treasury has had with our friends in Gibraltar? Because Gibraltar is of strategic importance to us. It is part of the family of nations that make up who we are, and decisions that we take in this finance bill are having a huge impact on their economy and on their ability to fund their public services and fund their defence, their contribution to our overall national defence. Whilst they are also embedding their new treaty changes, having some certainty about their revenue stream is for them also important. The media is reporting that the Gibraltar government are now looking at diversification rapidly of their economy in order to make up for the difference. But we don't know what the impact is going to be realistically on our economy, and they certainly don't know what the impact is going to be on theirs. And the Minister will be acutely aware that when you are dependent upon 30% of your tax intake from one sector, even a small change in the UK here could have a huge detrimental impact over there. So that stability that the Gibraltar Parliament has been asking for, that Nigel Feetham has rightly been asking for in his engagements with the Treasury, is something that I hope the Minister can address this evening. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wasn't intending to, but just to touch on the Honourable Gentleman from Norfolk's new Clause 10, I think, about CBAM. I've often talked about the importance of our manufacturing industries in this place, not least the ceramic industry, which falls outside the current proposals for CBAM, but will be subject to the emissions trading scheme. There is a perversity about the emissions trading scheme and CBAM, which is, if we get it wrong, we just drive up price for consumers and we drive up price for producers. At the same time, there are countries that are producing ceramics, importing into our country using cheap Russian gas, which means that their price point is much below what we can produce here. It also has the distorting effect that our exports become more expensive overseas where they hit the CBAM, particularly for Europe. So whilst we are in a point of global turmoil, whilst gas prices are hugely increasing overnight. The price per therm was 74 pence last week. It's now somewhere around 160 pence per therm. There is some work to be done by Treasury, and I did ask the Chancellor about this in her statement on Monday. Unfortunately, she missed the point about gas-intensive industry and went straight to electric-intensive industry, which are very different. But when the government is looking at the way in which we do CBAM and where we're going to have free allowances for ETS, can he bear in mind those small industries like ceramics those small sectors like ceramics, but who are crucial to our foundational manufacturing? I'm not talking about the tiles and tableware and the giftware that so often I talk about, but actually The advanced ceramics that we need in this country are dependent upon a gas price that works, being able to trade across the European border without there being huge external tariffs placed on it because of carbon leakage. The nuclear submarine air filtration systems are ceramic. The rotor blades that go on small modular reactors made over in Derby are going to require a ceramic powder coating that's going to have to cross many borders in order for them to be utilised. There are potentials that we price out British manufacturers as a result of CBAM and ETS if we don't have some of those lifelong allowances and if we don't think about where the interplay between components that travel over borders are. So whilst I wasn't intending to speak on his new clause 10, he makes a very valid point. And from a point from ceramics, I do hope the Minister is able to take forward, maybe not the amendment, which obviously won't be supporting this evening because it's not a government amendment, but the point that the Honourable Gentleman raised are worthy to be considered in a different form.
Katie Lamb. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since the government announced their tax raid on family farms, they've made numerous false claims about this policy and about what it will mean for farmers. Raising the threshold, as the government proposes to do today, does not fix these fundamental wrongs at the heart of this awful policy, and I would like to speak in favour of Amendment 6, laid in the name of my honourable friend, the member for North West Norfolk, which will remove these problems altogether by doing away with this pernicious tax. So what are these claims? The government has claimed that farmers are rich and so can afford to bear the cost of tax increases. To the surprise of nobody who actually works on a farm, this myth is born from a fundamental misunderstanding of how agriculture works. A farm is not simply another asset. It is not like a share portfolio where you can sell a little today, buy a little tomorrow. The assets of a farm, primarily its land, its crops or livestock, and its equipment, are huge, long-term investments, completely inseparable from the ability to produce whatever it makes. There is often little relationship between the value of the land held by a farmer and the profitability of that farm. This is particularly true at a time when, to sell their produce at all, farmers must abide by a seemingly endless list of regulations, all of which drive up costs and reduce profit margins. Farmers tolerate a rock-bottom level of return on investment that most businesses would never consider. Ministers have also claimed that farmers can simply give their farms away 7 years before they die and avoid paying the tax altogether, that this is just a way for the government to encourage a handover to the next generation. This is absurd. Firstly, for the government to introduce a tax while encouraging the victims of that tax to avoid it. Secondly, to imply that people can predict when they are going to die. And thirdly, if this is really what they were trying to achieve, why was there not a delay of 7 years to enact this policy? But perhaps the most egregious falsehood of all was the claim that the government had no choice but to impose this tax on farmers. Ministers first argued that they desperately needed the £500 million they initially said this would raise. Since changing the threshold, they've claimed they must have the £300 million they've now say it will provide. For what, one might reasonably ask? After all, if farmers are being asked to tighten their belts and pay extra tax, surely the government has been exceptionally careful in its spending habits. In fact, this government has spent £3.6 billion on lifting the two-child benefit cap, designed to give more money to those who don't work. They're planning to spend £3.4 billion for the privilege of handing over the Chagos Islands to Mauritius, though we can yet hope this so-called deal may be cancelled. And they're spending £1 billion on yet more failed energy policies, which will drive up costs for consumers. So did the government really need to punish farmers to the tune of £300 million? Or have they, instead, decided to carry out a cynical tax raid on the people who feed us in order to fund a series of ideological hobby horses? It's not as if this was an emergency tax hike to keep the lights on. In fact, their plans for more renewable energy could very well leave us facing blackouts. Again and again, this government punishes those who are doing the right thing, as my right honourable friend said earlier, taking money from those who work hard to fund those who don't work at all, or to spend big on ideological projects which nobody has ever asked for and which nobody has ever voted. This policy isn't just nonsensical, it is deeply immoral. This is no way to treat the people, including those in the Weald of Kent, who go to work, some of the toughest work you can imagine, every single day, often for long and unsociable hours, to keep our country fed. Amendment 6 will put a stop to this appalling tax, and I am delighted to support it today.
Henry Tufnell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I welcome the introduction of the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, CBAM, in this bill. It shows a commitment from this government to support British industry, which underpins the fabric of local economies and communities across the country, including mine in Mid and South Pembrokeshire. For British industries included in its scope, a CBAM means they can compete on a level playing field with industries in the global market. It works by applying a charge to the carbon emitted during the production of imported carbon-intensive goods. This ensures that our domestic producers don't face higher production costs compared to their foreign competitors operating in countries where the price of carbon is lower. This is critical. Without a CBAM, these industries will go elsewhere, moving to production to low regulation, high emission countries. We would lose jobs, investment, and our industrial base, while simply offshoring our emissions. This is carbon leakage. Decarbonisation at the cost of deindustrialisation. It would be devastating for industrial communities like mine in Mid and South Pembrokeshire and across the country. That is why I'm calling on the government to expand the scope of the CBAM to include the oil refining industry. Refined petroleum products are highly exposed to carbon leakage, and without the protection of the CBAM, we risk losing this industry. This would have untold consequences for communities like mine in Pembrokeshire, which is the home of one of the UK's 4 remaining oil refineries. Locally, the refining sector employs over 1,000 people. Nationally, it accounts for 15% of Welsh GDP exports. Oil refinery continues to be foundational to the UK's economy and energy security. Oil products supply 47% of the UK's final energy demand and support thousands of skilled jobs in industrial communities like Pembrokeshire. The transition to net zero must be a just one. It cannot come at the cost of deindustrialisation and greater economic deprivation in communities like mine. Madam Deputy Speaker, as the party of working people, it is incumbent on this Labour government to manage this energy transition, protecting the jobs and skills base of today while building the industries of tomorrow. Recent global events have shown once again how trade flows can change overnight, threatening our energy security and directly impacting the cost of living for our constituents. As a government, we must be agile in responding, providing the support and certainty our communities and industries need to weather these storms. A CBAM can provide targeted support to industry during turbulent times. However, the bill in its current form only requires the effectiveness of the CBAM to be reviewed after 5 years. I hardly need to remind the House how dramatically the geopolitical landscape can change in that time. That is why I would also urge the Minister to consider making provisions for yearly reviews of the CBAM during its first 5 years. This would allow Treasury to respond to unforeseen events and ensure that the CBAM continues to achieve its objective, minimising the risk of carbon leakage for carbon-intensive industries in the UK, so that our decarbonisation efforts lead to a true reduction in global emissions, rather than simply displacing carbon emissions overseas. We are at a critical juncture for British industry. Decisions made by this government will shape the UK's ability to safeguard industrial jobs, maintain global competitiveness, while meeting net zero objectives and creating jobs for the future without simply offshoring our emissions. This bill continues the government's work to build a stronger, fairer country, growing our economy, raising living standards, and, crucially, investing in our public services. The introduction of the CBAM is a vital part of this broader package of measures, but I would urge the Minister to consider expanding its scope and reviewing it annually to ensure that it delivers on its important objectives in a rapidly changing world.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak about the changes that have been made in relation to inheritance tax, which is impacting many of our family farming businesses, but also those family businesses that operate in many of our constituencies. And I rise specifically to speak to Amendments 89 and 90, which, if agreed, will remove the liability for inheritance tax on the share of a tenancy at arm's length which transfers on death. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government's ill handling of the family farm tax has left our farmers in limbo, their confidence in tatters, and thanks to Labour's disastrous family farm and family business tax, our farmers and many hard-working businesses have spent over a year navigating an already challenging time for a sector with added anxiety and uncertainty hanging over their heads. Despite the warnings from the entire farming community, this government has pushed ahead with the tax, creating chaos, fear and real damage. And I will give way to the honourable member.
To the honourable member for giving way. And would you agree with me that the way the government have approached this has actually hurt their main aim, which is economic growth? Farmers have delayed ordering, and actually, because of the new rules that are in, there's no incentive to grow your farm over that £2.5 million threshold.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the honourable member makes an excellent point, because with the changes, despite the minimal partial U-turn that the government made with increasing that threshold from £1 million to £2.5 million, it's still impacting many of our farming businesses and therefore the wider supply chain. And this has a negative impact not only from the level of investment that a family business is willing to put into their business, but has a hugely detrimental impact on the wider supply chain, from investment in agricultural machinery, stocks that might be willing to be purchased, etc. And that is having a massive detrimental impact on the real rural economy right now. I will give way.
Member for giving way, and he is speaking very powerfully on this issue. DAERA in Northern Ireland have estimated that 4,500 farms still will be impacted with the set changes, mainly in the dairy industry. Would he agree with me that given the need for food security, we need to protect our farms, not to do away with them?
We absolutely do, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the point that the honourable member makes is an excellent one, because we all know that the value of farmland in Northern Ireland is proportionately higher to anywhere else within the United Kingdom. And therefore, there is a huge proportion of Northern Ireland farmers who are working incredibly hard, 4,500 of them, who are still going to be impacted by the rate relief change that this Labour government has implemented, that are going to be detrimentally impacted. And it impacts the rural economy, having that detrimental impact. Now, despite this partial U-turn, by increasing the level of agricultural and business property relief threshold from £1 million to £2.5 million for inheritance tax, the government risks once again showing its disregard to the farming community should it neglect to support Amendments 89 and 90, which seeks to address yet another measure seemingly designed to punish our farmers. The Tenant Farmers Association is a dedicated organisation that represents the interests of all of those who do not own land within our farming community, but are heavily involved in supporting the tenanted sector. And I spoke with members of the TFA just this morning, and their Chief Executive, George Dunn, who is, with his excellent knowledge and commitment to the tenanted sector, has provided many a briefing to many a member in this House. But it's deeply disappointing that members on the opposite benches are not supporting, or don't seem to be supporting, Amendments 89 and 90, which we are debating this evening. Now, should the House fail to amend the bill, as suggested by my right honourable friend, the member for Central Devon, at Schedule 12, but also co-signed by my right honourable friend, the member for Horncastle, Loughton Horncastle, and myself, Those who inherit a share of a joint tenancy have no means to capitalise on that share, whilst also having no way to liquidate the asset in the context of continuing business to allow them to pay the tax liability. To date, the value of any inherited portion of a business or agricultural tenancy held jointly following the death of one of the joint tenants has been fully relievable, either through agricultural property relief or business property relief. Given that in most cases it will be impossible for the surviving joint tenant or tenants to realise the value of any inherited share of the tenancy on death, it is completely unfair that this tax that the Labour government is bringing out should be levied. The unfairness is underlined by the fact that an input value for the share of the joint tenancy would have to be calculated on the profit rent basis, which is the best at theoretical value in any case, which just blows out of context the real damage that is being implemented by this Labour government. Therefore, I urge the government to learn from their previous mistake and listen to our farmers and protect the value of joint tenancies by supporting these amendments this evening. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, Amendment 88 seeks to delay the triggering of the instalments that are going to be brought forward by the payment of inheritance tax from the current period of 6 months by 12 months to a full 18-month period. And the reason why this is so important, Madam Deputy Speaker, and what I feel the government fails to realise is how complex it is valuing the assets that are likely to be subjected to an IHT liability. And when you're looking at our farming businesses, you're not only valuing the farmland, there may be a farmhouse, a cottage or two, the livestock, the machinery, the growing crops, the crops in store will all have a value associated with them. And therefore it's complex to ascertain that value within the 6-month period that the government have already outlined. And it gets more complicated than that, Madam Deputy Speaker, because we find ourselves in a bizarre scenario where we now have the potential of 2 assets on death with a value of 5 million being subjected to different IHT liabilities depending on the ownership structure and whether or not the spousal allowance is being utilised, therefore exposing any tax liability on death to challenge, quite rightly, by those where the tax liability sits, and therefore to have a deadline of 6 months in which that tax liability through instalments has to be payable and triggered is just simply not going to be sustained. And therefore I urge the government to support Amendment 89 in my name and that of the official opposition.
Will Honourable Friend give way?
I will give way.
Honourable Friend's making an excellent speech. Like me, I'm sure he's received many emails and letters from farmers over the last few days in light of recent uncertain events with the price of red diesel going up, the price of heating oil going up, fertiliser rising. And does it just not demonstrate and remind us all how fragile farming businesses are, and the idea they're going to have sufficient money sitting in the bank to pay this tax bill is just for the birds?
And Madam Deputy Speaker, is absolutely for the birds, as my right honourable friend indicates, because the realities of this is our farming businesses are not only being attacked through the changes through inheritance tax, but the complications and additional burden through the challenges with cash flow. We've already seen de-linked payments dramatically drop for many of our farming businesses. SFI has been chopped, changed, moved around, and now we're not quite sure what the fundamentals will be when the new SFI is rolled out in summer of this year. But the reality of it is that, coupled with the additional financial costs with red diesel going up, has been realised by many of those constituents of my right honourable friend, and I'm sure across the House, challenges with cash flow increase, and therefore when the government is putting an additional burden on a potential IHT liability, it's only increasing the level of anxiety amongst our farming community. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this morning, in addition to meeting the Tenant Farmers Association, I also met with the CLA and the presidential team there, Gavin Lane, who very clearly put across to me that, and continues quite rightly to campaign on the family farm tax issue, that it must be ultimately abolished altogether, which is why on this side of the House we want to reiterate our commitment that the 100% relief will go back in for agricultural property relief and business property relief if we're lucky enough to be back in government. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the issue of indexation, because with the thresholds being set at 2.5 million, it takes no account of the value of farmland increasing further down the line, and therefore our farming community and indeed those family businesses are being further impacted by the rise of the value of assets further down the line and the threshold being maintained at 2.5 million. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is clear that we are still here at the final stages of the Finance Bill progressing through the House, and we do not have any further clarity from the Government as to the timings associated with extending the payment or beyond the 6-month period to 18-month period that we are requesting. We have no certainty that indexation will be linked to the threshold that has been increased, although minimally, and we have no realisation from the Government that they actually get how our farming community operates. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope that the Government will consider Amendment 88, 89, 90 and those associated amendments which are in my name and those on the front bench, and ultimately agree with, hopefully, Amendment 6, which scraps the family farm tax and the family farm business tax in its full entirety.
Alex Ballinger.
Deputy Speaker, before I start, I should declare I am co-chair of the All-Party Group for Gambling Reform. I wanted to talk to new Clause 8 and new Clause 9, which the member for Stoke-on-Trent Central was speaking to earlier in the debate. I thought very thoughtful, well-meaning clauses that raise real concerns. I just wanted to add a bit of context to the evidence, what it shows around the black market and what it shows about the situation in Gibraltar. So firstly, there are often industries that are associated with harm that often use the black market as an excuse to avoid regulation or additional taxation. I remember when I was on the Finance Bill Committee last year, we received a lot of correspondence from the tobacco industry that was making the same sort of claim as we were intending to increase. The Shadow Minister might remember the debate where we spoke, was intending to, were intending to increase taxes, and they were using the black market as an excuse not to do that. However, in the gambling sector, the threat of the black market is overblown. The regulated market is dominant, and there have been lots of other changes in recent years, changes to taxation that haven't increased the size of the black market. And I'll give two examples. When we changed in the UK from taxing turnover to profit in 2001, the black market was raised as a risk then, and there were no real changes. And again, when we introduced the point of consumption tax in 2014, again, there was no surge in unregulated or the black market gambling at that point either. And indeed, there was a study by the Gambling Commission in 2021, which found only a very small proportion of UK gamblers ever used unlicensed sites. And these were mostly by accident, although the member for Stoke-on-Trent accurately raises that there are also people who are banned from using regulated sites that sometimes turn to the unregulated sector, and that truly is a problem. So I would like to say that focusing on the black market does risk diverting attention away from the significant and better evidence harms that we do see in the regulated sector, and these harms are highest in the areas that we're seeking to increase taxes, as we've talked about already, so I won't go into that too much. However, I do think it's important that we're tackling the black market, and therefore I welcome the illegal gambling task force that's been introduced, as well as the additional £26 million the Gambling Commission has to address both of these issues. But I think we should not buy into the narrative that risks from the black market should stop us making changes that keep people safe from the most harmful forms of gambling. And just very quickly to address new Clause 9 on Gibraltar, I think if the tax changes are going to be as economically damaging as claimed for Gibraltar, we do need to consider how it works in other jurisdictions, because there are often the same gambling organisations operate in other countries with much higher tax rates than the UK. And they manage to survive profitably in those sectors. So I think we should take that into consideration when we're looking at the impact on Gibraltar as well. Thank you.
Kirsty Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. You would not believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, how beyond delighted I was when I discovered I would be stepping in for a colleague in the Finance Bill. And I'm sure the House is a similar level of ecstatic to hear me speak on the Finance Bill. I was truly missing, the fact that I did a significant number of finance bills in my first few years in this place, and I was really missing it. I was also missing the previous member for Amber Valley, Nigel Mills, who used to stand up on that front bench and make a speech. about something that nobody else had even considered existed. The member for Stoke-on-Trent is very kindly stepping into his shoes and raising issues around gambling tax, which are, to be fair, important, and he's asking very important questions, as Nigel Mills previously did, but on a fairly niche subject. I would too be interested, though, to see the results of the comments that he made around gambling tax and what might happen with the black market. It would be great if the Treasury would be willing to provide updates on how that tax has worked. In fact, I think the Treasury generally should provide more updates on every tax measure that they implement, because if they say that a tax measure is going to raise £30 million, it would be helpful for the MPs who were on the finance bill, for example, to know if it did raise £30 million, or if it in fact raised £50 million, or if it in fact raised £10 million, because then we would be able to make better decisions in future about tax changes, because we would have a better idea of whether or not things did achieve the aims that were put in. The government is successive governments are particularly bad at undertaking post-implementation reviews, particularly of some of the tax measures that take place. I think it would be really handy to see that information more regularly so that we can make better informed decisions. And I was just going to touch on the issues that were mentioned around transparency. I raised already my concerns about the Ways and Means resolution and the fact that additional ones were added at this point. I also raised the fact that we don't have oral evidence sessions during the course of the finance bill. I continue to make the case that this could be done after committee of the whole House, because usually the more technical aspects of the finance bill are included in the finance bill committee, in the committee rooms, rather than in the chamber for the committee of the whole House. And the Minister has said that some of the government amendments that have been made have been as a result of stakeholder feedback, particularly in written evidence, but of stakeholder feedback in order to clarify the intention of the legislation as it was anyway. So the government had intended to do something, stakeholders said, we don't really understand this, or it's not clear enough, please could you clarify this? If they'd had those oral evidence sessions, they may have been able to make the changes at committee stage rather than bringing it back at report stage. I would urge the government, and any government, to consider putting in those oral evidence sessions. Anyone who is sat on a bill committee will, with evidence sessions, will understand the absolute value of those and the number of times throughout the course of the bill committee that we refer back to those oral evidence sessions, because there's nothing quite like being able to ask an expert those questions rather than just looking at the written evidence, which is helpful, but is not the same. You don't remember it in the same way. You don't get this, have the same ability to probe into it. Specifically talking about the amendments that there are today, I want to touch on the 4 that I expect may be put to votes. The new clause 4 that was moved from the benches over there, I'm happy to support that. The SNP are happy to support that. I think I was thinking about the history of some of these get-rich-quick schemes that we've seen previously, about the fact that we had Ponzi schemes and pyramid schemes, and they were this is the kind of Ponzi scheme of the day. Is the new thing that says this is foolproof, this is fail-safe, you're going to make loads of money doing this, but actually is unregulated. And I think that the amendment that has been put forward is incredibly helpful. I would have preferred if social media said user-to-user services, so it covered all of the stuff that's within the Online Safety Bill, Online Safety Act, because that might cover things that we may not classically define as social media. For example, if you were on money-saving experts forums and somebody gave tax advice that was really terrible, would that be included in the definition of social media or not? Because social media is not 100% defined. That's why I would have preferred to see it differently. However, I think the amendment that has been put down is absolutely sufficient to cover the majority of these people.
I feel the need to stand up for Martin Lewis, because actually he's one of the good guys in terms of advice, and I think they police their forums very well. It's people exploiting the fact that social media companies also have a vested interest in generating content that goes viral. So they are sole publishers to make these videos, to make money from them, telling you outlandish things you can do with your taxes. The Money Saving Expert Forum, I think we'd all agree it's worth looking at that. Again, I peruse it at length myself, much to the detriment of being able to make decisions.
It is absolutely worth looking at that. But then people that are, as the Honourable Member has said in the new clause, people that are promoting schemes that have no expectation of actually working shouldn't be doing it on money saving expert forums or anywhere else. And I absolutely agree that Martin Lewis has been very clear that he does not give advice online, and that people who, for example, say this is a Martin Lewis tip are lying when they're doing that. And I think it's worth highlighting the way that he has chosen to put forward tax advice or information is a totally different way to these financial influencers that are being spoken about in new clause 4. But as I said, I am more than happy to support it. I would have just liked to see it a bit wider. In terms of the other new clauses and amendments that are being moved today, new clause 11 on the uprating of the agricultural relief that's been put forward by the Liberal Democrats, again, we are happy to support it. If the clause is not to be implemented, if the uprating is not to be implemented, I think it would be incredibly useful to see from the government their rationale for why they've chosen to do it this way, for why they've chosen not to do the annual uprating in a way that would be standard with the majority of other reliefs, and what the logic is for this. As I was not in the Bill Committee, I'm not as across this specific part of the bill as I perhaps should be, so I'm not clear what the mechanism is in place in order to uprate that relief. Is it by negative statutory instrument? Is it by affirmative statutory instrument? Will the House actually see it, or is it just delegated authority given to the Minister? Because it would be helpful to have an idea of what that mechanism is, and whether the government expects that, for example, if we continue to see inflation running at the rate it is or going up again, if we continue to see that, will there be likely to be an increase put in place in order to ensure that agricultural relief continues to wash its face, if you see what I mean, to provide the relief it's supposed to relieve? Yes.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way on that point, and I wholeheartedly endorse what she's saying in support of new clause 11, the Liberal Democrat amendment. Lots of my farmers in North Cornwall are constantly telling me that they're pleased at the decision of the government to reverse course on the family farm tax, but it's essential now that they keep the rising prices in mind, exactly as the Honourable Member has been outlining.
Absolutely agree, and I think that where we are just now with the uncertainty in the Middle East, we're both seeing an increase in the fuel prices, which will heavily impact farmers, but also an increase in fertiliser prices, which have been really difficult to get hold of since Russia invaded Ukraine at all. The prices have gone through the roof, and therefore farmers need support. We rely on growing food. In this ever more uncertain world with international issues, we really rely on growing our own food. And therefore, I think the government needs to consider, and all governments need to consider, whether we want to be self-sufficient in terms of food, whether we want to get anywhere close to self-sufficient in terms of food, or whether we're happy to see those farms be dismantled into ever larger Australian-style sheep farms with thousands of sheep on them and nothing else. We need to consider what future there is for our farmers and ensure that we're backing that future. In terms of Amendment 5 that's been put forward by the Conservatives, we're not going to take part in that because it relates to income tax thresholds, which are devolved and do not apply in Scotland. But Amendment 6 that's been put forward by the Conservatives on APR and BPR, we will be happy to support the Conservatives in relation to that amendment. The points, I supported a lot of the points that were made around agricultural property relief and the changes that there are. Just to touch on the business property relief and the family businesses that there are, I'm concerned as a result of conversations with businesses in my constituency that you will see an increase in the number of fire sales that there are, because suddenly family businesses will become liable for significant amounts of tax, but the assets are not liquid. You can't just take that cash and give it to the taxman. You have to sell a significant part of the business, and you've got to do it within a very tight timescale. Even if the government was to be more flexible on the timescales around that, it still would be disastrous, but you wouldn't have a fire sale in the way that you may have to. And given that some family businesses have got people who are older as the people that have got shares in that business or responsible for that business, you might see very soon major issues occurring with these businesses having to sell big chunks in order to just pay tax bills.
Yeah, I
to endorse actually what the honourable member is saying, because what I can't get my head around is there are so many family businesses beyond the agricultural sector that are going to be impacted by the business property relief threshold of 2.5 million. Manufacturing business, hospitality sector, many of those businesses will be in many Labour MPs' constituencies. And that's why I can't understand throughout the course of this finance bill why many Labour MPs have been silent specifically on the issue of business property relief and not standing up for many of their family businesses on this very issue. And I just want to endorse the points that the honourable member is absolutely making on fire sales will happen as a result of an increased IHT liability.
Actually, I think that, given we have a Labour government who care about workers' rights, the family businesses that I have visited have got a very strong worker involvement in their businesses. The people that work there are cared for and looked after because it's a family business. And you'd think that the Labour Party would want to support more of those rather than encouraging people to get out of that place. So I do agree. I've got big concerns on that. I want to touch on the couple of amendments that we put in. My colleague from Aberdeenshire North and Moray East has put in a number of amendments. In fact, he's actually in Westminster Hall speaking in a debate that he's leading in just a few minutes ago, which is why he's not able to move them himself. I would like to move the amendments in his name, and I would like to talk about the reasons for those amendments. Firstly, on APR, my colleague has put in amendments in relation to the anti-forestalling clauses. I knew I was going to say that wrong. Raising the threshold was welcome. We are pleased. Sorry. We are pleased that the threshold was raised. However, the backdating of that, the fact that in 2020, it relates to things from 2024 onwards rather than from April 2026 is a concern. My colleague put down a number of amendments specifically in relation to this anti-forestalling issues that there are there and asked for those changes to be made so that there's not backdating on the transactions. A number of agricultural organisations and farmers in his constituency had asked for those changes to be made, which is why he put that forward. I believe that if the government continues to push forward with this, despite the fact that they have raised the threshold, which was welcome, it's not enough. Actually, either cancelling it completely, as has been suggested by the Conservatives, or looking at that date would be incredibly helpful in order to ensure that it's not backdated, it's not retrospective. People are not losing relief on changes that were made previous to even the budget. These changes were announced. My colleagues also put down amendments in relation to whisky duty, taking out clause 86. We've seen over the last 3 years an 18% hike in whisky duty, an 18% hike. The figures show that there will be a £600 million downgrade in receipts as a result of continuing to increase this tax. Increasing the tax will reduce the receipts. It will mean that jobs in Scotland are put at risk as a result of the changes that are made, and the government will get less money. I don't understand the logic of continuing with pushing ahead with raising whisky duty. We really want the government to think again. To be fair, the 18% hike over 3 years was both of you, so you've not got a huge amount of high ground on this side of the House, I'm afraid. It's an issue that has happened from both groups, but we will continue to fight on behalf of Scottish whisky producers that the tax on spirits really needs to be looked at seriously, because this is a really important part of the Scottish economy, providing jobs in rural areas where depopulation is a really big issue. We need these companies to continue, and if the government continues to raise tax and hike the tax rates on this, we will see those jobs dropping off. And just lastly, I wanted to touch on Amendment 140, which has not been selected. Amendment 140 is the only amendment that was put forward by our merry band of Reform colleagues. They signed some other ones, but the only one that they actually put forward was Amendment 140. If anyone's looked at Amendment 140, which you would presume is Reform's key priority, given it's the only one they've put forward. It removes Clause 88. Clause 88 increases cigar duty. The main priority from Reform in the entire finance bill is that the government shouldn't be allowed to increase duty on cigars. I think that says a huge amount about those that sit on the bench behind us, about their priorities for the general people. Also, I mean, they're not here, to be fair, as either. That was truly brilliant. They're also not here. But if that is their key priority, if that, in all of the craziness that we are facing in the world, of all of the issues that are being faced by farmers, that are being faced by businesses, that are being faced by people who are being badly advised by people making up tax advice on the internet, your key priority is let's not increase the price of cigars, then I think you've got something wrong in the way that you are dealing with things. I've laid out exactly how the SNP is going to deal with each of the votes that will be put forward, including the abstention on the income tax thresholds, because it does not apply in Scotland. I'm very clear that we've continued to have major concerns with the APR and the BPR. I'd like the government to think again when it comes to whisky duty. And I would also like the government to think again when it comes to the level of transparency and scrutiny that's able to be provided throughout the course of the finance bill. This is not the first time I'm asking this. In fact, members are probably sick of me asking for oral evidence sessions to be included in the finance bill, but I will keep asking until it happens. So if you want to stop me having this conversation, just make it happen and we'll be completely grand. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Phil Brickell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to refer to new clause 4 in particular and to the wider issue of tax dodging and enforcement in this country. And I make these remarks as chair of the APPG on anti-corruption and responsible tax. Now, let me begin by congratulating the government on the action it has already taken to tackle tax avoidance and evasion. The measures brought forward by the Chancellor and the Treasury team to strengthen HMRC's powers, to invest in enforcement and to crack down on abusive tax schemes do represent an important step in restoring fairness to the system. They have sent a clear signal that in Britain, the rules should be the same for everyone. The same rules for the multinational company and the market trader. The same rules for the billionaire and the builder. And the same rules for those with the most expensive accountants as for those who simply pay what they owe. More broadly, I also welcome the government's wider economic plan, which, despite global headwinds outside the Chancellor's gift, is beginning to restore stability after years of uncertainty and drift. And after 14 years in which economic instability and mortgage spiking kamikaze budgets became the norm, restoring stability is no small achievement. It is the foundation on which everything else must be built. Investment, growth and confidence that the system is working in the interests of ordinary working people. Now, turning to clause 4. As a financial crime compliance officer in a previous life, where I spent many years dealing with the practical realities of financial crime controls, anti-money laundering systems and tax compliance, I recognise the principle my friend, the member for Walthamstow, is pursuing around cracking down on the enablers of crackpot tax avoidance schemes. We've all seen the rise of so-called finfluencers promoting dubious arrangements online. Schemes dress up as clever financial advice, but which in reality promise something that should always ring alarm bells. Something for nothing. And I make no judgment on the merits of the specific new clause, so I would welcome further discussion with the member for Walthamstow on her amendment after the debate today. But my sincere hope is that HMRC is already fully alert to the risks posed by these schemes and is monitoring the promotion of them closely. I hope the Minister will be able to comment on this during the wind-ups. But my honourable friend has hit the nail on the head when it comes to a fundamental issue in the country, that aggressive tax avoidance and tax evasion have, in many ways, become decriminalised, not through any change in the law, but through something far more corrosive, a lack of enforcement. Laws can exist on the statute book, offences can be created, powers can be granted, but if they're not used, if they're not enforced, if those who break those rules rarely face consequences, then the signal that is sent is unmistakable. And I'm afraid to say that much of this decline occurred on the watch of the party opposite, because for 14 long years, we saw enforcement weaken, we saw complexity increase, and we saw a culture in which some individuals and firms appeared to believe that paying tax was optional, so long as they could afford sufficiently inventive advice. At the same time, the Conservatives drove the tax burden to the highest level in 80 years, while turning a blind eye to those who simply refused to pay it. And in response to an intervention earlier from the member for Bridgewater, who unfortunately is not in his place, it was the Conservative government in 2023 that scrapped the Office for Tax Simplification. And now the official opposition have the sheer audacity to talk about making £47 billion of cuts, the equivalent of firing every police officer in Britain twice over. It's simply not credible. Now, members may recall my speech on the 27th of November last year during the budget debate. For those who don't remember, in my remarks then, I referenced one of the more surreal examples of tax avoidance that has surfaced in recent years, the elaborate mollusk-based wheezes used to avoid business rates. Schemes so convoluted that they led one high-profile individual to acquire more knowledge than anyone should ever reasonably possess about snail fornication, snail gestation, snail feed, and rather disturbingly, snail cannibalism. You really couldn't make it up. Slimy advisors, snail farms, and shell companies, all deployed in the service of dodging a lawful tax bill. It sounds absurd, and in many ways it really is, because it also illustrates something deeper and more troubling, because the creativity deployed in designing these schemes, the ingenuity, the complexity, the sheer effort involved is often directed not towards creating wealth or innovation, but towards avoiding a basic civic responsibility. That's why I welcome section 156 of this bill, which prohibits the promotion of tax avoidance arrangements with civil penalties and criminal offences built into the bill to tackle the unlawful promotion of such initiatives. Now, on enforcement, the Bureau of Investigative Journalism has highlighted just how far things have fallen in recent years. Prosecutions against tax enablers dropped by around 75% between 2018 and 2024. HMS